away across the ocean, far beyond the sea's eastern rim, lives a man who is father of the Indo-Chinese people, and his name it is Ho Chi Minh. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. From Vietnam to the Saigon Delta, from the mountains and the plains below, young and old workers, peasants and the toiling town and farmers fight for freedom with Uncle Ho. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. Now Ho Chi Minh was a deep-sea sailor. He served his time out on the seven seas. Work and hardship were part of his early education. Exploitation is ABC. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. Old Ho Chi Minh came back from sailing, and he looked on his native land, saw the want and the hunger of the Indo-Chinese people, foreign soldiers on every hand. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. Now Ho Chi Minh went to the mountains, and he trained a determined band. Heroes all who had sworn to free the Indo-Chinese people and drive invaders from the land. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. 40 men became 100,000, and Ho Chi Minh forged and tempered the army of the Indo-Chinese people, freedom's army of Viet Minh. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh, ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. Every soldier is a farmer.
What's going on, everybody?
Comes the evening and he grabs his hoe.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is Vietnam Liberation Day, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. I'm Hasan Piker, and I hope everyone's having a great one. That's right.
From Vietnam to the Saigon Delta.
To the Saigon Delta.
March the armies of Viet Minh, and the wind stirs the banners of the Indo-Chinese people, peace and freedom, and Ho Chi Minh. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. Ho, ho, Ho Chi Minh. Ho!
That was perhaps one of the most swagged out white boys of all time. Scottish singer Ewan MacColl, and his ballad for Uncle Ho, Ho Chi Minh. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is April 30th, 50th anniversary of the Reunification Day, Liberation Day, the official name, Day of Liberation of the South, and National Reunification Day. That's right, folks. I'm Hasan Piker. I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because it's a fantastic one for the Vietnamese. All right, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker. So help me God, I'm gonna tell you all about it. That's right. Vietnam war hat? What do you mean? I have multiple hats from Vietnam. I have the Red Star hat that I wear all the time. I wore the Chu Chi Tunnel one straight up from the Chu Chi tunnels this time today. I don't really like this one that much because it's a weird shape on my head. Like it doesn't fit well. But this is the Chu Chi Tunnel hat. Coochie Tunnel. This is the Vietnamese war hat. Coochie tunnel. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, what is happening? Why is it my hair looks like shit? And also on top of that, I just did I put conditioner today, so it's gonna be terrible. Yeah, I'm wearing the Hypeland jacket. I'm wearing the Hypeland jacket, and I'm wearing the Hypeland pants, one piece Hypeland, and I got the one piece Hypeland. Look. Look at how swag that is, dude. That's crazy. The Dofi. Finally, you're wearing some drip? Yeah, some real drip. Finally. Anyway, you finally took some of Aya's advice in Japan and washed your hair? What do you mean? Your pants make you look like a Cheshire cat. I don't know what that is. But yeah, personal news-wise, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I entered the broadcast last night, and let me tell you, okay, it's tumultuous. It's tumultuous. It's terrifying. There's a lot of drama, okay? I had to turn off the music for this. Last night, I was supposed to play a game of basketball with a Maya Higa. For those of you who don't know, Maya Higa is my enemy, one of my biggest enemies, okay? And basically, we've had an ongoing beef, ongoing, extended, long beef, okay? And part of that beef is that she thinks she can beat me. She thinks she can beat me out physically, but she also thinks she can beat me in the court of basketball. Now, of course, she can't. And last night we were finally going to put it to test. Finally. Okay? Oh, God. Any footage? Well, hold on. I'm going to get to it. Now, initially, we were supposed to do it on Saturday when she first came in. We couldn't do it because it rained. We got rained out, right? Then she told me yesterday we were going to do it at 6:30 or at 6 p.m. At 6 p.m. Last night. But as you guys know, I was actually live at 6 p.m. last night. And part of the reason why was because she then said, let's push it to 7:30. And I said, okay, you know what? I won't stream it, but I'll still film it for posterity. I want people to know when I posterize you, when I ruin you, right? When you have to, basically, we're playing for pink slips. Like, she's going to give me Alveus. She's giving me the pink slip for Winnie the Moo. And how tall is Maya? She's like 5 foot, I think, or 5'2", give or take. On a good day, maybe 5'3". So, but she's a bucket. She is. She's a bucket and a half, right? Like, she can actually shoot. I've seen her. I've studied the footage. You know, I take everybody seriously. I take all of my opponents seriously, especially one of my mortal enemies, right? Ugh, obviously. So, basically, you know, I've studied the footage. I was ready to go. And she's a whole ass bucket, Muggsy Bogues style, Maya Bogues, right? And she bailed on that 7:30 endeavor as well. So what do? I'm a goddamn feminist. And as a goddamn feminist, what did I do? I went on Wine About It. That's right. They had another obligation, I guess, that like fell through or something. So I graciously drove all the way over there to shoot a goddamn episode of Wine About It. So that there's a, you know, it's really fun. It's a really interesting and somewhat introspective episode of Wine About It. I think you guys will really appreciate it. But that's where we're at. That's what I did last night, and it went on to like 10. And I'll be honest. By the end of the episode, for sure, I was definitely getting tired. I was definitely getting real tired. I was yawning a little bit, partially because it was my bedtime. Like, we were filming till like 10 p.m. Anyway, get on with the Death and Despair. I will get on with it. So that's what I've been doing. Went to bed, Came back home, went to bed, woke up early, lifted, was wearing my Vietnam hat, and there's a Vietnamese dude in the gym, and he was like, "Oh, happy reunification day," and I was like, "Oh my god, I didn't even realize." I literally had seen it prior. You know, does this ever happen to you, where you just like kind of see something, and then it's in the back of your mind, and I guess it like motivates you without you recognizing into doing something? Because like this was the first time I wore the Vietnamese hat in a long ass time, and I've never worn it to the gym before, but I think it was because I had seen subconsciously, I'd seen like it's some videos of the reenactments that are taking place in Vietnam right now, right? Of Reunification Day. So like I literally just like wore the hat without even thinking about it. And he was like, "Bro, you know, in honor of Vietnamese Reunification Day," he's like, "Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is literally what I saw this morning when I woke up at like around 5:30 a.m. And I think that's precisely what motivated me to wear a hat without even realizing it. But yeah, one of the comrades from our international British section defended kneecap on the news, Free Palestine. Yeah. God, I can't believe how much like play this has gotten. I hate it. I hate the British. I'm sorry. England is so gross. Sometimes this is one of those moments, you know, where they're just freaking gross. Convinced I can meet any random bear in the woods and have this exact same dynamic. Thank God that there's people out there who are also seeing the truth, because like this is how I feel as well. This is also how I feel. This is also how I feel all the time. But yeah, personal news wise, did leg day today. Woke up to this insanity. Donald Trump posting in lower caps. No caps. Sorry, no capital letters. Or not all caps. Sorry. I'm just having a hard time explaining. That was terrifying. Like seeing that on my timeline made me very scared. Okay. It's like that's a scary phenomena, right? Like when you start seeing him post like this, it's an indication of negative real wage growth incoming. You know what I mean? Negative GDP growth already came. But then also like recession indicator, maybe even a depression indicator. It's like really scary stuff. I don't like it. I don't like seeing that. It grossed me out. It scared me. It's like seeing your teacher outside of school. You know what I mean? It's like, you're like, oh, you're a human. You're not like this person that, you know, has so much control over my life. Like, I don't want to see you outside. Or it's like seeing a relative drunk at a wedding. You know what I mean? As a child, you're like, this is weird. What is happening? Like, you're supposed to be like a godlike deity almost in my life, and now I'm seeing you as a human being. This is unceremonious for Trump. It freaked me out. This was really good. Mohsen is free. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that. And then you got this, obviously. I love this song because it's so bad. Like, it's so good, but it's so bad. You know what I mean? When Alexa first showed me this song, I was like, is this a joke? Like, it doesn't even have the structure of a song. Like, there's no exploitation is ABC. It's like classic leftist music, okay? It's a classic leftist meme, awful flow, classic leftist meme where you're just trying to pack as much information as possible into it. You know what I mean? And don't just say it's folk and that's just how folk is. Like, not all folk songs are like this. I do love it though. I do love it. I love it. I love agitprop. As you guys know, agitated propaganda is amazing. I love it. I try to do it. I can never be as good as these guys did, the OGs. Anyway, also here's the fit pick. I got the Hypeland. I got the Hypeland collabo One Piece pieces, dressed up like a strawberry. Yeah. Strawberry Chan or whatever. What's that song that's like popping on TikTok? That's me. Chan. What's the song? God damn it. Ice cream. Nani ga suki? Nani ga suki? Nani ga suki? Ruby-chan, hi. Yeah. Nani ga suki? Chokomika. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. This is the type of shit that would make people that would get you to be decapitated as a heretic back in the day. I love that. I love that this is like we're doing Pope Watch with this shit. You know what I mean? Come on. How can you not love? How can you not love the way that the internet sometimes just hits, okay? You should watch Lucky Star. Philly D's giving us more progress picks than you, Get back on the grind. Oh no, I'm back on it. Anyway, this is the last thing I'm going to show you as far as the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese liberation. Obviously, as a matter of fact, I'm going to, in honor of if we have time today, in honor of the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese liberation, I'm actually going to look at that video comparing the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese Liberation Front, like the different militancies from North Vietnam and their similarities to resistance against the state of Israel and Western imperialism. So, because there's a lot of similarities. There's a video from a channel, I forget what it's called, but there's a lot of similarities in the way that people attack those who say that people should have a right to militancy against an apartheid state. And there's also, obviously, is it uncivilized? Yeah, we're going to look at that in honor of the 50th anniversary of liberation. Yeah, the Texas-Israel stuff I'm going to be talking about as well is fucking insane. Texas City requires Israel pledge for hurricane relief is so funny. Anyway, we'll do that. But this is the clip that you have to watch.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend? Hey, I know that guy. I killed him. He cried like a bitch. Vietnam, undefeated!
That is a Family Guy clip. When you think about, like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean about liberals, okay? Because Seth MacFarlane is responsible for that joke. Can you imagine him doing that right now for anything? I'm not even going to name it, okay? I'm not even going to name comparisons here, okay? But just think. Just think, dude. Like, liberals love edgy humor and also recognizing that previous... Nah, he probably didn't write that joke for real. No, it doesn't matter. He okayed it, though. Family Guy's made Israel jokes as well, for the record. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that, like liberals broadly accept certain concepts where we might have been in the wrong only, like, after the fact. You know what I mean? And that's what's so frustrating about it. What's that classic tweet that it's like, liberals always present progress in the rearview mirror or whatever. I forget what it is. Yeah, liberals will be making Israel jokes 20 years down the line, while simultaneously trying to do everything in their power to like kill you or arrest you for making this assessment right now. Yeah. Yeah, every war is bad except the current one. Exactly. Liberals think every civil rights movement is good except the current one. Liberals think every war is bad except the current one, and it must be fought. That's just how it goes. And then they wait it out, and then once it's well established that the war was bad and it shouldn't have ever been fought and it was cruel and unusual, many years down the line they turn around and say, yeah, that I was on the right side of that, baby. Don't you worry about that. This joke is like 10 years old.
Hey, you don't talk much, do you, Israel?
Israel talks when Israel has something to say.
I'm just...
What is this from? I don't even know what this is
Hey,
from.
you don't talk much, do you, Israel?
Drawn
Israel talks
together
when
movie?
Israel has something to say.
I'm just trying to pass the time, man. Listen, I know you're a robot, but don't you have feelings? I mean, isn't it hard to destroy innocent people that have never wronged you?
Everyone's wrong, Israel!
Really? Wow. If that's the way you feel, maybe we'd all be better off if you didn't exist.
Israel has every right to exist!
Okay, dude, relax. Don't get so defensive.
Israel need rest.
Here? This is where you want to rest? This is the single most dangerous place you could be situated. There are so many other places you could be, Israel. That would be safer and would cause less problems. Why? Here.
Israel shouldn't have to leave. Everyone else should leave. They're the ones who are stupid.
Boy, Israel, you are a handful.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's yeah, this is the classic take. A liberal is someone who opposes every war except the current war and supports all civil rights movements except the one that's going on right now. That's just how it is. And then they shamelessly will turn around 5 years down the line, 6 years down the line, 10 years down the line, and act as though they weren't standing firmly in opposition to fucking make these ridiculous claims that you were... Make these ridiculous claims to try to get you to fucking go to jail. You know what I mean? Like, they will literally be like, if you bring this shit up, you should be imprisoned. I hate you. You should be imprisoned. You are Hamas. You are anti-Semite. You are the arch nemesis of all Jews. I'm telling the Department of Homeland Security to come fucking kill you. And then they'll unironically, without even a shred of irony, turn around and 10 years later be like, I was always so... I was saying glory to the martyrs, you know. I was saying we got to dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. That's what I was doing. Arthur Morgan, Jew haters and other leftist R-words can get the fuck out of my great state. I love Zionist Arthur Morgan. Dutch, you know you're like a daddy to me, but why the hell do I need you to put on this dress and stand completely still? What the fuck? What? Arthur Morgan, Texas, lover of liberty, defender of the second, and stubborn as hell. U.S. Navy veteran, unapologetically pro-Israel. I never know what Felix is talking about. He's making fun of Israeli soldiers that love putting on Palestinian women's dresses in the homes that they fucking barbarically stormed into, and then standing in front of window stills and then getting smoked by bathtub sniper rifles that you know the Palestinian Resistance or Hamas or anyone has built, only to have obituaries about how, you know, this was a unjustifiable and cruel act to kill this 19-year-old in the process of going through his favorite hobby, which is wearing the dresses of people that you have killed. I don't understand. This 19-year-old child was assassinated unjustly in the process of doing a genocide. How dare they? Also, how the fuck is Arthur Morgan Texas? I know, like, bro, I know conservatives don't understand media. They have no media literacy, but is especially wild because Arthur Morgan, didn't he do, am I misremembering? Didn't Arthur Morgan participate in a fucking slave revolt? Like, hello? Like, there's literally an analog for the Haitian Revolution in one of the sequences in the game. In Red Dead Redemption 2. It was a Indian revolt. I thought it was, I guess I'm misremembering it, but yeah. Like, he was, dude, Arthur Morgan is so woke for the time. It's not even funny. That's the whole point. It's like a woke guy who does something not so woke as a part of his job and is constantly conflicted by that. And then it's the entire story is about how like good guy does horrible thing and then karma fucking, kills him. That's the whole story. And he is like incredibly sad the entire time as well for the thing that he did that was wholly unacceptable and bad and wrong. And like it's the revolt is on Guarma, which is likely a Cuba allegory, basically. Okay. Anyway, let's blast off, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. I think I forgot to do it so far, so I'm gonna do it right now, partner. I'm gonna do it right now, partner. We'll talk about Texas's insanity. Conservatives jump off the Trump train as GDP shrinks. Since you're blasting off, chat is trying to tell you about Ethan talking to Sam. Is he talking to Sam right now? Because I will be watching that for sure. Is he already talking to him? 4 p.m. EDT. We do not care. No, I definitely care. Are you kidding me? I definitely want to watch that. Are you out of your dang mind? Also, I'm going to be debating Ethan on Friday, so I want to see what they talk about. Blast off meme candidate maybe. Oh yeah, I like this. Hold on. 1 p.m. your time. Yeah. We'll watch it. We'll watch it at 1 p.m. my time. Will you stream your side? Chatters, can I ask you a real question? Do you think that I wouldn't fucking live stream my debate with Ethan? Like, are you seriously asking me? Are you seriously asking me if I'm gonna not go live every day as I always do for this one specific moment? Why would I let him control? Why would I let him control the button or the conversation in its entirety? Like, the whole purpose of why I wanted to have a conversation with the entire purpose as to why I wanted to have a conversation with Ethan was so that, like, he can't manipulate the footage. Like, I don't want him to engage with me in a disingenuous fashion. I want it to be like all cards are on the table. People are amped because Sam saying won't stream. Yeah, I don't think Sam is streaming his side, but it's okay. Anyway, conservative jump off the Trump train as GDP shrinks. Sam Cedar X H3 later. Finn Peanut raid. Thank you, Finn Peanut raid. Thank you, Finn Peanut, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Are you going to watch the Hasan stream today? Yeah. Don't pause too much because Sam is going to say the same stuff you say. I know. Sam and I are like this when it comes to Israel, ironically enough. Like, the only difference is probably our style. He has a much more reserved, much more restrained approach. But, like, yeah, he gets it. He understands the exact same things that I also understand. In terms of in terms of Zionism being a failure of a project. You know? Watching Uncle Sam Cedar educate. Yeah, he's more handsome too. I agree. He is more handsome. Conservatives jump off the Trump train as GDP shrinks. Mohsen freed by judge. What else? There's a bunch of stuff that I wanted to, of course, bring up. Massive attack defense kneecap. We'll talk about that as well. Oh, Texas anti-Israel pledge. Anti-Israel sentiment. Comparing Viet Cong to Palestinian resistance movements on the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese liberation. Those are pretty glasses. Thank you. Oh ho, Ho Chi Minh. The Nuniguski song is stuck in my head. Hi, Nunigus. No, I don't know what the fucking lyrics are. I keep forgetting, but it's fine. Did you see the Osen account in Netherlands got that 3 Yemeni families killed by a smear? Yes, I did see that. I saw the Alden Markey post. Chocominto. I need to learn the lyrics so I can sing that casually, randomly, all the time. Which Sam is talking to Ethan today? Sam Cedar. Uncle Sam. My uncle. Real Uncle Sam Cedar is talking to Ethan Klein later today. And obviously, after that conversation takes place, he's going to have a debate with me on Friday. Chocominta! Wait, he didn't cancel? I know I'm being parasocial here, but there's no chance E will just swap out D in an effort to get you banned on a technicality. Yeah, he might do that, but I think that would destroy his reputation with the remaining like progressive base. Unless, I mean, it's a calculation, right? He might be perfectly fine working with like a sex pest who is pro-genocide. Hoping that like his remaining fans who find themselves to be progressive, but like in this very unique carve out space that they've found where like they agree with Ethan only in terms of like how they must talk about Palestinian liberation. Like those people I think would probably look at that and be like, that's gross. So like everything Hasan said about you collaborating with Destiny was correct. Like, what the fuck is that? You know? Because Destiny isn't just like repulsive because of, but if you back out, aren't you worried that he will just call you a coward? I know it's a shitty thing for him to do, but just still thinking about your stream. Yeah. I mean, if he puts up Destiny or any other like banned person, I will get banned on Twitch. So yeah, I'm not going to fucking get banned on Twitch just because Ethan wanted to do a troll. And I will bring that up and I will communicate that while I'm on his stream as well. But you know, it is what it is. It's not like I'm you know, I'll still have a couple words before I pull out of the. I'm more worried about my stubborn nature, where I will just like keep going and then I'll fucking get banned. I thought Twitch changed that policy. No, it's not. It's different. This is like Twitch changed the policy where you can watch a content creator that's been banned, but you can't literally fucking talk to a content creator directly and have him on your show while they are banned. Like communicating directly communicating with a permanently banned streamer is a big no-no still on the platform. It's just like straightforward ban evasion. So, you know, it is what it is. But I wouldn't. I expect some shit like that. I expect some I don't know. I expect him to basically try to do something like that to aesthetically make it feel like he made me run away in a similar like, oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare style situation. So like, I think that he might try to go for like an aesthetic victory because he knows we can't have like a normal conversation without him looking like a fool. It will be bad faith. I expect it to be bad faith. And I expect him to not entertain the conversation. I'd be genuinely surprised. I would be genuinely surprised if it was just like a straightforward conversation where he addresses his grievances and then he recognizes that he's in the wrong if I show him my side of things. You know what I mean? What if he just has DMs with D and Saltman on the side that just feed him messages and clips? Fine, I don't care about that. I don't know. I'm so stubborn that I might literally just tank the ban if such a thing were to happen. And I don't know. What time are you talking to E? Friday. You're going to go debate this dork trying to enlighten an audience that already hates your guts and has been open about it for the past 20 months at this point. He's going to talk about swastika swords and bad empanada and random Twitter idiots, and you're going to end up looking like a remarkably clueless person for entertaining this in any capacity. No, I'm going to try to keep the conversation focused on Israel-Palestine and what his opinions on Israel-Palestine are and how significant of a difference in opinion I have on Israel-Palestine. And I'm going to ask him about, you know, some of his positions on the matter, if they've changed or not. And if he tries to fucking constantly talk about how he is the victim of you know, CPS calls or all this shit, like, I've never entertained any of that. I think it's well established what my position is on that as someone who is the recipient of endless amounts of fucking interference in my life from stalker communities and snark subreddits and all the like. I would never want that to happen to another content creator. So of course I don't think I'm responsible for any of that shit. So, you know, if he tries to talk about like his own personal victimhood in this process, like, you know, I'm aware of all the things that you guys are aware of. Do you think I'm like that oblivious? I'm not that oblivious, right? Yeah, I stay in my own lane and I usually talk about politics for the most part, but like, I'm not that fucking oblivious. And yes, my expectation is that this will most likely be bad faith. I don't think that it's going to be good faith. Like, I don't think he had a genuine change of heart. That would be truly shocking if he had a genuine change of heart where he's like, you know what? I want to put this to rest. I want to put this to bed. No, I think he has like a ace up his sleeve, but it's fine. It's not something that I'm worried about, you know? Why do you think you want salmon before you? My expectation is that I don't want to talk about it too much. Let's just watch what happens today. I don't know. I don't know what his expectations from a conversation with Sam will look like. But if I were to speculate, I assume that he is going to present himself as simply a person who has actively been pro-Palestinian, who has been wronged by vicious anti-Semitic smears online, knowing full well that like Sam doesn't know Ethan's full background or the things that he has said and the ways that he's presented himself or any number of different actions that he's taken in terms of trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian content creators over and over again. Like, he doesn't know any of that shit. He just cares about Israel-Palestine. So Sam is going to enter the conversation talking about Israel-Palestine. Ethan will simply say, I'm a two-stater, Hasan is a one-stater, and he wants all Jews to be assassinated and murdered. And basically I found out that he was like a rabid anti-Semite that does propaganda, and you know, he brainwashed me, and he brainwashed my audience into being viciously anti-Semitic. They said horrible things about my wife. They said horrible things about me. They said horrible things about my children. He'll just like make it seem as though I'm responsible for everyone online, including members of his own community that have had a difference in opinion due to the way he has communicated on this issue. So, I suspect that he will try to present himself as the real victim here, you know, as a serious victim, as a 40-year-old man living in Bel Air, multimillionaire. He's the biggest victim of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So he will probably try to present himself at the end of the day as a person that agrees with Sam, and he'll be like, see, Sam Cedar agrees with me. See, guys, I'm pro-Palestinian. Hasan was wrong. You know, bonus points if he can get something out of that conversation where it even looks like Sam Cedar turned around and said something like, yeah, I don't agree with what Hasan is saying on that. You know what I mean? And then he'll take that information and move it on to Friday with a conversation with me where he'll be like, see, Sam Cedar disagrees with you. But yeah, we'll see. I think that is the basics of the plan. I just don't know what's going to happen when it doesn't go the way he thinks it's going to go. I got to be honest with you. You have a very low estimate. What? You have a very low estimate of Sam? Wait, what? No, I know Sam very well. What the fuck are you talking about? I know his positions very well. No, Sam is most likely going to stay on the issues. Whenever Ethan brings up like random drama related shit, he'll probably be like, I don't care about any of this. I don't know about any of this. Why are you bringing this up to me? And we'll try to redirect the conversation back to the issue on hand. No bit. I mean, he's not that naive. No, I know he's not. What? What are you talking about? Sam Cedar is brilliant. Yeah, he will absolutely try and accept the critiques of Israel so we can reframe the conversation like, we agree on this, why even discuss it, minimizing and avoiding the details of the slaughter and starvation campaign by saying, that's bad, I don't agree with it. But he will desperately try to get you to engage on other topics at all costs. You're correct. Yeah, I think he's gonna have like all the clips out of context to be like, see, this is your boy. He loves Hassan Nasrallah. He said Hassan Nasrallah is the smartest man to ever exist and is the most infallible figure to ever exist. He'll have like a sequence of 10-second clips. To be like, he interviewed a terrorist. What's up with that? All this shit. And then he'll be like, and in the process of this, his vicious, rabid, anti-Semitic community sent CPS after me, which is like one of the most insane points of slander, I think, which is because like I didn't even know any of that shit was happening. I don't care about like the reasons as to why or how that took place. I would never in a million years ever entertain that notion. I wouldn't do that to anybody. And I think that's really strange that he tried to put that on me. And then he'll be like, oh, he has a swastika sword. You know? So the issue E has moved far for the past. Wait, what? Let's be real, though. The issue for E has moved far past the issue of Israel-Palestine. This has become entirely about drama and smears. Oh, yeah, no. I think it's incredibly selfish. I think it's incredibly and unimaginably selfish to take so much horrifying death and destruction that is happening right now every single day, where Israel's blowing up markets in Gaza, killing 60 people, which used to be newsworthy. It's become such a normal part of the process. It doesn't even make it into the fucking news. Israel's also implemented a starvation campaign right now as we are speaking, where the markets in Gaza are empty. There's no more food. People are starving. And he wants to talk about how he's a real victim here because he keeps saying shit that's like in defense of this this practice, while simultaneously lightly criticizing it every now and then, or having a tremendous amount of focus on all of those people, myself included, that highlight all of the depravity of the Israeli government engaging in this act of ethnic cleansing as anti-Semitic smear campaigners against the beautiful state of Israel. So that in and of itself is completely unacceptable. That right there is like directly puts you at odds with even a liberal Zionist that knows better and doesn't fucking talk about this stuff anymore because he realizes he's going to look bloodthirsty. So yeah. Interested to see if Sam and Ethan discussed, do you have an issue with From the River to the Sea? That was the main breaking point of y'all's post leftover convo. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like this, where is it? There's this video. Ethan Klein explodes in a sputtering rage at the mere suggestion that he is not the world's ultimate victim. The entire room scrambles to reassure and soothe him like a spoiled toddler.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan over the past years is like insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on. It's not worse than anything you've seen.
He was unbanned after 48 hours.
How could it be worse
apparently.
than anything you've seen?
Worse than... Okay, literally no. I guess
He was
not.
very nasty.
He,
Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically
castrate,
against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby killer.
I was talking specifically about
That's way
Frogan.
worse.
How could you say that? How could you say that what Frogan experienced is way worse than what I experience on a daily basis? Make sure this guy's aware he's coming on your show, not the other way around. You're the one with the motion, no charitability, no gloves. Let him have it. Hold him to account. I mean, I don't really care about the petty shit. I just want to have this conversation. And more importantly, I want his audience to actually hear the truth. That is what I care about. Ironically enough, he believes that that's what he wants to do as well, to have my audience hear the truth about the dangerous nature, not realizing that my audience probably thinks I'm fucking not radical enough, you know? half of this community thinks I'm a pussy for not running around constantly and just like, I don't know, flying the banners, okay? So I don't know why he thinks that, I don't know why he legitimately and unironically thinks that like people are going to fucking be like, wow, I can't believe Hasan offered analysis and context to why resistance militancy exists against an apartheid regime that is doing fucking genocide and blowing the shit out of every neighboring country. I can't believe he said that. Oh no, the horror. Like, does he not realize that these are my points that I've said on my stream with additional fucking statements on top of that? I don't know why he thinks that my audience is going to be like, wow, this is a bridge too far. What's next? Are you going to say that you have Marxist-Leninist tendencies? How dare you?
Worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Sure.
Not yelling at you. I am yelling at you.
I don't really understand what the
but not,
point is that you're trying to make.
Because I get frustrated when everybody's like trying to defend her so much. It's like she's the ultimate victim of online harassment.
She is. She is she has been victimized in infinitely worse ways than Ethan could ever imagine. Ethan is so not victimized that he has to fucking invent ways of being victimized to create drama surrounding it. And the reality is, when Ethan creates drama around his own personal victimization, people actually tune in. That actually works for him. Frogan, on the other hand, is constantly and consistently fucking smeared by the most bad faith, most rabid, sociopathic figures online. Okay? God, it is so funny. It is so funny how, like, Israel coded this is, you know? Constantly on the defense, constantly self-victimizing, constantly escalating, and being an infinitely more powerful figure in the conflict. Like, obviously, there is a very different... There's there's obviously no moral equivalence between what Israel's doing, which is fucking genocide, right? But like in terms of the propaganda aspect of it all, it just like it literally is the same shit that Israel does. So frustrating.
It's not.
It's like people are nasty to her.
I'm pointing out how weird it is for IDubbbz to reach out to him specifically. That's why I'm saying that.
Right.
I'm not comparing. It's in a vacuum.
IDubbbz to reach out to who? Tectone? I don't think IDubbbz reached out to Tectone. What the fuck? You should look into watching the Gaza Ghetto Uprising on stream. It was even made by a former Israeli. Yeah. God. Bro, wasn't it you who said platforming biggest is bad, yet you're letting Ethan farm you for views? Wait, I thought Hasan was upset. Isn't that what Ethan said last week? Bro, wasn't it you who said platforming bigots is bad? Yes, brother. There's a difference between platforming bigots and then also fucking like having a conversation for clarity, having a conversation that creates clarity in the minds of people in his audience that are absolutely amenable to my position if they were to hear what I actually have to say. I would be truly shocked if his entire community is completely swapped into like drama slop tube alt-right adjacent commentary. I think there's a lot of girly pops that still watch Ethan and still see Ethan and Hila as their comfort characters, not realizing that like they have also fallen down this like weird pathway of radicalization in the opposite direction. And I think those people can actually be convinced. Those people can actually change their minds if they see the fucking full picture. Anyway, I know what I'm doing. Please trust me. That's it. Nah, the girly pops are doing insane Islamophobia now. I know, but you know, I know what I'm doing. Let me fucking do my thing. Okay. How many years has it been at this point? Like, y'all have to trust me a little bit on this, right? You have to trust me a little bit. Okay. You did the same thing with the Andrew Tate. You were like, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. It's going to be bad. And it was like, never mind. It was actually pretty good. I'm glad that it happened. And it's the same when I tell you, like, it's good if the Democratic Party actually turns around and starts criticizing this administration for its ridiculous deportation policies, because that will get the media to pay attention to it. And then inevitably, once a big fuss is created around it, like, people's positions will change. They are not firmly planted on the Trump fascist, white nativist, anti-immigrant agenda. They will recognize the cruelty of it, and they will turn around and say, all right, we don't want this anymore. And the polling will reflect that reality. And guess what? That is actually what happened at the end. That is literally what happened at the end of the day. We're experiencing it right now. Trump is underwater on every single issue, with the exception of the one issue where there's no counter narrative and no counter messaging happening, which is the trans stuff. And even then, he's only 51%. He's only a net 1 point positive rating on his only issue. Just trust me when I say, I know what I'm doing, okay? I got a method to all of this madness. Let me cook. I am nervous, Hasan, truthfully. Do you get nervous before debate? No, I don't. Why would I? This is not a thing to get nervous around. This is like me just being honest and truthful and speaking about my experiences. Anyway, what was Bradley's time frame on Trump making everything amazing again? Oh, dude, I got to check in with Bradley Martin as well. I got to check in with Bradley as well to see like where he's at with respect to like how devastating the Trump admin has been so far. Cause like he's cooking him up. He's whipping it around. Anyway, look, Mohsen is finally free. Detained Palestinian American student speaks after his court hearing. We'll show you the images right here. Mohsen Madawi, Palestinian American student on a green card. It has been officially freed. For those of you who don't know, Mohsen was one of the student activist leaders. He is very outspoken. he's a humanist. He's a humanitarian. That was his main focus on this issue. He has tried to make inroads with even Zionists on campus and Israelis on campus and Israeli advocacy groups on campus in an effort to try and find a reasonable middle ground. He is perhaps one of the best examples of a perfect victim, like straightforwardly a perfect victim. And he was in perhaps one of the most depraved immigrant enforcement actions, in spite of his approach to the subject matter, in spite of the fact that he is a perfect communicator of the Palestinian Emancipatory Clause from the cause, Palestinian Emancipatory Cause from a perspective that like American shitty squishy liberals will also appreciate and understand. He was still unjustly apprehended, and his apprehension was absolutely insane. The way that they apprehended him was he knew that the government was most likely going to come after him, so he was in hiding in Vermont. Okay? And knowing full well that he was in hiding in Vermont, the government actually called him in to an immigration office. They called him into an immigration office to tell him that he could. They called him into an immigration office to tell him that this was the day of his citizenship test, like he was about to be naturalized as a U.S. citizen. Right before he went to this immigration facility, this immigration administrative facility, he gave an interview to Akilah Lacey where he basically said, either I am going to tomorrow become an American citizen, finally go through the naturalization process, become an American citizen, as they say they want to do, or I'm going to be detained by ICE. And the scariest, the scary thing that he suspected was going to happen did end up happening. 14 ICE plainclothes officers rolled up to his immigration hearing, his naturalization ceremony, what was supposed to be his naturalization ceremony, and detained him. They apprehended him and they put him in prison. And in the process, there wasn't a lot of fuss about this, with some very important and notable exceptions. I will admit, Bernie Sanders, I think, really disappointed me in this. But you know who didn't disappoint me? Ed Markey. You know who didn't disappoint me? The other Vermont senator. What's his name? Pete Wench? What was the other? No. Yeah, it's Peter Welsh. Sorry. Just like Peter Welsh, United States Senator from Vermont, he went and he talked to Mohsen directly, and he offered him a microphone. He offered he basically showed his plight to the rest of the world. He showed his plight to America. Okay? This was his interview. This was his last interview, by the way. Speaking to CBS's, what is her name? Lilia Luciano, one day before his scheduled citizenship interview in Vermont, where the Columbia student Palestinian activist was detained by immigration agents, where he told CBS, the work and activism that we have done was centered in the energy of love. We did it because of our love for humanity, our love for justice, our love for human rights. I want people to know my compassion extended beyond the Palestinian people. My compassion is also for the Jewish people and the Israelis as well. And in spite of all of that, they still arrested him. They still detained him. They still tried to accelerate the process of revoking his green card. And for what? A First Amendment violation. An incredibly scary precedent is on the verge of being set by this administration. They are trying to tackle this issue from the perspective. They're trying to tackle this issue from the perspective of immigration enforcement, where they want to say non-citizens do not have the same constitutional protections that citizens have. Can we watch the e-debate now, please? I need to go to sleep shortly. It hasn't started yet. What the fuck do you want me to do? Do you want me to go forward in time? God damn, some of you guys are so fucking horny for drama. Jesus Christ, dude. Let me fucking talk about real issues that matter, okay? As I was saying, right now, as it stands, contrary to the popular opinion of dumb reactionaries in the United States of America, as long as you are on U.S. soil, documented, undocumented, citizen, non-citizen alike, you are protected by the Constitution. The Constitution offers you protections against government overreach. That's what the Constitution is there to do. Okay? The Trump administration is trying to tackle this problem because it's a problem for them, because they don't want the First Amendment to exist. They don't want many constitutional protections to exist. Unlawful search and seizure is another constitutional protection that they don't want. And they've actually been able to get away with revoking the Fourth Amendment, 14th Amendment, and even freedom of speech in many instances, as a matter of fact. They've been able to take advantage of the previous erosions of certain constitutional amendments. And the way that they are doing this is so nefarious, but so visible. They're doing it in broad daylight. They are using immigration enforcement to decouple non-citizens, okay? Non-citizens as being protected by the Constitution. It is unconstitutional what they're doing here, okay? They are trying to erode due process. They are trying to take away the First Amendment rights of non-citizens. And they keep claiming that the non-citizens are actually devoid of constitutional protections anyway. This is a very dangerous precedent, especially when paired up with an erosion of the erosion of due process. Because once you take away due process, you can never show that you are a citizen. And the Trump administration has deported citizens already, citizen children, as a matter of fact, alongside their non-citizen parents. Understand that this is a major, major victory for civil liberties in this country, but it's not done yet. Yeah. And I'm glad that the judge openly admitted that even if he was a firebrand, even if he said stuff that I haven't even said, he has every right to remain on U.S. soil. You can 100%, if we're talking about constitutional protections, you can literally say whatever the fuck you want as a green card recipient and not get in trouble for it on that alone. You can't incite a riot, right? You can't do that. You can't do that. That is illegal. That's a separate offense. But you cannot be deported, which is a very high criminal penalty for simply saying things, for simply doing hate speech even. I'm not even talking about what Mohsen said, okay? I'm talking about like Nazi demonstrations of neo-Nazi shit. The Constitution protects citizens and non-citizens alike from demonstrating or from being prosecuted for demonstrating. That's the whole point. And these guys aren't doing that anyway. But I need you to understand that there's a reason why the First Amendment exists. And this is precisely that reason. It is so that a fascist administrative state can't just unjustifiably revoke your legal status on U.S. soil for the crime of saying fuck Israel, which Mohsen didn't even say, by the way. But I'm glad that this judge also put his foot down and even said, even if he's a peaceful figure, but he has rights even if he were a firebrand, as I said as well. Remember, I said these exact same words. Jeffrey Crawford, the judge in Wednesday's ruling, wrote that those who know Madawi describe him as a peaceful figure who seeks consensus in a highly charged political environment. But Crawford added, even if he were a firebrand, his conduct is protected by the First Amendment. The court is aware that he has offended his political opponents and apparently given rise to concerns at the State Department that he's an obstacle to American foreign policy. Such conduct is insufficient to support a finding that he is in any way a danger, as we use that term in the context of detention and release. Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day, Crawford said, citing the Red Scare and McCarthy-era targeting of people for their political views. The wheel of history has come around again, but as before, these times of excess will pass. But as before, these times of excess will pass. What an incredible statement from this fucking judge. And it's shocking because, like, in this day and age, the situation in America has gotten so off balance, so unimaginably broken, that when a judge says, no, the law is the fucking law, he is not an activist judge at all. He is just abiding by the constitutional standards that were set. These are some of the best aspects of the American Constitution. Like, I often say, fuck the Constitution. I wipe my ass with it because the interpretation of the Constitution is so damaged at this point by activist judges put into positions of power by the Federalist Society over a 40-year-long project where they basically revoked super precedents that they said they would never touch, like Roe v. Wade, right? Having said that, there are certain protections that, like, liberalism has afforded to all people that were better than previous administrative, previous forms of governance. We are not living in the time of monarchs or feudal peasants at this point. And it's crazy to me that fascism in many ways tries to go back to that, tries to claw back the restrictions that have been set by not only the social contract, but directly by putting pen to paper in the form of the fucking constitutional amendments. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Due process and First Amendment protections are fundamental. Those are the only good things about America. The fact that those have been eroded in the past for a political purpose, like the McCarthyist Red Scare trials, is already a dark period of American history. It is completely unacceptable. It is completely fucking unacceptable. And I'm so glad that there are, like, still people in positions of power. Their power is waning, for the record, because Trump also sees this as a hurdle to implement his fascist agenda. Okay? And wants to arrest these people. Like, that's what's so crazy. They want to fucking arrest these judges, too. They want to revoke the separation of powers. They want the judicial body to no longer have no longer function as a separate entity. Like, think about that. There's no checks and balances at that point. That's the whole fucking purpose for how this society was designed. I thought people loved this shit. I thought this was what was all about, what it was all about, you know? This is what America's supposed to be about. These are the good things of America and American society. Oh. Judge noted that he received 90 submissions from community members, experts, professors who attested to Mohsen's character, many of them being Jews. Yeah, I also do need you to understand, okay? People will say, like, Jewish exceptionalism, blah, 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 blah. Like, we live in the United States of America, okay? There's a reason why you have to manage the way you talk about these issues. We live in the fucking Western world. Americans are very one note. They don't have the same based opinion of constantly offering critical support to any sort of militancy that is against America. You need this kind of defense. It sucks, but it's the truth. And this is good because this sets a precedent of defense against the administration taking even more erroneous and belligerent actions against people who are in violation of the laws that they've set forth on their own, as to claim that you can't say anything mean about fucking Israel. In granting the release of Mahdawi, the judge noted that the court had received more than 90 submissions from community members, academic experts, and professors who know Mahdawi, many of them Jewish, attesting to his character and consistently describing him as peaceful. Can we stop pretending that precedent matters, like, at all right now? Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen to me. Listen to my words. This doesn't mean that it's over. This doesn't mean that this battle is done. But just stop fucking complaining when things move slowly in the positive direction, even by a fucking inch. This is objectively a good thing. A lot of you are too young, I think, to understand how much time and how much steady flow of information must be hammered into the minds of the fucking Americans for them to basically comprehend what's going on. Trump has shown he doesn't care, though. I know he doesn't care, but it does not matter. This action against Mohsen Mahdawi And this action against Mahmoud Khalil and Rumeysa Öztürk and many others was already his lack of care being demonstrated. So don't fucking look a gift horse in the goddamn mouth, okay? What's the alternative? That he just fucking gets packed out? He gets shipped out of the country? What's the alternative? He goes to the fucking West Bank, gets shot by Israel or detained permanently, and in the process, America sets a new precedent that non-citizens don't have any fucking rights, and that simultaneously non-citizens don't have any constitutional protections, even if they're green card recipients, even if they're legal permanent residents. They have a green card. They're basically about to become American citizens, right? And now it's over. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. You can't say anything about Israel. You can get fucking ethered. You can just get lasered out of existence. They'll just ship your ass to CCOT. It does not matter that the Trump administration doesn't care about due process or doesn't care about the rule of law. You still have to use things that exist, defenses that exist to your advantage. Do you not understand this argument? I just brought up the fact that, you know, there are constitutional interpretive hurdles in front of making progress in this goddamn country. Like when it comes to gun control, for example, right? The Second Amendment and its false interpretation is a major hurdle in achieving any sort of reasonable gun safety measures, okay? We can't do it. We just simply can't do it, and it's because of this false interpretation. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep attempting. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep trying. That doesn't mean you throw the entire Constitution in the trash or don't use the existing institutions and what remains of their institutional defense capabilities to your advantage in this process to basically put a stopgap measure on growing fascism in this country. Use the tools that are given to you to your advantage to keep pushing. An anonymous gifter, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Why is it not worse than it is right now? What's stopping an ICE agent for taking this protesters to El Salvador? Anyway, I'm like I said, this is a fantastic moment. This is incredible victory, and it's just the beginning. Like I said, with Chris Van Hollen going down to CCOT to see Kilmar Abrego Garcia in person and get proof of life and have him actually shipped out of CCOT to a different detention facility, that was a major victory. That was a good start. That was a major battle won. It's not the war. This is not a victory. This is a bare minimum. No, it is a victorious battle. It is not the end of the war, okay? The war is still ongoing. The war against fascism is still happening. But this is a battle, a very important battle. And there's still plenty more to fight. A lot of you think that the struggle against fascism is supposed to happen overnight with a momentous, spontaneous, revolutionary victory that happens overnight. And all you have to do is post a little bit on Twitter and then boom. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Okay. It takes years and years and years of constantly trying to convince people. And you should remember that. That's why I always tell you, being a leftist is all about taking L's over and over and over again and trying to find the marginal victories that you see as you move society in the right direction day in and day out. Maybe you convinced one person yesterday and that person convinced another tomorrow. That is how this grows. That is how this movement grows. And it's just like that. This little victory in this battle is important because the media now covers it. And then now more people are aware of the depravity of this administration. Okay? So stop. Stop with a defeatist attitude to have in this very moment.
Wait. And the Mohawk people who used to live here and who we are standing on their remainings. I say aho mitakuya uyasan, all of my relations. Second part, I want to thank all of you here. I want to thank everyone who held the sign, who raised their voice, who wrote a post, who contacted their representatives, who sang a song, who made a prayer. Thank you.
And by the way, there's a big scoop coming from the Bulwark where Hakeem Jeffries, is actually telling Democrats he doesn't want more trips to El Salvador. Okay? That's another hurdle. That is a self-imposed hurdle from the supposed counterbalance, the supposed countermeasure against growing fascism in this country. This is one of the leaders of the Democratic Party using his leadership role to basically undermine radical change, popular change. And I need you to understand, he is also absolutely standing in the way of progress. Okay? And he will be yelled at and he will pull it back, or his office will dispute it or something like that. But if there are hurdles amongst your own ranks in terms of doing the right thing, if Hakeem Jeffries is an enemy to progress, then you just need to communicate that to people and say, this person is horrible. He's not doing his fucking job. Same with Chuck Schumer, another leader in the Democratic Party. What is Chuck Schumer worried about? What is Chuck Schumer focusing on? Silly ass nonsense in this time where one of his constituents was basically grabbed by plainclothes officers and unjustifiably shipped off to a Louisiana detention facility to be deported for the crime of being a student leader, a student protest leader, being the face of a student protest movement in Colombia, being on the right side of history against the apartheid state of Israel, doing a fucking genocide. And Chuck Schumer is too busy going on his book tour talking about how the left has a real anti-Semitism problem and lightly agreeing with Donald Trump on how to deal with these bad boys, okay? These bad guys who are saying mean things about the state of Israel, who he seemingly cares a lot about, okay? Instead of but also criticizing Trump with a stern letter that he wrote alongside Cory Booker and many of these other charlatans to say, well, you just didn't go about it the right way. You didn't go about it the right way. We are totally on board with you actually doing this deportation agenda against criticizers of Israel, but you just have to do it the right way. What do you mean do it the right way? There is no right way to deport someone for saying mean things about Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no way. This is the United States of America. It's one of the most important aspects of American civilization is that you can say this kind of stuff and not be penalized by the government. That's the whole purpose of the First Amendment. This is what it was set up for, okay? This is literally what it was designed for. That's the whole purpose of the First Amendment. Free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of expression. This is the reason. To be able to speak out and organize and express your thoughts against growing fascism. That's like the whole point. Maybe not fascism at the time, but like, you know, against monarchy, unjustifiable constructs, against tyranny. That was the whole purpose, right? The American Revolution. What the fuck was this whole thing about? Just killing Native Americans and having slaves? Is that what the whole thing was? I mean, that was certainly an important aspect of it, but like this was the good stuff. What are we doing? But the reason why I bring up this fucking dumbass is because his approval rating is the lowest in Congress right now. His approval rating is the lowest in the Republican leadership, in the Democratic leadership. His approval rating is worse than Donald Trump. Like, he is in the shitter. And there's a reason for it, because while all of this stuff is happening, let's take a look at what this guy is focusing on, okay? I'm still here. Brief F. Ay, ay, ay. So goddamn annoying. Why? Why does it always happen like this? Ay, ay, ay. I'm here. I'm back. Every goddamn day, dude. There's gonna be a point, and every day, there's gonna be a point where every single day, there's gonna be a moment where I just get like that brief F. And I don't know why it happens. And it's not my CPU. It's not my CPU. It's not my CPU. Okay, it's not my CPU, and it's not even I don't even know if it's my ISP or not. It's Chuck Schumer. That's what happened. Chuck Schumer clapped me. Chuck Schumer sending a warning. He's like, don't talk shit. Don't you dare talk shit, big dog. I'll come after you. He said, Hasan, you think you can stream? You think you can stream, Hasan?
Hell no.
That's what he said. Were you silent or were you silenced? Yeah. Hey, dude, I don't want to backseat, but have you considered it might be because you're a stupid idiot baby? Fuck, I didn't consider that. I did not consider that, chatter. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's probably because I'm a stupid idiot baby. Fucking dumbass. You're so stupid. Yeah. Chuck Schumer, is it because I'm a stupid idiot baby? Is that the reason why I can't stream? Is that what's going on?
Hell no.
Yeah, well, guess what? Chuck thinks, no. Yeah. Americans love to believe the mythology of the revolution and to think of themselves in that mythology, but the fact of the matter is Americans are too lazy or caught up in their own lives to really do anything unless it directly affects them. It's fine. Our purpose, our job here, my job especially, is to have a bullhorn, to yell at people, to help them understand that this is going to impact them. That is what I do every single day, and I will continue to do so. Okay? That is what I do. That is my job. And that should be your job as well. My job is to urge you to also do this exact same thing to people in your immediate vicinity. There are 30,000 plus people in here. We can make an impact. We are making an impact. We are changing people's minds every single day. Remember that. Be kind to people, be ruthless to systems, and keep talking to others and engage in the act of protest. Get other people involved. Get your family members involved. You just have to keep working. That is the reason why I think it's important to recognize when there is a victory, albeit is it Pyrrhic or Pyrrhic? I know people yell at me when I say it wrong. Like even if there's a small victory, you cannot discard this. You cannot say that this is unimportant. This is stupid. This is important. This is important. This is important because this will cause more people to pay attention to it. This will make people aware of the depravity. And it is your opportunity in this very moment to tie this back to individual liberties that Americans do care about. Maybe they don't give a shit about Israel. Maybe they're a little worried. Mohsen Madawi, that sounds like a brown guy. It sounds kind of scary to me. But you got to make people understand that this is an attack against the First Amendment because every American does care about that.
A Columbia student detained by ICE is now free after a federal judge ordered his immediate release.
It's not a Pyrrhic victory anyway, because it's not a useless victory, but it is a costly one.
For U.S. citizenship, the judge says his 2 weeks in detention demonstrate great harm to a person who has been charged with no crime. Now, Madawi says he has faith in the justice system, saying injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
If we have faith in our beliefs, unshakable beliefs, which is the belief that justice is inevitable, we will not fear anyone because our fight is a fight for democracy, is a fight for humanity. Amen. To President Trump and his cabinet, yes, I am not afraid of you.
Hell yeah.
And let's bring in ABC News immigration reporter Armando Garcia for more. Armando, what more can you tell us about this decision and the significance here?
Well, it's definitely very significant because we got to remember Mohsen Madawi is just one of several students right now that are in immigration detention centers across the country being targeted by the Trump administration for their role in the pro-Palestinian protests on campuses. In his ruling, the judge said that Mohsen should be allowed to continue his studies. As we've reported, he is expected to graduate next year, in just a few weeks next month. But also, this is just really, really stunning because a lot of people are going to be looking at this case. As I mentioned, there's a lot of students that have been targeted by the Trump administration for similar reasons, but they're still in detention.
Yeah, I'll work to get Madawi on. I'm sure there's plenty of people that are in the chat right now that know him personally. I would love to have him on. Mohsen, I know you're probably pretty busy right now, but would love to have you on the broadcast. Is he actually free? Because courts also said Kilmar should be free, but isn't? No, he's literally walking free currently, so he is free. I mean, I don't know for how long. They might try to do some fuck shit once again, but yeah. I know someone who might possibly know someone who probably knows him. He's free, but he's still pending the case. He's just out on bail. I know, but he's functionally free. Part of that is because he was apprehended in Vermont, and they were able to have an expeditious trial on a bail determination. Like that was these are the reasons as to why normally ICE will move very fast to take you out and put you in Jenna, right? Like to put you in a Louisiana detention facility, like they did with Mahmoud Khalil, and that complicates things. But it's a deliberate design. So why are you angry at Bernie? The reason why I'm not angry at Bernie, I'm disappointed with Bernie because Pete Welch actually went. Peter Welch is a Vermont senator, just like Bernie Sanders is. He actually went to the detention facility and talked directly to Mohsen Madawi, and Bernie did not do that. And I wanted him to do that. I wanted him to not just like write tweets about how terrible this is, or talk about it in his protests, talk about it in his like fighting the oligarchy rallies, but like to directly take action. I wish that he would have done that. I think that this is important enough, given that this is your constituent, this is important enough to make time for. I'm sorry, before people say there is a fighting oligarchy tour, like you are misunderstanding, because the inevitability of Mohsen's release would have shown Americans that there is a way out of this, okay? This is all about not just organizing people and getting them together and engaging in the act of catharsis and saying, oh, wow, look how bad the situation is, okay? This is about mobilizing people. Bernie Sanders has an incredible mobilization capacity. He is bringing out 30,000 people, okay? He is bringing out 30,000 people to go listen to him, to go listen to AOC. I think it was a major mistake not to take this momentum and then focus it directionally on some of these issues that he does speak about, right? And that's why, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I actually DM'd Faiz, okay? I DM'd Faiz a while back, and I was like, listen, he has not responded. He doesn't follow me back, so maybe he didn't see it. But I DM'd him, and I was like, is Bernie thinking about doing any of this? Like, is he thinking about like actually showing up to one of these events? As you guys know, because I think it's like, I say, hey man, does Bernie plan on doing something around Mohsen or Mahmoud's release? Would love to participate in that and work to get as much coverage as possible. And part of the reason why I wanted this to happen was because the more people are involved in this, the more media attention is on the story. And the more media attention is on the story, the more people understand the depravity, right? The rallies aren't at all incompatible. Hold one in front of ICE. No, I mean, my expectation is not that he rallies in front of ICE. That would be great, right? That would be awesome. But what Peter Welch did was fantastic. He went to the facility. He got access to Mohsen. He talked to him directly. You know, this is how you do it. And before people say he declined, fuck Bernie, he's no ally, shut up, chatters. You can express your disappointment with your comrades. You can express disappointment with people that you are by and large in agreement with. Okay, calm down. I'm just explaining what I think would have been a fortuitous, even politically fortuitous moment that Bernie Sanders and AOC could have capitalized on as well, knowing full well that if they were to offer a megaphone to this cause, that one, they would associate themselves, or they would basically calcify their position as like defenders of the First Amendment, as going up against this administration's unjustifiable policies of eroding the First Amendment. And they would have been able to do additional conferences on top of this to say, like, look, see, we are showing, like, they would have been able to instill confidence in their mobilization. They would have been able to instill confidence in being able to make changes, no matter how tiny it may seem right now, by mobilizing people directionally like this. This is why I kept saying, like, I think politicians are doing a great job. Like Bernie Sanders is doing a great job. AOC is doing a great job with organizing and getting people to come out to rallies. But I think they should be mobilizing them directionally against some of these causes as well, in an effort to show the people that they are bringing out to these rallies that there is a different path forward. There is a way to put people first, and there is a way to get bodies into these there's a way to get bodies into these rooms that will actually cause people to second guess before they make these fascist decisions. I also think there's another issue here. Yes, I think they should be endorsing Zoran as well. Yes, I think Bernie and AOC should be using some of this opportunity that they have, using some of this media momentum that they've developed by going out and doing these rallies to offer Zoran something he needs desperately to win this New York mayoral race, and that is name recognition. Zoran's biggest hurdle right now is name recognition. He's locked down the irony poisoned Zoomers and all the leftists and the DSA types and everybody else. They love him. I love him. He's great. He needs to get the aunties and the uncles. He needs to get the black and Latino and all of the other like unks and aunties to be on board. And I think the only thing that needs to happen for that to happen is to get in front of them. That's it. And they would get in front. Zoran's name would get in front of them, I think, if AOC and Bernie actually endorsed them. And I suspect that they will. They probably are not doing it yet because they're going to do like a maximum impact endorsement, I suspect. I hope, because if they don't, oh my God, that would be so disappointing. Like, that would be incredibly disappointing. Yeah, if they go with Brad Lander, who is the safe choice, he's not like a horrible person either. But if they go with Brad Lander, that will be really sad because Brad doesn't have the juice. Zoran does. Zoran is the #1 pick right now. And people will say cowardly, oh, it's ranked choice voting, so who cares? Like, as long as you're going after a progressive slant. Yeah, it's cowardly because Zoran needs name recognition and doesn't have it. If he got that name recognition, he would absolutely explode in popularity. He would become a genuine oppositional figure to unseat, like to ruin the chances of Andrew Cuomo. That is the major hurdle here. This is precisely why it has to be deliberate. An endorsement has to be deliberate, and it has to directly say Zoran so that people look him up.
Mr. Khalil has just been ordered removable under one count under the administration's charges against him. So this is something definitely that they're going to be using to see if they could find relief for their clients as well.
So as you say, he's not the only student who's been detained over pro-Palestinian activism. You're kind of touching on this, but can you tell a little bit more about how the...
Some chatters are defending Bernie by saying it's called being strategic, but they don't understand there was nothing strategic about it. No, there was, if anything, it would have been brilliant for Bernie to use all of the momentum he has. Bernie Sanders is old, yes, but he has a lot of momentum. He has a lot of motion, okay? This is a gimme. This is not only going to elevate his status as someone who is a real fighter against the administration, this is going to be a mutually beneficial. It would have been a mutually beneficial movement because this way, not only does he look like he played a role in this release, okay, is easy W, but also on top of that, he gets to instill confidence in his audience. He gets to instill confidence in his followers that their voices matter. That is what we have to do right now, because a lot of people, especially in the aftermath of what took place in 2020, where they went out and they protested Black Lives Matter, throw up the black fist, commodification of radical movements and a neutering of radical movements. 8 can't wait. Democrats actually, after COVID, go out and win the election. People did everything. People did everything that they were supposed to do. If you're an elderly Gen Z or a young millennial, you took it to the streets and you protested. You fucked shit up. You yelled from the rooftops. Then you went out and you voted. You voted for Biden. You voted for Brandon, who was supposed to be the oppositional figure that was better than Donald Trump. And you saw nothing in return for that. You saw nothing in return for that. Okay? That, I think, played a major role in ruining the confidence of an entire generation where they saw nothing from doing all of the right things. Because when you... in popular culture, in the books that you read, what do you hear? You hear that you take it to the streets and you protest, you engage in civil disobedience, then you go out and you vote and you do your civic duty, and then change is supposed to happen. But no change comes in the aftermath of that. What does that do? What does that do to the collective consciousness of an entire generation? It causes despair. It causes nihilism. A lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people are completely oblivious to it, where they think like, oh, well, they discount it. They think, oh, well, whatever, that's just politics, baby. That is how it is. That is not how it's supposed to be. We must also combat apathy. And a great way to do that is by not only mobilizing people, not only organizing people to go to the rallies, right, but to mobilize them directionally against the causes you care about. And if it wasn't about Israel, Palestine, let's say, and about something else that Bernie talks about, because he talks about this as well. He doesn't think this is a justifiable position, okay? Before people go crazy and be like, yo, Bernie's just an ultra-Zionist and, he loves Itamar Ben-Gvir. That's why he's not saying anything. Like, no, that's not the case either. I mean, he said abhorrent things, for sure. 17 months into a genocide saying Israel's right to defend itself, that is abhorrent. Like, that is ridiculous. And he's been outflanked by people who are succeeding him, like AOC and many others. He's not shy about endorsing people who have more radical positions than him on this issue. Okay? Having said that, he has been an active defender of the First Amendment and has defended the First Amendment against BDS, against AIPAC in the past when no other congressperson ever talked about it. This is precisely the reason why I tried to broach the subject matter from the point of view of First Amendment protections when talking about Mahmoud Khalil when I was face to face with Bernie before his Nevada rally. We didn't have enough time to get into it, but that is what I think. That is what I think Bernie should be doing, because I know he cares about this. I know this is an issue that he does care about. It's not secondary for him. It's not inconsequential for him, and. Not only that, but that's why I'm disappointed about him not showing up for Mohsen specifically, because he was his constituent. What do you mean free speech against BDS? Bernie Sanders and Dianne Feinstein are the two figures in the Senate, the only two lone senators that have criticized anti-BDS legislation that passed in, like, at that point, it was like 20 states or something. This was a decade ago. Yes, she's dead now. My point is, at the time when anti-BDS legislation was passing in states like Texas, which I'm going to be talking about in a little bit, okay, with the Governor Greg Abbott going ultra woke mode in defense of the state of Israel in the state of Texas. But you know, those were the two people that fucking actively criticized this shit. Where did you go last night? You ended early. I want to watch the VOD. I went to do the podcast with the girly pops. I went to whine about it. It's not live, but it will be out. Yeah. Here, this is it. Look. Sanders, Feinstein urged Senate to reject anti-BDS bill, threat to free speech. Two of the most prominent Jewish members of the Senate warned that the Israel Anti-Boycott Act will harm free speech in the United States. This is from December 19, 2018. I wish he would mobilize people, even if he doesn't care about the issue, but I do know he cares about it, right? I know he cares about this. But even if he didn't care about the issue from the perspective of, like, defending people's free speech or whatever, this is an opportunity to galvanize and embolden your audience. This is an opportunity to combat the apathy that they feel. It is a way to show with your work that you putting bodies in front of this issue, you mobilizing people in front of issues directionally, engaging in direct action and participating in civil disobedience works. That's my point. I hope people can understand what I'm saying here. The Vermont congressional delegation, 2 senators and 1 rep, have a joint statement applauding the decision to free Mohsen Mahdawi. Senator Bernie Sanders, Peter Welch, and Representative Becca Balint today released the following statement after Judge Jeffrey Crawford ordered the release of Mohsen Mahdawi, who was illegally detained by the Trump administration. We are relieved that Mohsen Mahdawi was released on bail from ICE detention in Vermont and that the constitutional right to due process prevailed. Mohsen Mahdawi is here in the United States legally and acted legally. He should never experience this grave injustice, said Sanders, Welch, and Balint. The Trump administration's actions in this case and in so many other cases of wrongfully detained, deported, and disappeared people are shameful and immoral. This is an important first step. We will continue to fight against President Trump's assault on the rule of law. I understand. What's the point of having 30K people if you're not going to use them for something? Exactly. But I do. But that's the thing. What do? I want Bernie to do more of what I do, which is to, like, go out there. You know what I mean? Ironically enough, why do I go out there? Why do I speak on fucking protests? Why do I go out to rallies? Because I want you to do the same. You know? I want not only for people to gather in rallies and engage in the act of catharsis, which is important to do, okay? It's important for people to recognize how horrible things actually are. That's the first step. Awareness is the first step. But after awareness, you have to move on to organizing. And after you organize, you have to mobilize. Anyway, here's another fantastic thing that took place, of course, in the aftermath of the release of Mohsen Mahdawi. Shai Davide is crying. I don't want to talk about Mohsen Mahdawi being released from prison. Soon we will all pay for Mohsen's freedom. Yeah. I was a leftist for a long time, but it's extremely helpful to gather and discuss because I run out of steam trying to wake up fucking normies. Yeah. Shai Davide. He's crying. Shai David. Shai David. Yeah. Shai David, baby. Fucking bitch made, by the way. What a ginormous bitch Shai Davide is, crying that the Trump administration did not force through an unjustifiable apprehension and revocation of legal permanent residency status from a person who didn't even do anything wrong to Shai, by the way. He actually, Mohsen, is one of these guys that's like impossible to persecute, okay? He is too peaceful for his own good, I would say. From what I understand, Mohsen actually met Shai and had what he thought was a productive conversation, but that fucking lunatic turned around and demanded his detention, his permanent detention. God damn. Is no one going to think about my feelings? Like, why? Why is it always your feelings that matter in this process? Why can't we erode? Why can't we erode constitutional protections? My feelings were hurt when you said Israel is bad. Nazi freak, dude. Nazi freak with the mind of a petulant child. This is the problem. I can't believe that these guys get to dominate discourse, dude. Holy fuck. How selfish. Like, if you had a sense of shame, you would recognize your own moral depravity, okay? You would recognize your own moral depravity and you would shut the fuck up, at least. Because there's plenty of people out there who were popping off, if you recall, in the early month of October in 2023. They are silent now. Why? Because at least they understand the capacity to feel shame, where they're like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be chirping right now. Maybe I shouldn't be putting myself in the forefront of this conversation in this incredibly selfish capacity. Anyway, speaking of petulant children, let's go and watch a lecture that is currently taking place on the H3 podcast. My former podcast co-host is talking to Sam Cedar. I believe it's supposed to happen soon.
I know he has 2 losses. I have 2 losses.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what the fuck he's watching at. Where is Sam Cedar?
Because he's like,
where's Sam
I
Cedar?
think you'd win.
I mean,
and I think everyone would be wanting you to win.
You cry and complain about propaganda and the rights of leftist free speech under attack. You literally are a leftist propagandist and time out or ban anyone who has a difference in opinion. You weren't complaining when right wingers were getting censored and canceled during previous years. Hypocrite law. Keep losing, you fucking loser. The right owns the world, and you have no power. Cupcake, hysterical DEIs. Point to me a singular right wing person that has been jailed specifically for their speech. Give me an instance where the Brandonian administration actually took out a right-wing organizer specifically for speech, for exercising their First Amendment rights, because that would be unconscionable and repugnant and immoral. Go ahead. They're going to say January 6th. Come on, dude. Dude, if brown dudes wearing keffiyehs stormed the fucking Capitol, they would be melted with machine gun fire. What are we talking about, January 6th? Go ahead. Tell me about... Do you know what the First Amendment is supposed to protect you from? It's not to protect you or shelter you from criticism for exercising your free speech. It is supposed to protect you from the government enforcing your speech, the government controlling your speech. It's a protection for you against the government. Anyway, Sam is on. Let's take a look.
Cedar, what a fucking nightmare.
How have you been, Sam, since we ruined Steven Crowder's life together? Nice to see you again.
I've been feeling very badly for him.
Yes,
we're all.
It's a tragic loss of a great career and so much potential.
Yes, it is. Hey, are we live now?
We are live on the H3 channel, yes.
I want to just start by sort of apologizing in that I sent you a DM on Twitter 6 months ago or something. I was just going through to find out, and then I just realized you're no longer on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that
he
explains why
Does Ron go in his chat? What do you mean?
He may no. Yeah, I didn't see it. I wish I would have, but honestly,
What do you mean?
I don't know what to do because like I want to get off Twitter, but also it's kind of a pain because Twitter is the way that like I would reach out and speak to most people. But I also don't want to be on a platform that's like owned and perpetuates basically like Nazi
Why would I
shit,
go in his
so.
chat?
Yeah, this was yes, I understand that.
Yeah,
but I just wanted you to know I did reach out, and it was on me not to realize that. I just assumed he didn't want to respond, but
okay, well, that's nice to know that you reached out. I appreciate that. And the reason, I mean, obviously, people have been pushing for this conversation. I don't know if you know like the whole lore of it, the background of it.
I don't. I mean, this is all I know is that Hasan reached out to me sometime. I mean, I got in touch with you October 24th, and I said that I was meaning to reach out for a couple of weeks. So I assume it was sometime in early October, and my thought we were just going to do this off air, but
that's what I wanted.
My
I was
understanding
like, talk to him
is
privately.
that you and he were getting into it, and you felt like because he wasn't Jewish, he didn't have a perspective on this, and that's why he suggested that you speak to me. I don't speak for all Jews, just to be clear.
Right.
I speak for only myself as a in any form.
Well,
whatsoever.
Sam, allow me to speak for all Jews, if I may, today.
Please.
No, but actually, I mean that's a total mischaracterization, which is kind of my problem with Hasan, which we can get into if you want. We don't even have to talk about Hasan, but basically, what I told him was that I was citing polling data that shows that about 70 to 80% of diaspora Jews
he's gonna cook
have
him.
some
Oh,
kind
it's
of
coming.
positive feelings
Oh, Sam
towards
is
the
gonna
state
cook
of
his
Israel.
ass. He's gonna
And
be like,
he
"That's
was
faulty
disagreeing
data.
with
It's
me.
bullshit."
And, I mean, this is available by polls, readily available by Pew Research just last month, showing that. And I have, I don't know if you're quite,
He's gonna
if you
say,
agree with
that's
that
just,
or not. I can pull it up.
American Jews saying Israel's important to them. Israel's important to me, but that doesn't mean that I like Israel.
At least positive feelings about the state of Israel. I was stating that fact to him, and he was saying that I was wrong.
That is just
and
a
I said,
question
"Who are you to
answered
talk about
by
this?" I did not say
diaspora Jews about whether Israel is important to them or not. That doesn't mean that they're Zionists. Israel's important to me in my life as well.
That's not what I took him to say, but yeah, I mean, Hasan is that's irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I haven't seen that poll. I've seen ones that have said that they have a connection. They feel a connection, either strong or somewhat.
Yeah.
Which is different than positive per se.
So
but regardless, I mean, I think if I don't know your upbringing at all, but I mean certainly my upbringing, my Hebrew education was, I would say, 1/3 Holocaust, and I'm older, and so this was in the 70s, 1/3 into the 80s, 1/3 Holocaust, 1/3 Israel, 1/3 Hebrew, like Hebrew and Jewish culture, and I certainly feel a strong connection to Israel, but I wouldn't call it positive these days.
Sure. I guess I think what the poll attempts to is basically, if you ask Hasan or a lot of people on the left, I think an emotional attachment is the way to describe this. So it's like if you think
I certainly have an emotional attachment, and it's not, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as positive.
This isn't the one, is it, Dan? There's one that shows 73%.
Dude, he's saying just because you have an attachment to Israel doesn't mean
anyway,
that you're
it doesn't
a
really
Zionist.
matter. Regardless, basically, I want to flesh out my ideas, my thoughts, because I'm being characterized by Hasan and a lot of his cohorts as being, a Zionist, being pro-Israel, being a Israel apologist, being a genocide supporter, being a baby killer, being married to a baby killer, et cetera, right? My wife is Israeli. I don't know if you know that. So basically, I would like to just take the opportunity to explain my ideas, what I think about Israel, and you can tell me what you think, because apparently I will only listen to other Jewish people. So finally, I can speak to someone whose opinion matters to me. So thank you, as the official sanctioned Jewish man, Sam Cedar, everybody.
No one said that.
100%
I did not say
Ashkenazi?
that. That is also a mischaracterization. He has
I haven't
lived experience,
but
and he trusts.
I'm quite sure I have some Sephardic Jewish ancestry too. So I would mix.
That's good.
Vilnius and Hungary, I think.
Good for you. I think that's always a good thing. My friend, I'm 99.3%, so that's my.
All
that's
right, well,
that's where my authority comes from.
I'll take your word for it.
So at any rate, let me start here by showing you a little context.
Oh, let me also just say I got about an hour.
Okay,
I gotta
great.
Get home.
Well, I'll just get into it then. Oh, here it is.
Not enough. That's not enough
that it
time,
matters,
Uncle.
Okay, whatever. So let's start here. Let's start with a little icebreaker here. I know we're both fans of Tim Pool. Okay, let's just enjoy this image together. Tim Pool recently at a wedding.
Wait, what?
And can you see? Can you see that?
Did he get married?
Well, I think he's attending a wedding.
Okay.
And he's very formally
stalling?
dressed, except he appears to be wearing a beanie.
I would. I'm
God,
aware
he's
of his
filibustering.
beanie attachment.
Bro!
So I don't know.
Why are you filibustering the conversation?
Fine look for our good friend Tim Pool there. Very good.
Nice suit.
Yeah. So well, let me ask you this: what have you kind of like heard about me? Because I mean, I know that your colleagues have an opinion.
I got to be honest with you. I have not heard much. I have, like, you know, the only thing I really saw that came up in any of my mentions on Blue Sky, I'm also on Blue Sky, is just this issue about talking to me, and I had presumed that that was it. But I don't, you know, like, look, from my perspective, I'm not, you know, and I know that there's been, you know, you mentioned in the email that there's been a lot of grief that you have taken, and I know that other people have also taken grief on all sides of this. And you know, the personal aspects of this, and you know, I don't believe that people. I don't actively attempt to deplatform people. I don't think people should do that. I don't think people should be swatted.
This is not going well.
Try to be fired or whatever, or you know, have CPS sicked on them or any of that. I mean, I just don't think that's appropriate. I mean, I'm more interested in talking about my relationship to Zionism and my perspective on what Israel is doing, and you know, what is happening in Gaza. And
I totally agree. Let's just talk about the facts. Let me start by showing you this clip. So I've been actually talking about my feelings on the Israel-Gaza Palestinian dispute situation for a long time. I lived in Israel for 5 years as well when I was with my wife early on.
Doesn't know the full scope
here's my
of
position
his
right after October 7th. And you can tell me if you have any... you know, if you have any comments on any of my positions here. But this was posted on, this was from our episode a few days after October 7th.
Showcase himself as like, you know, pro-Palestinian unconditionally.
Liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most like radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hell-bent on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world.
I wonder what this background is.
50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building,
I wonder
the chances that
I wonder what the background of this show is that he's on, where he's saying these things.
Okay, it's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting.
What is Chad saying?
I've seen videos. You know, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his
Hasan
dead like 5-year-old daughter.
La, la, la. I was there for this conversation. I know all of this.
I don't need to watch this part because it just gets a little too emotional.
This
But
is precisely
I mean, so
the
that
reason
was my
why-
take right
This
after
is precisely the
October
reason why
7th,
I
and
literally
obviously
thought Ethan
that
was
coming
with the
off
cause
end of
for the
me
longest
being,
time.
Like kind of, I mean, I'm an Israeli citizen. The morning of October 7th, me and my wife were up at 3 a.m. as families were calling into news stations from their safe houses, people being burned alive with their families being murdered while on the phone with news. So coming off of that
Damn,
emotional,
he's so brave. Thank you, Ethan, for saying Palestinians are humans and Israel is doing a genocide even after October 7th.
My reaction. Now, I don't know if there's something Zionist or pro-Israel I said there, but maybe I don't understand.
I mean, I might. I think much of what you said was true. I'm not sure, frankly, if what we've seen Israel do in terms of Gaza is not broadly supported in Israel. I'm not seeing the body politic. I mean, I was doing a lot of interviews with Israeli reporters earlier in 2023 about the protests against what Netanyahu was doing with the judiciary. And there was a question as to whether Israelis would.
He's going to say Sam agrees with me and he hates you because you're anti-Semitic. That's like his goal here is to be like, why have you called me a Zionist when Sam believes that I'm not?
Places like the West Bank and in Gaza in some fashion, and more so the West Bank at that time. And so I think it's hard to make an argument. And look, I would make it's not a perfect analogy as to what's happening in this country, but when you talk about the Israeli population not having a problem with what's going on in Gaza, I don't see a lot of evidence of that. There's certainly, I would imagine, a percentage of Israelis, and I know some of them who think that Israel should stop its assault there, but I don't think I don't see a lot of evidence that a year and a half later,
he's
after
done so
you've
much more
said those
Hasbro
things,
since then, so it's like disingenuous for him to present that.
This is not the character of the vast majority of Israeli society. I mean, I'm not necessarily convinced that they are as aware. I mean, I've talked to people who have reported in the West Bank, and they said they would go from the West Bank into Israel, and the lack of awareness of what was happening in the West Bank by Israelis was shocking to them. So, I can't say if the Israeli population had a full understanding of what was happening in Gaza, that they wouldn't change their mind. But I don't see a lot of evidence of it.
So as you touched on, this was made basically before the war started. And I think that the unfortunate, really tragic outcome of the war is how much it's jaded
It's not a war, it's a
and
genocide.
radicalized, I think, people in Israel.
It's not just Benjamin Netanyahu,
It's really,
it's Zionism.
I think people in Israel feel like isolated. They feel like... I mean, the sentiment in Israel is basically that the world wants, the country to disappear, and obviously, like that's a much more nuanced conversation. But the feeling there has definitely radicalized a lot since the war started. It's gotten a lot worse.
Not a war, it's a genocide.
And I think, I think that gets to it to some extent. I mean, you have this wholesale slaughter. I was looking up, we killed in Iraq, depending on what numbers you want to look at. But, I think it's safe to say directly hundreds of thousands of people. But even like the number of children that we killed in Iraq, I think has been surpassed by what's happened in Gaza. And I think one of the things that I find shocking is that the sense and look, I experienced this with family members, where the sense that there's a victimization, for instance, let's say on college campus of Jewish students, and I think that to look at what's going on, the totality of what's going on, and to perceive the victims of what's happening here to be the Israeli citizenry or Jews in this country, I think it just blows my mind. I mean,
well, two people can care about two things at once. Why should people?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
People who are uninvolved in the war, if they're being like victimized in a separate situation because of their Jewish identity, that's a problem, don't you think?
Oh, I do, but
you can care about two things. You can't be like, oh, these people are ridiculous for caring about anti-Semitism on college campuses because the war's happening. I mean, both we can care about two things.
100%.
And obviously, one is way worse, right? One is way worse.
But that's the point. I mean, one is way worse than what's happening in Gaza.
But who should tolerate being discriminated against based on their identity? You know what I mean? Like, of course, who wouldn't react to that?
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are being victimized. I mean, certainly, listen, anti-Semitism is real. It was real when I was a kid. There was many times I had pennies thrown at me growing up and playing basketball. I mean, there was a lot of. I've experienced anti-Semitism, but put it in the context of
which I agree with.
I've you're a parent, I'm a parent. If my kid is going through something very difficult, it's obviously difficult for me, but it's more difficult for them. And it's a question of prioritizing these things. You can have two thoughts in your head at the same time, but to center oneself or to perceive that one's victimization is sufficient to ignore the
I got to stop you because I don't think I don't know who's doing that.
Well, I mean, I just said like you just presented as the Israeli population feels like they're isolated and this and that.
There's two different separate conversations. There's like the American Jewry who's like, I have nothing to do with that place, and then the Israelis, right? So like when you're talking about
in terms of the way that you characterized the Israeli feeling, was that they feel isolated, et cetera, and I can understand that, but to not have the first thought of like, we are
Sam will not let Ethan talk.
Committing, like you say, genocidal acts. And if people want to call it genocide, I don't, obviously it's got to be, it's a legal term, but I think that it's colloquially speaking, at the very least, it is a genocide. And to not recognize that as the fundamental issue, the first issue, I think is blinkered. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, it's a little gobsmacking to me.
Well, so I do agree with you that obviously in Israel, people, I think the problem, and just to say on a higher level, I agree with you. Like obviously the people in Israel compared to like what's on October 7th, they were victims.
Point that Ethan is being
after everything that's happened,
for
obviously
centering himself in this conversation about how he has been victimized as though he's the biggest victim of this entire fucking genocide
of civilians in Gaza and what's happening in the West Bank too. Lots of awful stuff. That being said, I think the problem
but he's
with
trying to
Israel, just to try to explain what's happening there, because I do agree with you, is just like the media apparatus and the feeling that they have there. It's like there's not a lot of space emotionally and like even the information that they're consuming, I think, that would allow them to have that kind of like self-realization. And like you said, a lot of Israelis don't know what's happening
there
necessarily.
Are some. I mean,
there are some.
I'm
Yeah,
so
of course,
sorry. They're just simply little old, most powerful country in the region and its citizenry that's championing this fucking
what was going
Holocaust
on there.
Of children.
And the paper was essentially, a cutout, or there was an attempt by the government to basically shut them down.
He moved on from him being the victim to
some extent.
Israelis being the victims.
Well, so what's your explanation
I
why Israelis don't care? It's not that they're evil, right?
Well, I think, look, there's, I'm sure that there is a mass, sort of like a failure to deal with trauma. I think some of it is, frankly, is racism. I think, how can you explain, how can I explain how I just watched a clip of people at a Trump rally chanting USA, USA, to watching a video of people being, taken into that prison in El Salvador and having their head I mean, I don't know how I can explain that. Home. So I don't know how I could explain how the Israelis are able to the extent that they can see what's going on in Gaza, have that reaction. But I know that it's wrong. Off. And I think, some of it undoubtedly is a racism. Some of it is,
Sam is
maybe some
me.
type of mass failure to deal with trauma. I mean, I don't know all those things. I think, part of it, I think there's some of the makeup of, immigrants to Israel over the past several decades. I'm sure all of that enters into it.
We had this conversation before.
I'm not in a position to sort of
like
be able to psychoanalyze it beyond this sort of vague notions.
Sure.
But
and I
from
agree.
my perspective, it's gobsmacking, and to me, it has shown, and
of course
I never
know very well
identified myself as a Zionist as a kid, or through the years, and I never identified myself as an anti-Zionist. I don't think I think those wasn't really until someone heard me articulate my perspective on this that they referred to me as anti-Zionist, and I have, I don't really care one way or another how I'm labeled, but to me it shows a failure of that system of government that Israel has.
It's Zionism. That is the problem.
It has failed both,
and Ethan will never reconcile that.
What I think some people had as a notion of Zionism in the
Hannah Arendt.
19th century.
Hannah Arendt.
It has been a failure in terms of keeping Jews safe. Frankly, it seems to have been a massive failure, and so I can't operate as someone who lives in Israel, but I can operate as someone who is an American in terms of like what we support, which is why I think we should end all aid. And as a Jew who sees my religion being used as what I perceive as a fig leaf for what Israelis or, Zionists are doing. And so, that's where
this
I'm
is
coming
really important.
from.
This conversation is great to have. I'm so glad he did this.
Know
I'm so glad Ethan did
if
this.
There is a psychological state that can justify this.
Oh, no, they're too stupid to understand it, though.
I don't think there is. And so,
it's just an attempt to understand, not justify. Because, it is what it is, right? Like, it is the way that it is. And so that's for a reason. And it's just, it's just trying to explain it. That's all. I agree with everything you're saying. But actually, one thing I want to pivot to and ask you about.
Do you think that we should cut all aid to Israel?
I think that'd be justifiable, yeah.
And
we're talking about like military aid and stuff. Yeah, for sure. Israel can make their own bombs and shit.
Every
if they need, like, they don't need American military. Yes, I agree with you on that.
I think they do need it to do what they're doing, without a doubt. And
what I mean is they're not entitled to it. To say more accurately. Yeah. So I think military aid should be cut for sure until.
As a Jew, and obviously you have a different connection to Israel than I do, as through your family and whatnot, and through having lived there. But as a Jew,
Ethan W. They're so desperate for Ethan to come across as even remotely
to what is being done, ostensibly to protect me and my family and my ancestors and my progeny and all of it. I think it's I think the conflation of Zionism and Judaism is both not keeping Jews safe and is wrong at its core. And we can see what it's even doing in the context of this country, the way that it's enabled Trump and to attack universities and to attack law firms and whatever. And so I don't know.
By the way, I think Ethan is in agreement with Sam here. He's walking back a lot of his positions, but I don't think Gila is in agreement with Sam
I agree with everything you're saying. And part of the reason why this chasm started between me you know, Hasan is very influential. So when he decides that somebody is an enemy of the movement for criticizing him, which is what I perceive happened, then it kind of becomes reality.
All the way up until the fucking context nuke.
Is
I didn't know the
him not
depravity.
supporting Kamala Harris. Now, would she have stopped the war and been like a perfect dove? I don't know, but I know she would have been better than Trump. I know that for sure. Trump's posting like this insane Riviera, Gaza, the Riviera with Trump hotels. I mean, that's and like he's sending the 20-pound bombs. He's telling Netanyahu, you have a blank check, do whatever you want.
They're watching me
now,
as well.
Like,
it just came out that Biden didn't, did nothing to. I mean, listen, I think.
Well, I'm talking about Kamala.
I suspect that
we don't know. We don't know what Kamala would have done.
I suspect.
Like, sure, it'll be marginally better, but we don't know.
She would not have had the same policies as Trump. But at the same time, I think that it was a massive failure, both on a real human level. Like it would have, I think, had she articulated anything even remotely close to what I would hope
and
her
that was
difference
her
would have
failure.
been.
That's the reason why she
probably,
lost. That was my point.
Had implications in
not
the election, but I think
from Biden's
perhaps even more
dangerous
importantly,
genocidal Gaza policy,
it would have
not removing herself, not severing her ties from Biden early on. That was my major point of contention with the Kamala Harris campaign, and that's what led her to lose.
I chose to support Harris because I perceived her as the lesser of two evils, but.
Yeah, me too, and I think that that's an important distinction to make at a time like this. Yeah,
I can certainly understand how some people were just so repulsed by what was happening that it made it almost impossible for them to vote for Harris. I think I
understand. I understand why they didn't. I totally understand the perspective. Like, I'm so disillusioned with this administration, I can't support Kamala. But at the same time, like, a hugely influential political streamer like Hasan,
I never told people not to vote for Kamala.
On people, I think,
and who's someone who was at Kamala Harris. That is a lie.
Who's very vocal about being pro-Palestine. I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala, or I'm not telling you who I voted for. I suspect he voted for Jill Stein personally.
I hate Jill Stein.
But either way, he hasn't said, and he wouldn't endorse her. Now, like, if you're just like a random protester or whatever, and like you're like, I'm so disgusted, I don't want to vote, that's fine. But if you're like a high-level political streamer, and you know, basically, you have the capacity to weigh like the lesser of two evils and what that means, I feel like it's an abdication of responsibility to not make that call.
I mean, I certainly have been critical of people who, generally don't vote for the lesser of two evils. But I think, and certainly, in the run up to the 2016 election, I certainly, that was my perspective. But again,
I don't know why he lies about this.
What the Biden administration was doing was so horrific that her inability.
Yes, of course, he's using Sam to try and trash talk me by fucking lying.
I think
I literally have made
sometimes you have to take this at face value.
Videos about Jill Stein
I think there would be certainly definitely other things. You would not be assaulting the government.
Why does he lie about
like
this?
Trump
it's
is,
such a basic, easy to fucking comprehend principle.
I think probably this is the first election in as long as I've been doing this, and I think it's been 5 elections now. I mean, I'm old.
Why does he lie about this?
Really,
I voted on stream.
Condemn someone from taking that
I never
position
told people to vote for Jill Stein.
based
I told
upon
people
what we
not
were
to vote
seeing.
for Jill Stein. I told people
not
to
just
vote
some
for
random
Donald
person.
Trump.
I
Donald
do,
Trump was
and I'll tell you
of course
why.
Be worse than Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris
but it was up to
wanted a
them
ceasefire.
To make
She stated
that.
that.
On their
Trump
own.
said, "Finish them." I mean, let's be honest.
Oh
like
my
for someone
Biden
like Hasan,
said, I want a ceasefire
I'm not voting for Biden. I'm not talking
no,
about
I understand,
Biden.
but we found out that Biden, in fact, did nothing to bring that about. So,
well,
you
can talk about Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. What she said.
I mean,
well, she's the vice president. I mean, at the end of the day, she doesn't really do that much, right?
No. But I'm talking about the candidate. Biden, as a president, said he wanted a ceasefire. She as a candidate said, "I want a ceasefire."
Even if you're like, I don't know how much I trust them.
He is not knowledgeable enough to have an adult conversation on this. I'm sorry. It's obvious.
Well, listen,
I think it was
certainly obvious to me that Trump was going to be worse. But I think like if you're trying to get the candidate to
I'm doing a pee break.
Show some indication of this, I can understand that. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I would disagree with it. But
yeah, and I get your point too. Like ultimately, I understand why people wouldn't want to support them because of what they've seen, and like that, it feels like it feels like
it also shows a tremendous amount of just like electoral malfeasance on her part. I mean, they made an active choice. And I think, you could have put that Palestinian lawmaker from Georgia on stage. They made an active choice to signal to whomever they were signaling that they weren't going to do anything. Now, I happen to believe that she would have been better on this than Trump, but they were making an active choice to do that. I mean, it was really electoral malfeasance on her part, in my opinion. But I don't know what the point of litigating this is per se, but
well, we're talking about kind of my criticisms of Hassan and how this. Well, let me show you this.
I don't care.
Yeah,
about,
I know.
Honestly, I'm like
Let me show you this. This is more.
I honestly. Like,
yeah, you don't care. I know.
I don't care. I don't.
And why should you? I don't blame you. We talked about anti-Semitism, and you think that I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But you seem to have conveyed that, compared to the destruction and everything happening, the genocide, the loss of life in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, that obviously that's way more important. So let me show you an example of something. And again, I know you don't care about the drama. To me, this isn't drama. This is one of the biggest, most influential streamers spreading something that I think is really dangerous. And you can agree or disagree, but it's a short clip, but I'll show it to you. And you tell me what you think.
It's clip chimped. This will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. Yep. If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Now, by the way, he didn't misspeak. He doubled down on it yesterday. He said, no, I agree. That's what I think. Now, just to recap, he says, anyone that's had positive feelings at any point about the state of Israel is a neo-Nazi that's not fit to be a dog walker. Now, to me, that seems like extremely dangerous, dehumanizing language about what could arguably be 70% of the Jewish diaspora, and certainly probably people in your family.
I'll tell you, there's some hyperbole there, but
that's putting it
mildly. I don't want my fucking Zionist family members to be in office either.
And I'll tell you what I think is really.
Sorry, I got to correct you. He says Zionism, and then he says if you had positive feelings about the state of Israel at any point in your life.
I got to tell you, if you look at what's happening right now, and you have positive feelings about Israel.
He said at any point in your life, Sam. Just to be clear, about what he said.
Don't try to fucking.
Would I have said at any point in his life, someone's life? But I just think this is such a petty, like the idea that we're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond this? I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this. But if you're going to force me to respond to it. What Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me.
Maybe Sam needs more context to see how vitriolic Hasan is.
Understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is
not what I said.
Too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about
they're sending skulls to the man's house.
Poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation,
of your background,
I think is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews.
Yes.
It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I can tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that one tiny clause.
This is not one tiny clip, Sam. You don't know. This is a totality of behavior.
But you want.
And by the way, it's easy. And I appreciate that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this.
You're saying it doesn't. You're saying actually I'm wrong.
You know exactly what I mean there.
In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous.
It
is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to ignore what's being described as dehumanizing violent language for American Jews. That have nothing to do with the war.
That is a complete mischaracterization of it.
And that is
what's
not
dangerous. He's not fit to be a dog walker.
He never says the word Jews.
He says a
Listen, how many members of Kufi have positive feelings towards Israel? How many millions of members of Kufi, the Christian organization, have positive feelings for Jews? It is clearly not a function of their Judaism. It is not a function of their Judaism, and so it is not specifically.
Most Jews.
Perhaps these people will not
yes, it does, Sam.
It describes most Christian evangelicals too.
It may do them too, but it also describes 73%
so
of
that
Jews.
That is not anti-Semitism. That is about
I don't know.
belief.
What do you call it when somebody's discriminating against the vast majority of a racial or religious group, Sam?
I'm sorry. You want to look at evangelical Jews?
I don't care about evangelical people.
Okay, but I'm talking about the way you're constructing this.
I think
so you can say the same thing about Christian evangelicals too. It is not anti-Semitism.
I wouldn't be able to have this conversation because Ethan would just be like, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater, you're a Jew hater.
In isolation, which is what we've done here.
Well, you're the one who gave it to me.
Yeah, well,
I don't even want to talk about it,
I disagree
but I'm
with you.
using your example, and in that instance, that is not anti-Semitism.
Well, I disagree.
Conflation. Okay, well, that's our disagreement.
Yeah.
But I think that conflation is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I disagree as well.
It's dangerous for Jews.
I think
it's dangerous for this society.
Why would he?
I think, frankly, I think it's dangerous to what I perceive as hand waving what's happening here. I know you said you aren't doing that.
I'm not hand waving.
You're doing the opposite. You're endorsing
decades of thought about this.
So right, sure. But the point is, you're saying that this is not dangerous. How dare you care about this? I think it's dangerous to.
I'm not saying that at all.
I personally, I mean, Jewish people have a collective memory of trauma, Sam, and it starts a certain way, and it starts with people. It starts with dehumanizing language, like saying you're not fit to walk a dog. I mean, what are we doing here? It's irresponsible language.
He's not talking about Jews.
He's talking about 73% of Jewish people.
No, you said that.
No, that's a poll that's readily available.
No, you made that connection. He did not. Because we have millions upon millions of members of Kufi. We have millions upon millions in this country of evangelicals who also believe the same thing.
Does your dad have...
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism.
Could you describe
You cannot say it's anti-Semitism if you're also including millions upon millions, far more Christians.
If he wants his dad to be appointed to local office, and Sam would say no.
Your father, who you mentioned, said something to you that he's ever in his life had positive feelings about the state of Israel.
I've had positive feelings of Israel.
Well, does your dad have any positive feelings about it now?
I would assume so.
Not in terms of like I support them, but
I
think
positive feelings. I went to Israel on.
Okay, good. Then you're a neo-Nazi, not fit to walk a dog. How do you feel about that?
No, that's you saying that.
That's literally what he said. I'll play it again.
No. Thank you. I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world, any kind of regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting if they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel. I'm so serious about this.
Another thing he's doing, by the way, and Hasan does it.
Listen,
he plays around with the term Zionist, right?
You can say that's a wrong thing to say, but he's not talking about Jews.
Yes.
He's talking about people who have exhibited these positive feelings, and that includes millions upon millions of Christians.
Yes.
More Christians.
Okay, well, listen, I don't think
your background.
He's not fit to walk dogs, either.
Yes,
I think it's
no
insane
local
language.
office
Listen,
positions.
you don't want to tell me that you have never engaged in hyperbole. You and I both are in this business, and we do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just think that,
it's listen. You can say
I
it's
just
an
think that,
appropriate
like,
thing to say. It's an unfair thing to say.
I just think like
but
Arabs
it's
that
not
support Israel aren't
anti-Semitism.
fit to walk a dog.
It is not anti-Semitism.
Okay, well, we're
And
at
you
an
can say
impasse
that
on this one.
No, the dog walker is a local.
But anyway, another
it's
thing
a
he
fucking
does is he says
colloquialism that
Zionist
Felix
tendencies,
Biederman,
and he's
also
someone that
Jewish,
plays around
used.
with Zionism. He calls me a Zionist, and again, I know we're arguing here about semantics of what Hasan said, but I don't think that you could accurately characterize me as that, as it's used colloquially. You don't know, right? But he's saying Zionist tendencies. What does that mean? What's a Zionist tendency?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to talk to him on
me
Friday.
about it, I
You can
can
ask
tell
him
you.
what a Zionist tendency is.
Zionism
I
is
suppose
fascism.
I
That's
would
it.
guess, and like I've looked at polls too, where people have various different understandings of
Why
what
is he trying to debate
Zionism
me
is.
on this?
But I think
stop
it
bringing
is
Hasan up so much.
my
Ethan is
guess.
trying to fight Hasan through
And
some
I don't know
absolutely
what he
beta
was
move.
thinking specifically.
Watch
but
Ethan back
the
away from
notion of
our
an
supposed
ethnostate
debate on Friday
that
now because now
that
he didn't get what he
engages
wanted
and
out of
allows
Sam.
Whatever in the name of,
This was
of
all
Zionism allows
preparation
this mass
to
slaughter.
fucking try and
I think
hit
is
me in the
horrific.
face.
Sure,
And he's
me
not
too.
able to. He's not able to extract. He's
I
not
mean,
able
then
to
I think
extract what he wanted out of
the three of us
Sam.
agree on that regard.
Yeah, I think another thing is like to take it even further. I mean, Hasan pretty much openly
Well, let's
supports
not talk
Hamas.
about Hasan. Let's talk about this.
Sure. I mean, what do you want to ask me?
Well, I mean, if you want to ask me about, I think
he's gonna back away now. Now that he's not getting
Well,
what
let
he
me-
wanted.
I'm not here to explore.
I have a list of things
feelings,
that.
but if you want to talk about Hamas, I mean, I think look.
Well, how do you feel about Hamas?
I feel that Hamas, people can perceive it as a liberation organization. We call them terrorists in this country. We call the
What do
ANC
you think about
terrorists.
them, Sam?
Listen, I think there are parts, I would imagine,
Oh my
of
God, he's trying to get
Hamas
into condom
that have done
hummus.
good for the people in Gaza, and I think they have done bad things. But I sort of feel, I guess, ultimately probably like Ehud Barak when he said that were I Palestinian and I was living in Gaza, that it would be likely that I would join Hamas. I mean, that's what Ehud Barak said on multiple occasions. And I think that is
It's like
very...
watching someone that has the exact same opinion as I do.
An understanding of human nature.
Saying it from a
That
perspective
you're not
where
supporting
he can't
Israelis, by
fucking
the way,
break
just to
out.
point out an inconsistency
Because he
there.
can't fucking hit
How
him
so?
on this.
Well, you're not.
Because
You're like I
he's
refuse
supposed
to understand
present
human
himself as
nature
someone
and
who
their
respects
reaction.
Sam Cedars'
It's just
position.
evil, and I don't know how to explain it.
I didn't use the word evil.
Right. I'm inferring because I asked you if you think they're evil, and you didn't really answer that.
Listen, I don't know what Gazans felt on October 8th, but toward Hamas. But I can tell you that we have there is a long history of terrorist organizations or so-called terrorist organizations like the ANC or the IRA, even the PLO,
Now, Sam,
that ultimately become political organizations.
I think the comparison to Hamas to what happened in South Africa is insanely disingenuous, and I personally hate when people do that.
I mean, Mandela didn't think so.
Well, Mandela did think so. He explicitly stated that he avoided committing violence on the citizenry because it would make reunification impossible.
Twice they asked
That's
Nelson
something he
Mandela,
said.
if you disavow violence, we will let you go free.
In the totality,
no, I will not disavow violence.
of their
You
campaign,
are wrong. You are
I think
wrong.
under 200 civilians died. And the people who did kill civilians were almost all held accountable for what they did. That's a difference.
Why is he lying about this?
Well, I mean, I can tell you that
a significant
he
difference.
Stayed in prison. His
well,
prison sentence was
a significant
extended.
difference. I mean, I imagine many of those people who committed atrocities on October 7th are dead now. And you know so
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's accountability.
Being killed? Okay. I mean, being held accountable by the party that they're presumably doing the violence on behalf. Like,
but you're saying the entire ANC was held accountable?
No, I was saying Nelson Mandela's party, if someone killed a civilian, they would hold them accountable. They would charge them. They would disavow their actions.
That's not true.
The ANC did.
Yes.
Well, the IRA was bombing places in England and throughout Ireland. I mean, we have even the Irgun or the Stern Gang when they killed, over 100
I would not compare Irgun to the IRA, by the way.
In 1948. I mean, the history is full of examples of organizations that commit terrorist acts. Now, I will tell you,
people look at South Africa.
I do not condone the killing of civilians, which is why obviously I'm upset about what Israel is doing.
Sure. The part that I don't like about people say. I feel like people sweep for Hamas by saying, what do you expect,
MK,
right?
paramilitary wing of the
truth
ANC
is that people
bombing campaign that killed 19 people,
South Africa as an
200.
example, but what South Africa shows is that you don't need to commit a violent war against civilians to liberate yourself.
They were violent.
Well, I mean, listen, we had for a year, we had the Great March of Return, where Sinwar himself was involved in that. There was Palestinians marching on a regular basis over the course of the year. I don't know how many it was, 50 or whatever, that were innocent people who went there, and snipers are shooting down unarmed civilians. And so, time and time again, and over the course of the 20 years that I've been professionally,
that's the reason why he went to prison.
My attitude towards Israel's willingness to have peace has changed, and my understanding of it has changed. And I can only imagine how more intense that feeling is to be living in a place that is, functionally like, the Warsaw Ghetto, insofar as you don't have access to resources, you have 50% unemployment. The apartheid that is taking place in terms of the West Bank. I mean,
I agree with those characterizations, by the way, Sam. Just to say,
but I can't imagine that my response wouldn't be to pick up a weapon.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not really working out.
Well, none of it's working out, is it?
No, not much at all. Not really much at all.
It's called the greatest attack on Israelis in 75 years. The notion of Zionism and the way that Israel is organized as a society is not protecting Jews.
Well,
it's not protecting Israelis. It's not protecting Jews worldwide. It is, there may have been a time where Zionism and there were certainly proponents of Zionism in the early 20th century, in the late, perhaps late 19th century, where there was a notion of a multi-ethnic democracy that fell by the wayside. Folks like Hannah Arendt and Einstein, left the Zionist Congress, and what it has evolved into is, I think, a nightmare for everyone involved. And so, I don't know how I would react in.
I love using Einstein as well.
That type of miseration, frankly.
Well, can I ask you?
But again, Ehud Barak said that he would pick up a weapon were he one of them.
And
that's fine.
He's far closer to
Sam
the,
is a secret weapon.
the conflict than I am.
I'm not saying I don't understand why people pick up weapons, right? So let me ask you this: what do you think about October 7th attack?
What do I think about it?
Yeah,
I mean, it was horrific.
Mm-hmm. And this was like a military action by Hamas to what end?
I mean, I suspect. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was. I mean, they attacked 2 military bases. I don't know if they were aware.
He's gonna hit the rape stuff now, probably.
That the dance.
The Nova rave.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew that rave was happening. I suspect it was to derail the Abraham Accords, which were going to leave the Palestinians out of the equation, where an authoritarian
you leave out that they
state.
attacked kibbutzim, by the way.
No, yes, of course they did. But I'm saying that they. I don't know what the strategy was on their part.
So what do you think? Like, would you expect the response of Israel would be to that?
I had no doubt on that day that Israel was going to respond.
Go insane.
I mean,
yeah, right. It was going to be horrific. We all knew.
Yes, but I think I think the lack of proportionality was just beyond. Frankly, and I was aware that this was going to be a horror show, but I don't think I had the level of awareness of what they would do to go in and literally level it, destroy what is it, 80-90% of the structures in Palestine, bomb hospitals
as well.
that they would use.
Well, Hamas did know that because that's why they attacked.
Food as a weapon.
I'm more interested in the justification for what they're doing.
Probably took hostages with the idea that they would be able to negotiate.
I understand why they took hostages. I don't understand why they took children and elderly.
I believe that they probably. I mean, this is all conjecture on my part. That they would be able to trade them as a way to inhibit Israel's doing what they're doing, and I don't know if they could have even imagined that. I'm not going I'm not going to endorse Hamas's strategy here.
Well, I'm just trying to flesh it out here because this is what I'm getting to is Hamas. I think they knew that this was the reaction that would happen.
I can't imagine that they
it's an act of
assumed that this
born
was,
out of
there would be this level
cruelty.
of destruction.
I mean, that's why they hate Israel. I don't think they underestimate how violent the IDF can be. You know what I mean? That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
Okay, so why the fuck are you defending Israel and the Zionist project in any capacity, Ethan?
Have rules of engagement
Hamas
like this.
thought that Israel would have a semblance of humanity for its own hostages. They were wrong. How was that anybody else's fault other than Israel?
Criticism for their strategy here. If
that's an understatement.
Ethan is blaming the genocide of Palestinians on Hamas once again.
They're a terrorist organization
way to try and defend Israel.
Antagonized the IDF to come mass slaughter their civilians.
I think that if they overestimated whether Israel cared about the hostages, without a doubt. I mean, there's.
I'm really disappointed.
I don't know that there would be anybody who would make a case that this was their plan.
Community is like full-blown Zionist.
Have Israel respond in this way? That's absurd.
The same is true of I guess Israelis feel the same way. Like it was totally unprecedented.
No shot. They're literally fucking going. They're telling Sam.
Maybe they didn't think that their mission would be as successful as it was on the other hand.
I have no doubt that they. Who are you? They did not think that they would that they would have been able to overrun that. I mean, I think we were told that the technology of Israel's fence, et cetera, was perfect and something we should emulate in this country. I mean, Trump was all talking about that. So I have no doubt that Hamas overestimated
or overestimated the IDF. Yeah, I got you.
What they would be able to,
oh my God, is bad.
What kind of destruction they would wreak,
bad, bro.
and they underestimated the violence that Israel would perpetrate on Gaza. I don't know that anyone could have imagined that Israel would
someone can be to explain the situation. And these guys are just going crazy. They're treating him like they treat me.
Commiseration and bombing churches and bombing hospitals and blowing up universities and destroying
Sam is hard
infrastructure.
To listen to.
I mean, it's almost beyond belief.
So one thing that when I was talking to Hasan, and I'm just going to talk about his point. This is about him personally. When I asked him, because this is obviously the $1 million question, right? By the way, just there's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza.
You think that's a good
There's
point?
not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Oh no, he's doing hospital points. Oh,
okay.
Sam's gonna cook
think
him.
That's interesting. It's pretty fucked up.
What would a 3,000-pound bomb do to a bomb shelter?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Do you think Israel would stop themselves from blowing up a bomb shelter? They blow up hospitals.
Well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
They have 2,000. They have bunker busters. They've used bunker busters on fucking refugee camps. They've used bunker busters on hospitals. Why the fuck would they stop themselves from using it on a fucking bomb shelter?
The first one that they went into, they built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this. The $1 million question is like, what can we do? Now, it's obviously insanely difficult to say.
I think we can stop aid immediately. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen under Trump.
I'm in favor of that, by the way.
Don't fucking move on. Don't move on. Oh my God.
Okay. I mean, good.
I mean, I think
we should call for all aid to be ceased. And I think we should stop protecting them in the UN.
What should have Israel done on October 8th, I guess? Like, what would have been an appropriate response for their government?
Not kill Israeli citizens within the Gaza envelope. in a hope that Hamas could not hold them kidnapped.
On October 8th? I mean, I think that I think that there is...
Concede to the positions of Hamas.
They're hitting strategic sites to attempt to take out leadership. They should have... But let's talk, the
leadership was underground.
Yeah, to look at that, that moment in history,
genocide,
like maybe it was.
I disagree because they had to do something.
Maybe in that moment,
why are there?
They had to go in and bomb or whatever they do. I think that any action that they would have taken at that point, frankly, was a function of literally decades of oppressing people and attempting to bring this to an eventuality.
Right.
I mean, this was.
I can't believe.
And so, what should they have done?
I can't believe his audience legitimately and Ethan thought that Sam would agree with.
Okay, I think what they should have done is begun empowering
anyone who's knowledgeable on this issue that isn't fucking brain broken.
This is my favorite answer, Sam.
100% going to have these exact same opinions.
They should disband their government and lift the borders in response to the worst terrorist attack that's ever happened.
I think honestly, when you see that your policies have failed, but I don't think
you actually don't believe that that's a real thing, though. I'm interested in having like a real conversation. You can't like live in a fairy tale land where, in response to the worst military or terrorist attack of all time, Israel, who's already, as you state, like genocidal and racist and all these terrible things, is going to lift their borders and disband their government.
Wait a second. You're asking me what they should have done, and that's different.
No, in a realistic way, not in a fairy tale, Sam.
Well, listen, there is no realistic thing. Their agenda has been, it has been quite clear. Their agenda has been, since Ariel Sharon walked on the Temple Mount and tried to scuttle peace talks, the agenda since the assassination of Rabin by arch Zionists in Israel, the agenda has been to bring about this moment. There is no doubt about it. The annihilation of the Palestinian people has been an agenda in Israel for far too long. So from the perspective, it's anything I say is fantastical relative to what they would actually do. Anything.
There's nothing they could have done that because of the situation, everything anything they would have done would have been.
Poor Israel, man.
There was no plan that on this day they were going to do this.
I feel so bad for Israel for 76 years of apartheid. They just had no other option but to do genocide. That is the logical conclusion of Ethan's argument, by the way. That is how crazy this is.
The agenda.
What, in terms of like attacking Gaza or inciting an attack?
I would imagine both, frankly. But to find a way to eliminate the Palestinians, this has been the agenda of at one time what I think was a smaller segment of the Israeli body politic, and I think has increasingly become an even larger portion of the Israeli politic. So I mean, anything I say in terms of should is fantastical. Anything.
So yeah, okay. I mean, so this is like I understand where you're coming from, right? Like
there was an opportunity for a ceasefire that was called in November, in December. They could have held a ceasefire at any point, and the amount of killing would have been far less. They could have done that. They could have ended it after a week.
I mean, Hamas could have ended the war anytime too.
How could have Hamas ended the war?
By releasing the hostages?
Listen. Israel has said time and time again that release of the hostages is not going to end their assault on Gaza. They have said this over
I don't believe that's
over and over.
I haven't seen those statements. I've seen the opposite. I believe that
you really haven't seen those statements?
No, I haven't. I'll review them. I mean, it depends when it depends when they were made too, right?
Like, is it hostage family protests in Israel, Ethan? Is because the Netanyahu government doesn't want to release the hostages because they want to keep using the hostages as a reason to keep bombing Gaza because they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza population. They want to ethnically cleanse the fucking Gaza Strip. You are so stupid.
Coming into Gaza.
Why are you so stupid? You don't understand anything.
That's not true.
Israel's actions.
That didn't happen
either.
It's
being inevitable. Oh my God. Like, when do you think they should have ended it? When do you think they should have ended it?
So who have ended what?
You've asked me the question, what should have Israel done? You tell me what they should have done. Do you think what they've done is right?
Well, I've clearly stated no, Sam.
Okay, so tell me what they should have done.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, hindsight is a beautiful thing. But in my opinion, like you said, I think some more specific strikes, I think more moving slowly, because as you kind of
just a slower
pointed
genocide.
out but didn't really acknowledge.
When do you think they should have ended?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the leadership is obviously underground. So it's going to be a long mission of trying to get them. It's going to be a difficult mission. But I think militarily, they probably have some obligation to their citizenry, at the very least, to like take out but we're ignoring the fact that missiles are being shot into Israel nonstop. And I know you're going to say, Iron Dome stops most of them, which is true. But at the same time, I mean, a country needs to respond to that. They can't just allow missiles to be shot in.
Tell me the non-fantastical version of what they should have done. Should have been 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How many Hamas leaders? How many members of Hamas should they have killed before they leave? Because we know that Blinken said on his way out that virtually every Hamas member of Hamas that they've killed has probably been replaced by someone who's lost a family member or an entire family or whatnot. So you tell me, Ethan, if you're the one with the sensical perspective on this, and mine is fantastical, what should they have done that would have been appropriate in your mind?
Yeah. So besides like special operations and stuff, I think it would have been a good idea to, I think there's a space where they could like try to find peace partners in Gaza before just destroying the whole thing. Like obviously they approached it completely wrong, right? But there are ways I think that could have happened that are realistic, like trying to forge some kind of
the principal negotiator who had never actually held a fucking weapon. They killed him in Tehran. This is ridiculous.
They were marching in the Great March of Return week after week after week.
Sam, was there Hamas activity at the Great March?
Sinwar was marching. Sinwar was marching with them.
Were people attacking the border wall?
During the Great March of Return, the first dozens of these things before the snipers, no, they weren't. So there were the people for peace.
Hamas activity at the Great
March of
Return.
There was Hamas activity. They were attacking the fence. They were like trying to cross the border.
They were
but not militants. Militants were trying to cross the border.
That's not true.
You're telling me that in the the first dozen of these
Ethan
marches,
is
there were
now
people attacking the
functionally
fence?
defending,
Correct.
sniping like paramedics at the Great March of Return, for the record. That's what he is de facto
But I mean,
defending.
again,
sniper rifles.
I think that there's a way for Israel to try. I think they can obviously pursue peace. The way that they're doing it is impossible, right? Like, it's fucked up. It's insane. It's genocidal. It's horrific.
They're not pursuing peace.
I'm not saying.
They're not
I'm saying the
pursuing peace.
opposite,
I don't
Sam.
think Israel is
Well, you
pursuing
asked me
peace.
what should they have done. I mean, obviously
Yes.
they're not. They're not pursuing peace. I agree with you. Like, quite the opposite. That's not what they're doing. But I'm saying there could have been a path, although it's not. It's. I think, unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people and they would use food supplies as a weapon, that they would have leveled hospitals and universities and 80-90% of the homes? I mean, how I
don't know to what extent, but like a huge response was definitely inevitable. I'm not justifying it, Sam. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. You're putting this on me like I'm saying.
No. I'm just saying inevitability. I wonder
right here.
what you must think of an Israeli body politic
all the history and
where
context
this
of
level
Ethan's
of
points.
atrocity is inevitable.
Well, you described your and Hamas's understanding of the IDF. I wouldn't say that.
Sam is a
I can't say to what
self-hating Jew?
extent,
What the
but you
fuck?
agree that a huge response was inevitable.
I listen. I believe a response that was inevitable by Israel, and that is because I have a much more
There's some
theoretically jaded
crazy takes
view
in this chat.
of that country and their agenda, I think, than you. But like, to expect that what they've done is inevitable.
To
you
what?
can't
Well, Sam,
think-
I'm
I mean,
saying.
I just wonder, like, what it is that you think is in that body politic. Like, listen, like, I don't think it's inevitable, just to use an example in this country. I don't think that it's inevitable that we are going to be deporting and disappearing, immigrants in this country. I think it's possible, but my perspective on America is still
There's
too
crazy takes in
optimistic
here
to
too.
think that's inevitable.
Yeah, of course there's
I can't
crazy
even
takes in here.
imagine
Like you, chum
what
guzzler.
I
You came in
would
here.
think would be
It's not
inevitable.
locked.
And I think, like,
all you need to do is
listen,
follow for 10
our
minutes.
invasion
His
of
chat
Iraq
is all
and the
fucking paid members and
complete lack of
subscribers.
caring and
Don't you think that there's a major difference there?
the only
I don't
thing that would even
safeguard
mitigate that
myself
is,
from the
like,
opinions
there
of
was-
people like
there were
you,
no
cum
images
guzzler
coming out
22.
of Iraq, or
Okay,
very few, and
yeah, no
and
shit.
certainly I was exposing them more than the American population writ large.
Ethan's chat is members only.
To perceive what we did in Iraq as inevitable.
It's a different situation. That's completely, I mean, that was completely unpredictable. But we kind of touched on it. Where Hamas, and again, to what end this even matters is it doesn't ultimately. But Hamas knew that they were going to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Listen, I would imagine Hamas thought there was going to be a response, but they wouldn't have taken hostages if they thought that they couldn't use those hostages.
Of course,
as a way
they thought they could. I don't deny that. Yeah.
Of deterring Israel from entering, and that was a miscalculation on their part. They presumed that Israel was more interested in those hostages, I think, than they had assumed.
Well, and that's part of what a lot of the civil unrest in Israel is about, is that a lot of people do care about the hostages and think that the government needs to stop the war and focus on getting the hostages back and not killing innocent civilians. So that
I wonder about that last
Sam
part.
Cedar, what a fucking nightmare, but with Ethan saying
which
it.
part?
The part about the killing of innocent civilians. I mean, I think that
I said that's what they're doing.
No. I'm saying I wonder if the Israeli body politic.
Oh, you think the Israelis want civilians to die?
I think the Israelis. I mean, obviously not all Israelis.
There's definitely
but
a lot
I think
of,
that
there are definitely a lot of Israelis that do want the Israeli civilians to die, and certainly the Gazan civilians to die as well.
To maintain this government.
Yes.
Believe
that's what the polls
that,
say. Ethan loves his polls when he's
Palestinians in
talking about
Gaza,
Zionism.
That their lives have no value, that they are all future enemies, that they that they all represent the threat to Israel.
Sam?
And I think
yes,
that's
Sam, speak for everyone.
I mean, I think that's.
They're so mad at Sam Cedar. They literally
a twisted perspective.
Before this conversation took place, I need you to understand. Their subreddit was talking about
so
how Ethan should Sam Cedar me because they thought that Ethan
Israel,
and Sam Cedar would be in
tens
agreement
of thousands
with one
of
another.
people in a
And now
country
they're
that's
fucking calling him
relatively
a
small.
self-hating Jew
So
and
I
shit.
think characterizing like the majority of the
audacity.
public as wanting to kill civilians is a little sick, personally. But you know.
I feel
I
Ethan
guess
is
you,
far
you,
less
you
extremist
can say
than
whatever you
I'm
want.
basing
I
it
mean, I know you
on
guys
conversations with
you feel that way because
you know,
he was trying to present himself in this conversation as someone who is actually pro-Palestinian in an effort to
does
use
not
that
seem to be
agreement with Sam
in
against
Israel
me on Friday. And even then, it unfolded pretty quickly when he got a little bit of pushback, not realizing that Sam has Sam has opinions almost identical to mine on this issue because that's what every fucking well-read person on this matter would think if they have a fucking humanity.
Certainly, they want hostages, and again, not all Israelis, but you know, look, I can make analogous assessments of the United States at various times about things that reflect poorly on our national body politic as well. But you know, the proof is in the pudding.
Can I tell you something? 300,000 protesters in Tel Aviv, 200,000 in the rest of the country. That's 500,000 people out in the street protesting the government of a country that has like 6 million or 5 million in the.
Are you talking about the protests about the judiciary?
I'm talking about the.
That's what he's talking about. Those weren't
to release the hostages.
No, the hostage protests weren't that
hostages.
big. Yeah. But even, I don't think the hostage protests were that big, but it doesn't matter. It was pretty large. But those people literally still turned around and, according to the polls, said they want the violence to continue in Gaza. They just want to stop it for now.
Or they were calling for a release of the hostages.
Well, what do you mean? What's the point of telling Hamas to release the hostages? Yeah, of course it's a ceasefire, Sam.
Well, but Israel has, and I know I'll look this up.
Deal with this.
I don't have much
500,000
time.
Israel.
Wait. Let's look this up and see how many times the Israeli government has said return of the hostages will not end.
Sam, I'm responding to you saying the majority of Israelis want civilians to die. 500,000 people came to the street for a ceasefire of a country of 5 million, Sam. That's 10%.
Israel just broke the latest ceasefire. Okay, where is the political response from the Israeli people? I mean, the idea
is this Israelis
that
or Israeli
Gazans
Jews?
can be held responsible for an election that happened 18 years ago.
Sam, you said the majority of Israelis want civilians to die.
I think the majority of Israelis do not have a problem with what's going on in Gaza. That is my opinion.
I think that unfortunately might be true to the extent that they've gotten they've gotten much more radical. Unfortunately, tragically, everybody's been a lot more radicalized since October 7th. And that's tragic. I agree. I think people in Israel are jaded and they're cynical and they don't care, like you said, and I think it's tragic.
Yes. Well, that's what my contention was. I mean, I'm looking at something from May.
I wouldn't say most of them want to kill civilians, though.
Well, I think that they don't.
And I wouldn't say that there isn't a sizable portion of Israeli citizenry that want a ceasefire. When 500,000 people, Sam,
dude, Ethan should talk to an Israeli anti-Zionist. It will probably melt him. Okay. Ethan should talk to
research,
like a Messervot guy or Dr. Ofer Kasif. He will literally melt on the spot.
34%.
He should ask an Israeli anti-Zionist, an Israeli Jew who's an anti-Zionist, what their take is on Israeli society, because they say some fucking way worse shit about their own country.
But you know, that's all the most
it's horrible.
Or maybe he should talk to a therapist. Honestly, I don't know why he's doing all this.
Because
40% last year said that Israelis should govern the Gaza Strip.
I know that people.
I don't know what's left now.
Yeah, I agree. It's tragic what's happened, because I agree with you that they've become jaded and they've become very comfortable with the idea of violence happening there in general, right? And I think it sucks. I think and sucks is an understatement. I think it's tragic, and like I don't know what. Truthfully, the situation is so fucked up
it's just really fucked up.
It
just feels hopeless sometimes, but.
It certainly does. But in the meantime, you know, in this country, and we may not have the opportunity for a while, but we should cease all aid to Israel. We should stop protecting them in the UN. We should stop trying to pressure the ICJ and the ICC, and that's
well, incidentally, I agree with all those things too. I think that's the most we can do as a country to try to stop the war.
What do you disagree with
it's
me on,
something
Ethan?
that we should be doing.
I mean, there are some significant disagreements,
and,
even that you brought up.
I think
in
Kamala
this
Harris would have been a
conversation.
lot more likely to do something on that front. Certain.
We won't know.
We can't know, and that's the great thing.
Well, listen, I appreciate the time. I gotta go because I'm supposed to have dinner for my child. But,
well, I'll say this. This was way more combative than I expected. Ultimately, though, I don't think that we... what do we disagree on? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know. Maybe I see too much good in the Israeli population. I mean, I don't know what's ultimately the disagreements
He's
here.
trying to farm it, see?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not... it's largely, in my mind, impossible to really fully assess. I mean, yes, there was a protest last year, 500,000 people who wanted the hostages back. And,
I thought you would agree on everything.
Well, they wanted the hostages back. I don't know.
It's not a magic wand. It's a ceasefire.
Yeah, and they got a ceasefire, and then the Israeli government broke it, and they.
Well, so hold on. Our disagreements is that I'm too optimistic about the Israeli citizenry.
No.
I'm not here to adjudicate what.
I'm just trying to summarize our conversation. That's all.
No,
well,
he's just trying to get a clip.
You summarize for you. I'll summarize for me. I think that, it is what it is. And I think I don't remember this conversation. We can put into AI and have it summarize it, but I'll
do that for you, and I'll let you know what it says.
All right,
we'll leave it to the robots.
Okay.
Sam, I do appreciate you calling in. I do value your input on all this, and I appreciate the conversation. I think it's good to have conversations like this, like open and honest, even if they're combative. And I think ultimately on the larger points we agree, but we managed to find things to fight about anyway. And that's what two Jews do, isn't it, Sam?
That happens. That's my understanding. Appreciate it. All right, take it easy, man.
Have a great time with your children at dinner there. Enjoy.
Ooh.
Thanks,
I mean, I'll have the convo now if he wants to, by the way. I'll talk to Ethan right now if he wants to. Oh, he said.
But okay.
He said that was way different than what I thought it was going to be.
I enjoyed that as a watcher.
Was I owned?
I don't think you were owned. I don't think anybody was owned. I think it was two people that are highly opinionated hashing it out. And I think I personally like when people do that.
Yeah,
I don't get turned off by the
they're doing. Thank God we're having this open, free discourse.
That's the half Jewish part of me.
But the truthfully is again, on the larger points we agree. That's why I take cross with this issue of being like, he's a genocide supporter, he's a fucking baby killer, and all this insane. He goes, Sam, you never heard of hyperbole? Yeah, I've heard of hyperbole. It's fuck. You're
the king of hyperbole.
Yeah. So I mean, is my downfall that I have too much faith or I have too much optimism in the Israeli
He has too much
citizenry?
optimism for Israel. That's his downfall. It's because he's too kind, dude.
Differing the most.
That was his downfall. He's too hopeful for a better tomorrow.
And I mean, Sam is older, and he's in his 50s or something, and so maybe he's just more jaded.
Dan,
yeah, he
stop,
more
Dan. Have some
There's no
fucking decency,
and
Dan.
so, right?
Listen, dude, he needs you more than you need him. Just be honest.
Jewish person.
He needs you more than you need him. You can be honest. please be honest for the sake of Ethan. If you want to actually save your friend and your boss, be honest in this moment instead of fucking constantly
when trying to
feeding into his narcissism.
To avoid
oh my
criticizing
God.
Hassan, which is fine. I understand he doesn't want to get into that game, right?
This makes me so sad because Dan was a fucking massive Hasanabi head. Like I thought he was like a radical guy. I thought
obviously I greatly disagree with him, and I think it's kind of
someone needs to someone that Ethan trusts.
It's funny how he talks about how
real
dangerous
conversation
it is
with
for me
him.
to call out anti-Semitism or how ridiculous it is for me to weaponize it like that. It's like when at the same time,
it's a weird thing because you don't really want to like. I understand the impulse to just want to have a conversation with Sam and keep it with like the here and now of your beliefs and everything, but the degree to which the harassment that you and Hila have experienced over the last couple of years, like it is part of the story, and like
yeah, it's true.
I don't know, it's tricky because like I get the impulse to like not want to get into it, but like that is a component of all of this. That
well, and unfortunately, whatever Sam's been peppered with before the debate, I've seen is his co-host telling him that I'm obsessed with Hassan, that I'm having a mental
you really
health
showed that
break,
you're not
that
obsessed
I'm
by
a
fucking
genocidal maniac,
showing clip chimps of me to him to be like, you should disagree with it, putting words in my mouth.
But ultimately, I find I don't want to speak ill of Sam, right? I appreciate him coming and having an honest conversation with me. I was also disappointed by his response to that specific line of questioning, Zach. I share that.
Ethan is focusing too much on
and
trying to win the debate instead of having a rational conversation with another human being.
He was hand-waving away anti-Semitism as like, it doesn't matter that people are discriminating against Jewish people in America because of what's happening in Gaza.
The fandom is starting to see it.
First of all,
and I'm
two
glad
different issues, kind of. Whatever's happening in Gaza is one thing, and whatever rise into anti-Semitism we're seeing in America is a whole different fucking thing.
Yeah, it's connected to one another, though. It's connected to one another because of that dangerous conflation that Sam Cedar tried to explain to you, Ethan.
Obviously,
the
one
dangerous
has an
conflation between Judaism,
horrible
Jews, and Zionism. That is precisely the reason why anti-Semitism is skyrocketing in this fucking country, as it always does whenever Israel does sieges. That is why attacking people like myself, who actually cut that dangerous conflation and never even give an inch to that dangerous conflation, should not be your enemy. It should be people that actually consistently say Zionism and Judaism are actually directly associated with one another. It is people like yourself, Ethan, that participate in this dangerous conflation, that feed into the anti-Semitic tendencies of people.
Anti-Semitism, what isn't, and when you're
there's never been a moment where I've considered anti-Semitism to be even remotely permissible. I have fought against anti-Semitism my whole fucking career. I've been doxxed, swatted, and attacked and harassed by the same fucking neo-Nazis that you seemingly find yourself comfortably aligned with now, Ethan. What the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? Little old Israel over here. Oh, no.
I didn't see it that way, but, I'm not Jewish, so I found it interesting that you guys are having this conversation to give both perspectives. One thing I kind of wish is that you guys both could have defined what
these are the freaks.
Is.
Those are the fucking freaks.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's
these are the fucking rabid freaks that come in here and say some
I agree, and it's such a stupid word. Because it has such a broad meaning, and like when Hassan says Zionist tendencies,
banned off the fucking
that's why
platform for doing fuck shit like this.
Who I think is avoiding the question, frankly, because he knows that it looks bad. He doesn't want to answer.
In this community
so
would
he
ever
responds by
fucking
saying,
abide by, even for an
you
inch,
think this
even for
matters?
a
Let's
second.
not talk about the specifics of what Zionist tendency is,
Scumbags.
because clearly Hassan's not anti-Semitic. Obviously, he doesn't have the context.
You've called me a vile anti-Semite for a year.
I'm still willing to give Hasan the benefit of the doubt that he's not anti-Semitic, right?
What are you talking about?
Once again, as I've stated, yeah, I'm willing to.
Even Dan is laughing because he's called me a vile, rabid anti-Semite for a year now. So gracious.
He's
I'm
very
not an
comfortable
anti-Semite.
fostering a community that is blatantly hateful and anti-Semitic. He's comfortable, expressing these ideas irresponsibly the way he communicates, which is what that clip displays, I think.
Oh my God!
So while I don't think he's anti-Semitic, I think he's responsible
You're
for
irresponsible.
perpetuating a lot of it.
You're irresponsible with the ways in which you have defended Israel's actions by presenting it as like Hamas instigating this genocide. That is not only irresponsible, that is morally repugnant.
impugn Hasan. Because frankly,
we know what he
there's
means
really
with
nothing
Zionist
positive
tendency.
to
What do you
say
mean?
about what he did.
Zionism is
and so Sam
fascism.
took the I guess
Any
if you
tendency
want to talk
towards
about
Zionism
debate, and
is
Sam's a great
exactly the
debater,
same as
right?
a tendency towards fascism. That is what I believe.
Everybody knows that. He's a great conversationalist. He doesn't really get the best of. Nobody really gets the best of him in conversation.
Why is Ethan in
I mean, the
Breaking
only
Bad
way
right now?
he
He'd
could
just
really
rather
take that
stay
on was to be
silent?
like, it doesn't matter, you know, in the totality of things. So that's the road he took. And
Hasan
I
is
was
fuming
disappointed
so
by
hard
that
right now.
as well.
Yeah, of course I'm fuming. I'm fuming
But
because
at the end of
my
the day,
fucking former podcast
I knew
co-host
it was
is
unlikely
slandered me
that
for
he
a
was going
goddamn
to say
year,
a
trying to
bad
get me
thing about Hasan. I
deplatformed. Got my friends
specifically trying
deplatformed.
not to
Got
even go
pro-Palestinian voices
In fact, when I showed him
deplatformed
that
at a
first
time
video of
when
me
the
talking
American fascist government is literally actively trying to revoke the First Amendment rights of all Americans inevitably by using Israel as a talking point, by using Israel as a way to enter the conversation, by using Israel to enter the precedent into the Constitution to completely erode people's First Amendment rights. This will not just harm people like myself. It will harm you as well in the end. This is my argument.
So here's what I'll say about Israel.
Now he's just like talking about how now he's just going to rewatch like how pro-Palestine he is to this audience that's watching. Of course I'm going to fucking fume. The reason why I'm fuming is because he is doing Hasbara. The reason why I'm fuming is because even in his he tried to use this as an opportunity, thinking that he was going to actually agree with Sam Cedar, that Sam Cedar was going to be like, oh, wow, it seems like you're super pro-Palestine. Why are people calling you anti-Palestine? It seems like you might be getting attacked by anti-Semites. That's what he thought was going to happen, so he could use that clip on fucking Friday. That was his big smoking gun, okay? I assumed that was his big smoking gun, or maybe he was going to try to bring Dan Saltman on or Destiny on in the hopes that I get banned, which I will, by the way. If Dan Saltman or Destiny appears on Friday when we have this conversation, if Ethan is still willing and able to do it, I will get banned. He knows that, which is precisely the reason why I assume he will try to bring them forward, just as I called this initially, just as I called what was going to take place in this conversation initially. I'm telling you right now, if he tries to, oh my God, Sam Cedar me, what a fucking nightmare, with like a person that has been banned, I won't be able to have this conversation with him. I will have to exit out of this conversation because Twitch will absolutely ban me. I know for a fucking fact. Okay? So, no, I already have. I've already talked to my Twitch rep. I did. Shut the fuck up. I did already. I know. They said, no, you will get banned. Do you understand? So, for that reason, if he tries some fuck shit like that, I assume this was a two-parter, okay? This was a two-parter. I suspect that he was initially going to try to get any clip that shows Sam Cedar agreeing with him to be like, see, your ordained designated Jew agrees with me, or something along those lines, and then be like, why do you call me pro-Israel? Okay, that's what he thought he was going to be able to get. It didn't happen. So now I assume his second smoking gun is to probably bring up like Destiny or Dan Saltman with the hopes that I get banned. Because if I don't back out of that conversation, I get banned. If I back out of that conversation when that happens, he will go, oh, you ran away from Destiny. You're so scared. You're just like Steven Crowder. And that's the problem. Okay, he is going to try to present it. I'm telling you right now, if he tries to do some shit like that, that means he doesn't want to have a real conversation with me on this issue, that he's going to try to pull some shtick because he knows that he can't have this real conversation with me, okay? Just like he thought that Sam Cedar would agree with him, and then he realized that even in the most charitable pro-Palestine approach that he tried to present himself as, Sam was able to, without knowing anything else, Sam was able to recognize that, no, there is a lot of defense for Israel here that is unconscionable, especially when we're comparing it to 16 months of endless bombing, child murder. He saw through Ethan,
I think that's part
and he
of
didn't
what
get what he
really
wanted
jaded
across.
the
So now
Israeli
I think he's
public
going to be
too. It's
petty
like,
and try to get me banned.
Look
or
what happens
in an
when
effort
you
for
wanna
myself to
support
preserve
peace,
myself in this
Obviously,
situation, and I back away, I click out
Obviously,
when
that's
he
not-
does the
I
Destiny
don't think
thing,
the right conclusion,
then
but that was
he's going
their
to say, oh,
conclusion.
you
It's
ran
like,
away.
All the people that wanted peace were murdered by Hamas.
See, like I have, friends or family even that will say that they don't believe there's an innocent Israeli. And I think obviously stuff like that is super dangerous. And
I agree.
I'll never
Thank
agree
you.
with that. But in terms of like, the Pew research is often what's referenced. And again, Sam brought that up, that there was only 19% of people.
Can't you do it offline? Are you fucking insane? You think I would let Ethan control the narrative and manipulate the footage by doing it offline? No, of course I'm going to fucking stream my side. Why would I do that? What are you guys talking about? No, dual streaming to YouTube is not the same, okay? And I can't get permission from the CEO. Contrary to what people think, Dan does not fucking listen to my demands, okay? That's not a thing. They've already explained that I will get banned.
Do they want to end the war? I think this is I mean, yeah, it's disturbing, you know what I mean? But
yeah, he said Hamas
Let me
could have
see
ended
what
the
this
war
says.
if they released the
Israelis are
hostages.
divided
Hamas did
over the country's
offer to
military
release all
response.
hostages.
Sent
Hamas
who
says
say
it will release
Israel's
all civilian
military response
hostages
against Hamas
if
in Gaza
IDF
has
stops
gone too
strikes.
far.
That was on October 17th,
Been about right.
2023. This is from the
Not gone
Jerusalem
far
Post,
enough,
by
which
the
is
way.
crazy, right?
So
That's
understand, when he says all of these things about Israel, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just not knowledgeable on this. This is the unfortunate reality, okay? In the most charitable estimation of the past year, if I'm making the most charitable assessment that is like literally impossibly charitable here, he simply doesn't know what he's talking about, and he has people in his ear that's constantly fucking feeding him wrong information, and he's just regurgitating that because it pairs perfectly with his narcissistic tendencies. Ethan Klein has been a victim of anti-Semitic smears and anti-Semitic attacks his entire career. This is not something that I would ever, this is not something that is in dispute, okay? This is something that I know. This is something that I've brought up over and over again. Now he thinks the real anti-Semitic shit that he has received is now paired up with people who are anti-Zionist within his own community, and he can't let that go. He thinks all of this is a direct consequence of people saying that he's a Zionist because he's a Jew. Oh, I've said the right things. Why do you still get mad at me? I've said the right things. Why do you still get mad at me? I'm simply making a joke about Aaron Bushnell. I've said the right things. Why are you still getting mad at me? Why are you leaving my community? It must be because some guy is out there feeding information and radicalizing this audience, radicalizing my audience. It must be Hasan. And it's really interesting that he said this. He's inferred this, he's implied this over and over again. And for the first year after our podcast ended, up until October of last year, October of 2024, up until October of 2024, I consistently defended Ethan up until he started going after actively and getting and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian advocates. I did not say a single thing. I defended him because I didn't know. I thought his initial October 7 response was sufficient. I thought he probably has a little bit of liberal Zionism in him, okay? But he is amenable. He is someone who has a heart. He is open-minded. He is open-minded to someone like myself who I believe he trusts. And I was wrong. He was not open-minded to this position at all. I thought I could move him from having like a squishy liberal Zionist position to basically someone who was a anti-Zionist. You know, Hasan, just show up Friday, bro.
That both are important. And obviously,
Hasan's going to show.
Again,
of course,
the
I'm going to
totality
show.
of what's happening in Gaza is not in dispute about.
Hasan
which
is
is
not
like
coming
more.
Friday. What do you mean?
But I do think that it's important, and I care about Israel, and I care about Israelis. You know, that's it. And so I choose to see the good, and to see the optimistic, and like. Obviously, I have no effect over what the public thinks about the war. I'm not fucking living there. I'm not. When I was living there, I voted against Netanyahu.
Please don't try to bring a banned person.
And by the way, Netanyahu lost the popular vote. He only won because he made a coalition with some psychopath.
Hasan is a fake. Hasan, stop telling your chat we fuck with Destiny. Please don't try to bring a banned person on.
When I voted, won the popular vote.
I will
because
get
of the parliamentary system. Where you make coalitions to get over 50%.
Leave the conversation.
They were unable to secure the victory.
I think Netanyahu may be the devil Like honestly, even his voice, I think he may be the fucking devil.
Why the fuck am I
And
a
he's just
paid member,
passing
by the
out
way? How does this
beepers
work?
to
Did they give
everyone.
me
He
like a
gave
lifetime
the gold
paid
beepers
membership?
to Trump.
Dude, that's so fucked
He gave
up.
one to a senator. And
I
then-
think that's so
or a
stupid.
congressman. I forget who it was. He's like, yo,
it was John Fetterman.
Yeah, he's like, yo, that was dope when you guys did that. I have a family friend whose son had a beeper go through his stomach, like, and it's just fucking
I just
crazy.
don't-
The president's like taking a picture with
I didn't even bring up
don't
Destiny.
think-
I said a banned
just like
person.
idol-
Dan Saltman is also a fucking banned person. Looking for the anti-Semitism in this community. Anyway.
Those beepers was like nauseating. Like, what are you doing?
Look at this. Look at these fucking freaks. Was on party with a Diddy at a brothel? What the fuck is this statement, dude? These people are brain broken.
Yeah, he is. You're right. He is. But ultimately, I think that's ultimately where.
How about Boner Box? I mean, I don't care about that. He's not banned, so who gives a shit? I assume he will. I don't think he's gonna have this conversation with me directly. Okay, I don't think he's gonna have this conversation with me directly. I think he's gonna try and desperately bring someone else on to either get me banned or to have this conversation in his stead, because he knows that this conversation will not be this conversation will not go in his direction, will not go the way he wants it to. Every time they claim there's anti-Semitism in this community, they're always conflating it with and referencing anti-Zionism. I know.
Hasan is pathetically typing in our chat again.
Wait, what do you mean?
I can talk now or Friday. I don't care. Up to you. Please don't try to bring a band. Bro, don't worry. I'm not doing that. You're afraid I'm going to bring on Destiny? That's stupid. I'm not going to do that. Stop. I promise you, Hasan.
It's not just Destiny. It's
I will
Dan
not bring on
Saltman as well.
Destiny.
He's
In
also
fact, the people
banned.
here will not allow me to bring on Destiny.
And no Dan
Hasan, in
Saltman
being
either.
honest.
And it's not because
You know,
I'm
I'm gonna
afraid of
take
them.
that-
I can't. I will get banned. I need people to understand. This is not. This is because I will get banned. If he brings on Sam Hyde or Dan Saltman or Destiny, I will get banned instantly. Okay. And I didn't even name Destiny in that. The reason why I said don't bring a banned person on was because I don't want him to bring any banned person on and do some fuck shit to try to get me banned. Okay.
Wait, and this is why I prefaced what I was saying was I'm not an expert. Finding polling, I was wrong saying that support for a two-state solution was at a high. It looks like it kind of plateaued around 55% throughout the 2010s, but it was at a high in 2010 of 71% of Israelis supported a two-state solution. It looks like that number is now in like.
Anyway, all right, we're done with this portion of the broadcast. We're gonna get back to the real news now. Please clarify why you would get banned from Papa Twitch, because Twitch has a very hard policy. Twitch is a platform that actually rigorously applies its terms of service. And because of that reason, I've been banned for silly shit like saying cracker in the past, right? And like when Aiden Ross was banned, for example, if someone were to have him on their stream, they would get banned. If Aiden Ross was in a YouTube video that someone was watching, they wouldn't get banned. In the past, they would have, but Twitch changed that policy. Not a permaban, though, more of a suspension. Yeah, but why the fuck would I entertain that, dude? What are you talking about? It's considered ban evasion. Okay? It's considered ban evasion to have a banned streamer on your stream, to talk to a banned streamer. The chatter you pulled up earlier for being a Nazi was nuked off the website permanently about 30 seconds later for your information. So much for this community plus the Twitch platform allowing anti-Semitism. Exactly. Anyway, now let's get back to an actual W. Might be Boner Box, though, because he had that dumbass on previously. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't have an issue with that. But you know, that was a productive conversation from our perspective, and I hope it was productive for some in Ethan's community to actually see that, because I saw posts about people saying like, "Oh, Ethan and Sam Cedar should just join up in arms and attack Hasan." Like they were so delusional. And the question here, this is a very important jump-off point for many of you. Okay, this is a very important jump-off point. If you're in here from Ethan's community, why did you have that perspective? What have you consumed so far? And how sheltered were you from the truth that you thought that someone like myself and someone like Sam Cedar would not be almost entirely aligned on this issue. You have to remember, you have to think about that. This is a moment of self-reflection, because many people I saw in his community were like, oh, dude, yeah, Sam Cedar is going to actually, agree with Ethan completely. And then they're going to move on to like attack Hasan together. Maybe Ethan can use Sam Cedar to criticize Hasan. And if you thought that, then you were completely oblivious to his perspective. So why did you think that? I know why you thought that. You thought that because Ethan has been presenting a false narrative. He's been presenting a false narrative about me, as he tried to do against Sam Cedar as well. And he has presented a false narrative about Sam Cedar as well. It's ridiculous. Self-reflect, please. What's the false narrative? Well, the number one false narrative is one that he already backtracked in the aftermath of this conversation, where he says, oh, maybe Hasan is not an anti-Semite, but he actually allows anti-Semitism or something. And that's like a new meta. He has called me a vile, vicious, rabid anti-Semite over and over again, knowing full well that I do not have an anti-Semitic bone in my fucking body. It's bullshit. And it's ironically enough that I'm being called an anti-Semite by him, while for specifically my advocacy against anti-Semitism. Every time I am decoupling Israel, Zionism, and Judaism, I'm actually working against anti-Semitism. Every time Ethan brings that conversation back to, well, all Jews are Zionists, he is making that dangerous conflation that is creating more anti-Semitism. No, that was the only point he had since the beginning. His last year of harassment has been for nothing. He's using the same initial argument. He literally has said you would call Jews the K word if you could. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's so insane. And even in the clip that he's bringing up, like, I'm literally saying, regardless of background, looks like someone attended a Hasan 101 seminar. This whole debate is so Hasan coded, and the fact he's getting agitated shows he doesn't like being challenged. Please, I really, really hope, given that Ethan presented this initially as a person that was going to 100% agree with him, I hope that his community, this is like their last shot, I think, of like seeing, like, coming back to reality and not falling into this like complete, this very narrow focused pro-Israel but kind of anti-Israel attitude that Ethan keeps reflecting. Honestly, they're kind of glazing you. They're attributing all of this as if it's your original thoughts, like you invented anti-Zionist talking points. I know. That's what's so crazy. Ethan Klein is going to have a conversation with Avi Shleim or Elon Pape, and they're going to be like, Elon Pape got brainwashed by Hasan. He wrote the book. I'm brainwashed by him. Okay? Like, it's so stupid. Like, there were so many moments in that conversation where I think Sam could have been way more vicious if it wasn't Ethan and someone else, and there simply wasn't enough time, like the bomb shelter shit.
There's not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic fucking...
Bro, I can't believe this man went from dunking on Steven Crowder to saying Steven Crowder as shit. He's anti-American, radical anti-American.
Now, instead of actually addressing a single point, he stops it before he gets there.
Lol, Ethan owns Sam, to be honest. I love that. Listen, I'm proud of you. And I think your family is proud of you too, that you are finally able to dress yourself on your own, and you were able to actually open up an account all on your own and be able to type those words together. I'm proud of you. No, this is a moment that deserves praise and congratulations. Okay. Clearly, since the car crash, things were not the same for you, but it seems like you're making great improvements. I mean, it's kind of funny that you're, openly demonstrating that, but it's cool. It's cool that you've done it. You are able to type this stuff on your own, all on your own, without anybody else, Where's your pearls at? Okay, well, you kind of failed on the second point, didn't you? You wrote it correctly the first time, and then all of a sudden, communist champagne socialist Lamau. Okay. You got it. You're good. I'm proud of you. Again, you're showing that you can even react in real time. Bro, I like your content, but you're in the wrong on this, and Ethan made some good points. They attacked a fence. Israel is practically groomed into doing a genocide. Yeah, I know. He's blaming you right now for his failure? Ain't no fucking way, dude. Stop. He's still talking about me? What the fuck? Due to their incredible anti-Semitic opinions, and that he is simply misunderstood. He's back to the clip compies. Hold on, I gotta pee. And that he agrees with everything that Sam Cedar says wholeheartedly. And Sam, being the kind and gentle being that he is, will not push super hard to really figure out what Ethan's worldview looks like.
He could not have been more wrong.
Yeah, he could not have been more wrong. And by the way, he got to stop making predictions because those don't work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, just objectively, that is
wrong in
the
every way.
opposite of what played out. So,
but I laugh because he's trying to poison the well ahead of me and Sam agreeing on everything. Although Sam was not very sweet and lovely, he came out ready to go, and that's good. I'm always ready. But I'll tell you guys, I am brave.
Yeah, you've sold us.
I mean, who would go against Sam Cedar willingly, Dan?
Not Steven Crowder. That's when
Crowder's been running his whole life.
Obviously not that one.
I'm not running from nothing or nobody.
It ruined Crowder's life.
Carry the load. What?
I said it ruined Crowder's life. Literally, since he did that debate.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I wasn't kidding when I said we ruined his life.
It was funny because at one point Sam took off his glasses and said, "Steven, look into the camera." He's like, "From here on out, it's all downhill for you."
That's crazy that was true.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't have predicted that there'd be a scandal where he's abusing his wife on camera.
Right.
But he went from getting a $50 million deal on the table to being like a nobody.
Yeah. No, that doesn't work either.
Doesn't work either.
Fucking watch it.
What a fucking psycho. Anyway. Yeah, so, here's Hasan.
Oh, you've been running away from him. Yeah, I wonder why Ethan Klein won't fucking talk to Sam Cedar. Just like he was too scared to talk to Sam Cedar in private. I'm not ducking Ethan at all. I'll talk to him. Maybe I'll even have Sam Cedar attend.
This just happened like 10 minutes ago.
Right, yeah.
Perhaps this is why my former podcast host is too afraid to talk to Sam Cedar. Oh my God, bro. This obsession.
Wait, what is he saying? Is he showing how brave he is? It took a year for him to finally talk to Sam Cedar.
There it is. You got what you wanted, and the people are feasting. Watching two Jewish men duke it out about
it took this motherfucker a year, and he got destroyed. What is this?
We agree on everything.
Bro. Oh, my God.
Hey,
oh boy, this doesn't look like it went good, but I don't know if chat can be trusted. No offense.
Hey, a lot of people tuned in for this, huh? 50,000.
He said Sam agreed with everything. Does he not know? Does he not know that Sam Cedar is a whole ass adult with a public profile who will see him just simply saying this stuff? Oh, the cope, man. He literally is saying that him and Sam Cedar agree with everything. Yeah, the cope here is what? Only going to be entertained? Only going to be entertained for a brief moment? Is that what it is? That video was about how he should talk to you, and he only showed you mentioning Sam. I know. He said you were wrong about Sam being nice to him. I think Sam was very nice to him. What? Okay, I think people need to understand something. That was kitty gloves from Sam. Sam also is not like a contentious person. When he debates libertarians, some of the stupidest people on the fucking planet, he will still maintain that same calm demeanor. There's very few instances where I've seen Sam like get rattled. One was against Tim Pool, and the other was unironically against Ethan at a certain point where he was like, why are you consistently conflating Judaism and Zionism? Meanwhile, his chat is calling Sam a terror supporter. Wait, what? Sam is a terror supporter, but you, Ethan, need to do your homework. So much of what he said was pure lies. Okay, I'm sorry, but this has to be someone from Israel. Like, this sounds like someone. He's a supporter of terror. I felt particularly bothered by Ethan's constant "I agree with you" nonsense because it completely neuters the actual critique Sam was attempting to levy. Like, how do you argue with someone when every valid rebuttal is just met with "I agree" and then completely reverted right afterwards? You can't get anywhere. I know. Ethan Klein is doing something that is incredible in this conversation. And what he's doing, oh, it is shekels. Okay. Well, I didn't realize that was the sign for shekel, but I could just tell from the way that he fucking dressed down Sam Cedar, being like, he's a terror supporter. But you, Ethan, need to do your homework. So much of what he said was pure lies. That's why I'm saying most of his audience left. These are the people that came to him for the Zionism at this point. A bit ago, Ethan said him and Sam talked about immaterial topics because they talked about the genocide instead of Hasan. Yeah. They had to agree to disagree on whether or not criticism of Zionism is anti-Semitic. Lol. That is the entire argument for the smear campaign. Yes. So, as long as Sam understands this better than anybody else, because he is who he is, he's had opinions that has changed throughout time. And for that very purpose, he understands better than anybody else. I've had private conversations with Sam throughout the past year, not about Ethan, by the way, but just in general about what to do in our personal lives where we have friends, people that we are close to that can find themselves in the throes of radicalization in the aftermath of October 7th, specifically Jewish people. Okay? This is something that I've talked to a lot of my Jewish friends about in general. My anti-Zionist Jewish friends are also going through the exact same issues with people that cannot let go of the social conditioning of Zionism, cannot let go of the idea that Zionism is actually supposed to be for good. It's like this good idea, not a bad one, because it undermines everything. It undermines everything I've known. It undermines everything I've learned my whole life. If I were to re-examine my relationship with Zionism, I have to re-examine everything, which is why Sam was so nice. It's very difficult. It is very difficult. That's why if you listen to anti-Zionist Jews, they talk about this all the time. That's precisely the reason why I had, as one of Twitch's leading Jews, OG gamer, professional racist, America First, finest groypers in the Legion of Kekistan have been telling me to get in an oven for the last 20 years online, but I haven't felt true anti-Semitism on the internet until Hasanabi started flaunting his massive MAGA pecs in my face. Not cool, dog. Slasher. Bro, they're gonna clip this and be like, Slasher, Jewish journalist Slasher agrees Hasan is anti-Semitic. Oh no. It's no wonder Sam got so passionate. Lillard puts up with the conflation of Jewishness with Zionism every day. Yeah, so here's the issue. They're doing the Hasan flew into private jet to Coachella criticism right now. He's fucking sauceless. Sorry for being this kind of chatter right now. I'm stunned at how stupid Ethan is. Yeah. I don't care about any of that shit. He can fucking keep smearing me all day, every day. Okay, that's whatever. He needs to feed. He basically needs to feed people with something. He feels like a bruised little bird. Okay, he feels like a bruised bird. And he's licking his wounds, and he has to give red meat to his audience to be like, no, guys, Hasan is still bad. Okay. Are you going to talk to him about the drama or stick to Israel Palestine? What do you think? Do you think I'm in the business of trying to talk about drama? Do you think I want to talk to him about drama? Fuck no. It's true that 56% of Israelis support ending the war for the hostages as of last week's Channel 11 poll. Meanwhile, the coalition is practically unstoppable mandate of 68 seats as Bibi consolidates power. How is the conclusion here not the world should pressure Israel externally to end the war? What is Ethan's point? He has no point, time without an OO, as you probably have gotten at this point. His point is, I need to defend What? Okay, everybody shut up. His point is, I need to defend my position. I'm dug too deep. I've dug in too deep. I don't want to do self-reflection. I don't want to fucking change course. This was his opportunity to try and desperately change the trajectory by being like, see, Sam Cedar agrees with me. Look at how, look at the way Sam Cedar agrees with me, and then try to, like, you know, end this arc in his content, because he only sees people as, like, you know, toys to play with or content to be consumed. And it's mostly just like trying to desperately belittle him, belittle others in the process. Thank you, Sam Cedar. Now shut the fuck up, Ethan. You are not the victim. Yeah, there were so many moments in that conversation where he basically brought up, from the POV of someone who doesn't care about Ethan, why are you open to debate him? Because Ethan Klein at this point is, I mean, he had 50,000 people listening to him talk to Sam Cedar, and you saw the audience. He is a sizable content creator with a platform, and he's using every waking moment of that platform talking about Israel to basically attack pro-Palestinian voices, advocates. And he's getting a lot of attention from the other slop tubers as well. And the unfortunate reality is a lot of these apolitical slop tubers, okay, that present themselves as apolitical, centrists or whatever, they do have a capacity to change people's minds, because a lot of dumb people just kind of want to watch a fucking YouTube drama video and get their notes from that. Okay? Ethan is exposing you for flying private with David Dobrik. What are you talking about? This is not an expose. This is something that I have talked about, something that we've memed about a million times over. This is not an expose. This is what I mean. This is the remaining fan base that Ethan has, is like people that only care about this drama shit. But in that process, while they're getting all this drama shit, they're also developing a false narrative. They're also developing a false reality of how things are. There were a couple key moments that instantly like triggered my fucking my Hasbro alarms. Like, I'll have you know, Sam, there's not a single public bomb shelter in Gaza. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you think a bunker buster does to a goddamn bomb shelter? If he ain't ending the stream, no reason he can't hop on a call right now. Oh, I agree. I don't know why he doesn't want to have a call now. I don't know why you spend so much time on Ethan. As I've said already, treat this as if Asmongold is doing this kind of Hasbro. Okay? Treat this as if Ben Shapiro is doing this kind of Hasbro. Except Ben Shapiro has no motion right now. Ethan has more motion than Ben Shapiro. That's it. Like, look at how excited he got to deliver this talking point, as though Sam hasn't ever heard this before. As though people who are pro-Palestine have not heard this a million times over.
By the way, just you know, there's not one.
Wait, hold on. If he's, dude, at this point, if he's still watching clips of me, why don't you just talk to me in person? What is happening? Like, what is he doing here? Let's see. I'm gonna DM in the chat. I'm gonna say, hey man, since you talked to Sam, I think we could have a more productive convo now, since you seemingly have enough time to watch clips of me. Definitely down to do it Friday, though. Peace and love. That's what I said. I said, hey man, since you talked to Sam, I think we can have a more productive convo now, since you seemingly have enough time to watch clips of me. Definitely down to do it Friday, though. Peace and love.
Are we using the term master bedroom?
Are we using the term master bedroom?
I just say it's my room.
Yeah, I think a master sword. What's next? He wants Zelda to change the name of his sword?
Too much passive aggressiveness, I think. No, it's good. He plans to Friday. You're already talking on Friday. Hasan, please get to covering the news. Okay, that's true. I probably should do that. Get off your high horse. Bet you still haven't watched the nuke, hypocrite. Oh, he saw it, I think.
Grandmaster in Marvel Rivals right now. Does that mean?
That's fucked up, love.
Wait, you're past Celestial?
No.
Oh.
The season reset,
It
so I'm in a lower
reset.
rank
He
now.
got knocked back down.
Oh, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry.
So we're looking like about 26% say no,
Yes.
to 74% say yes.
I love our audience. You know, you guys, you're very reasonable.
Bing bong. Do you think it's okay to call it a master
We gotta put
bedroom?
our
I think
foot
it's
down on
fine.
Some of this, you know, unless you can show me evidence otherwise that it is like comes from racism. I am sleeping in my master bedroom. God damn it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll have to.
All right, never mind. They're gonna avoid it.
I'll take it up with customer.
Damn
customer support. It's serious.
All right, whatever. You read the whole thing and is ignoring you? Yeah. Not sure it's reached your media, but recent reports of Hebrew military correspondents indicated military is pushing for a ground invasion of the famous Al-Mawazi humanitarian zone. 10,000 reservniks will be called in to take over positions in the West Bank, Lebanon, and Syria so the conscripts can take over in Gaza. This is huge and will be a massacre. Yeah. They're pretending it didn't happen. It's all good. Maybe they didn't see it. 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 Be charitable. Be charitable. Be charitable. Anyway, let's take a look at this.
By the way, just you know, there's not
this right here in front of a massive fucking audience. For the record, this right here in front of a massive audience should be treated exactly as a defense of Israel, because that's precisely what it is. Okay, and that is the reason why I treat it as though he is basically like a random person with a massive audience that is, as soon as you click the way he goes back to reacting to your clips, that's crazy. Aren't you letting 100K people watch Ethan spread his delusions instead of addressing the core? What do you mean? I am. I'm doing it right now.
not one bomb shelter, public bomb shelter in Gaza?
There's not one public bomb shelter in Gaza?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just think that's interesting. It's pretty fucked up, don't you think?
Do I think it's fucked up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the point. Like,
well, I mean,
do you think anything would be standing anymore?
Well, bomb shelters are underground. I mean,
there's a couple reasons as to why there's no public bomb shelters in Gaza. Number one, Israel has no interest in letting any fucking standing structure exist in the Gaza Strip, as they have shown time and time again, because they can just simply say there's Hamas in those mosques, there's Hamas in those hospitals, there's Hamas in those schools, there's Hamas in the UNRWA facilities, there's Hamas inside of the food and grain storage facilities. So having a bomb shelter is basically just putting another fucking crosshair. The notion that being underground will actually preserve you, will save you from being bombed, is also ridiculous, considering that a bunker buster can absolutely eviscerate a goddamn bomb shelter.
I mean, they would definitely be a lot safer.
I've seen what happened to tunnels under hospitals.
Your statement is...
And then he thought, oh, gotcha, tunnels under hospitals. Look.
Oh, there was... So you say there were tunnels under hospitals?
No one denies that there are tunnels under hospitals, Ethan. What the fuck are you talking about? There's tunnels under everything, okay? If you're talking about Al-Shifa, which he probably doesn't know the name of the fucking hospital either, and I think Sam can't even recall the name of the hospital in this situation, then yeah, those hospitals were built by Israel.
Hospitals.
Israel
the tunnels were built by Israel.
Built the ones under the first one that they went into. They built it when they were occupying Gaza.
Are you right? That's true of that one. But I mean, they have a vast tunnel network, obviously, as everybody knows. But I don't care. I don't want to get into the weeds on this.
Oh, he doesn't want to get into the weeds on this. He just backs away. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, that whole conversation was like a sophomore in college trying to own a full professor. It was downright embarrassing for E, but he'll never admit it. Yeah. No, I think like I think that a lot of people in his fan base will probably say something along the lines of like, no, you did so good, King. Like you did such a great job. You did such a great job holding your own against Unk. Dude, this is also my favorite response so far. Look, Oliver posts, what are words? Ethan is so fucking dumb. I feel bad for Unk. In what way? Sam couldn't concede that maybe Israelis aren't evil who want all Palestinians to die Lamau is a terrible argument, especially considering this is an American making the point. A country full of the most warmonger evil people. I think if the H3 fans don't brigade majority report, that's an admission that he got cooked, I think. No, they will brigade regardless. I was worried Ethan would manage to hide his views since Sam isn't a very online person, but I didn't think it would go this bad for E. Yeah, because he buckled in the first sign of resistance. He literally he couldn't like keep up the act that he is like pro-Palestine, because the reality of the matter is, if every single time Ethan wanted to talk about this issue, he just basically rehashed what he said on October 8th or whatever the first leftover episodes was. If he just kept saying that, no one would think he is a fucking pro-Israel guy. They would just be like, yeah, dude, we've heard this a million times already, but yeah, you're clearly not pro-Israel. We get it. Okay? But that's the problem. He showed that video and then very quickly betrayed that video by telling Sam, displaying to Sam what his actual current opinion is by, refusing to concede on key points that he would not agree to. He kept saying that he and Sam agreed on everything. Yeah, he's trying to lie. He's trying to lie to his audience to preserve his own sense of dignity. Okay? That's it. He really thought Ethan talking about command center under hospitals, but with Sam, he changed it to tunnels. Yeah. This was Ethan's initial perspective on why Israel must bomb these hospitals.
Listen, I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, continuing to provoke Israel to attack them. And putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals, its own people for political gain, is lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
Yeah. So if he thinks that he could just like keep saying, if he thinks that he can keep saying like, oh, Sam and I agreed on everything. Sam and I agreed on everything when he couldn't even keep up the appearance in that very moment where obviously that back and forth was didn't go down the way he thought it would, which he recognized and admitted to. I don't know why he keeps saying Sam and I agree on everything. So far, Sam Cedar's gotten Ethan to agree with everything he said about Israel and reveal it's all about Ethan's personal grievances with Hasan. Unreal. This was in the beginning of the conversation in the first half hour. It fell apart quickly after that, ironically enough. But the reality of the matter is, that he's not able to maintain that position because it's so inconsistent. And ultimately, someone who is more knowledgeable over his positions or what he has said in the past, as opposed to Sam Cedar, that at least has the same level of like basic humanity in terms of recognizing the humanity of Palestinians, Yeah, they would make light work of him. All right, should I make a list of things Ethan has said over the past year and ask him, do you still believe the statement? Don't give him any weasel room. When Ethan demanded you bring up in the conversation, then wanted to change the subject once Sam began cooking. Yeah. So here's the situation. He thought he could get extractions out of Sam that he could use against me. But in the keep going to Disney pedo land, gay boy, your silly Turkish Virgin Mary views are so cute. I'm Lucifer. What the fuck? Bro, take your meds. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, let's get back to the news, newsboy. Newsboy is back to the news, chatters.
The decision in this case might impact those cases?
Well, they're certainly going to be looking at this, right? Now there's a precedent, right? So now some of these lawyers who are also representing other international students that have been targeted by the administration can say, look, this court in Vermont released a student under similar claims made against our students. Interestingly, in this courthouse, there's another major case being played out. Rumeysa Öztürk, she is the Tufts University student who was also targeted apparently for an op-ed that she wrote for a student newspaper a year ago. That case is also being tried in the same courthouse, not by the same judge, but we're going to have to see if it plays out in a similar fashion.
This isn't the end of Madawi's case. So what happens next?
Well, the case is still going to play out, both in immigration court and in federal court. And that's, one thing that's really important. It's kind of unclear sometimes which impacts the other. If a ruling in immigration court impacts what's happening in federal court. So right now, we're kind of in a standstill. We're going to have to wait to see how both courts react and what the next steps are. If there's another hearing in the next few weeks, I'm sure there will be. We're certainly going to be there to report it out.
All right, immigration reporter Armando Garcia. Armando, thank you. President Trump is meeting with his cabinet right now after marking 100 days in office. The president opened that meeting by touting his accomplishments, then blamed the Biden administration for the latest GDP.
Sorry, the groomer is here. Guy is getting groomed. Friday going to be the Super Bowl for the unemployed? True.
Report showing the U.S. economy shrank in the first quarter.
Probably saw some number.
They're replacing Connolly with someone even older? Oh my God, shut up. 87-year-old Holmes Norton eyes bid to lead Democrat. No, this is a joke, I think. That's got to be a joke. There's no way. That's got to be someone joking. Someone jokingly dropped that as a meme in Axios. Like a Democrat staffer is making a joke, I think. There's no fucking way, dude. Dude, that is so, oh my God. That is so insane. What the fuck? It's who Connolly named as his successor? Are they just like, do they hear our criticisms and they laugh at us behind closed doors? What's happening? Do they just... They're like, oh, they thought we couldn't go older. No. Is the Democrat stationed in the Vatican? No, this is incredible stuff. This is fantastic. You don't get it? We need someone who still remembers the Nazis personally. He's the man for this very short moment. This is incredible. 2 L's on Connolly, right? I'm not going to listen to the funny Steven Crowder song, okay? Stop sending it to me. We're in the news now. We're in the news portion.
Numbers today, and I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January. This is the quarterly numbers, and we came in, and I was very against everything that Biden was doing in terms of the economy, destroying our country in so many ways. Not only at the border was more obvious, but we took over his mess in so many different ways.
And I want to bring in our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, because Selena, the president also said if you take out some of these numbers, GDP is actually up, and he touted investments in the U.S. What do you make of his explanation for this GDP report compared to what economists are saying?
Well, look, the president is blaming the GDP report as well as the stock market on former President Biden. But most economists agree that the drop in consumer confidence, the volatility in the stock market, and this economic slowdown that we're seeing is a result of the president's chaotic tariff policy that has been on again, then off again, then on again. Now, these are sweeping tariffs that the president has imposed, and it's led many companies to rush to get ahead of these tariffs, surging imports of goods from abroad. And a lot of companies have been on edge as well. Many businesses have been put on pause, and these China tariffs are especially damaging for companies that rely on trade between these two countries. Many small businesses, large businesses, as well as U.S. farmers. We've currently got 145% on many tariffs coming in, many goods coming in from China, and then China has imposed 125% tariffs on goods going from the U.S. into China, which is primarily agricultural goods. Now, our Terry Moran pressed the president on this issue yesterday, saying that for some of these American businesses, they're facing the possibility of extinction. The president brushing those concerns off, saying that everything is going to be fine. This administration continues, Diane, to maintain the position that any of this short-term pain is worth the long-term gain of revitalizing American manufacturing. The president also posting on Truth Social today, telling Americans to be patient.
Selena, the president talked a lot about China, as you say. One of the things he really wanted to emphasize here was the elimination of the de minimis tariff exemption, and that's on sort of smaller imports. They're saying that this is helping small businesses. What did you make of that exchange with the Commerce Secretary?
So in specific...
Can I just show you the stupidity of conservatives really quickly for a brief moment? I just want you to see something very stupid. Okay? I know we've moved on, and it's not drama related or whatever, but like, I need you to see something very funny that I just saw in my replies. Okay? So I posted when Ethan was falsely claiming that Nelson Mandela never engaged in violence. I posted this. I said, falsely claiming that Nelson Mandela never engaged in violence to end the apartheid is ahistorical nonsense. He was offered a commutation of a sentence if he disavowed violent resistance twice. He refused, extending his prison sentence twice. Here is also in 1999, Nelson Mandela, the late and great Nelson Mandela, visiting Gaza and saying, choose peace rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence, we will use violence.
Rather than confrontation, except in cases where we cannot proceed, where we cannot move forward. Then, if the only alternative is violence.
This guy said, you keep being obsessed with Jews, huh? Yeah, dude. That's what it is. You got me. That's why I'm obsessed with Israel, and not because it's doing a genocide right now with my tax dollars.
We will use violence.
His comments won him applause from leader Yasser Arafat and...
Anyway, this guy, this is my favorite thing that conservatives do, where they go to Grok. You can't stop being obsessed with Israel, huh? Yeah, how dare Jews fight against Islamists instead of letting them destroy them? Yeah, we got it, dude. Your racism is in full display. The notion that the notion that like Islamists would destroy Israel. So anyway, the point I was making is, or what I wanted to show you is, conservatives love relying on Grok because they can't think for themselves. And I feel like it's very stupid to just like openly admit defeat, that a machine that has the capacity to fucking lie, by the way, will with regular frequency, with regular frequency going to a machine to be like, is this person wrong? To prove a point. There has to be an account at this point of like Grok conservative self-owns, because I see this so frequently. I see it so goddamn frequently where people will just be like, Grok, is he lying? And then Grok will be like, no, he's not lying. And it's such a fucking hilarious thing. He's like, Grok, what logical fallacies are in this post? Why don't you try to fucking make it up? Why? The post by Hasan the Hunt contains no logical fallacies. It refused to claim that Nelson Mandela never engaged in violence with evidence, citing his refusal to disavow violent resistance and a quote supporting the violence when necessary. This avoids fallacies like strawman, ad hominem, or false dilemma, as it directly addresses the claim with historical facts. Mandela's role in the founding of Umkhonto we Sizwe, I'm going to butcher that, MK, and his stance during imprisonment to support the argument. This post is focused and evidence-based, maintaining logical coherence. Ironically, Grok is smarter than most of those people. Yeah, of course they are, dude. Of course. These people are so dumb that they're relying on a chat bot. That's my point. I'm saying you are the lowest of the low at that point. Like you're literally saying a goddamn machine that has the capacity to be wrong, by the way, and still tell you with 100% certainty the wrong information is smarter than you. Think for yourself. Why do you need a machine to think for you? Wait, he doubled down, refresh. Shut up. He responded to Grok by being like, fuck you, you're wrong. Don't worry, there's other low-hanging fruit. There are so many people like this now. It's so sad. What? You're right. There are bigger issues to tackle here. Mandela's support for arms resistance against apartheid is well documented. He co-founded MK and refused to renounce violence for his freedom. The low-hanging fruit might be the debated comparison between South African apartheid and Israeli-Palestinian conflict, or myths about Mandela being purely nonviolent. His 1999 Gaza visit, backing peace, but justifying violence when necessary, fuels these discussions. Let's focus on those broader points. Even when he's like trying to double down, the Grok is like, no, actually, focus on the broader points here. The comparison is apt.
That de minimis exemption closing that trade loophole that allows goods valued at less than $800 to come into the U.S. tariff-free, that really hurts some Chinese companies like the e-commerce retailers, Shein and Temu. Both of those companies have said that they're going to have to raise prices. In fact, they've already started raising prices because of that. Now, some would argue that this actually does benefit some American firms. Fast fashion retailer Forever 21, when they were closing stores, said that part of the reason was that they couldn't compete with these fast fashion, cheap e-commerce retailers from China that were benefiting from this loophole. But the president there, in the cabinet room, he also talked about how China is getting hammered by his tariffs. This does come as China's factory activity slipped to the worst contraction since December 2023, as China is grappling with these very steep tariffs from the United States. But the president, he also reiterated that we're talking to China. Now, Beijing has repeatedly said that they are not talking to the United States when it comes to trade. So it's still unclear at this point if negotiations between these two countries are even happening.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you. And a new report says the U.S. economy shrank for the first time since the pandemic. The GDP decreased at an annual rate of 0.3% since the beginning of January. That's the first drop in 3 years. Let's bring in chief economist at Numerator, Leo Feller, for more. Leo, thanks for coming back on. Always great to have you unpack these things with us. So as you heard me saying with Selena, President Trump says this GDP report is a result of the Biden administration. What's your take on his comments, his explanation, and what he's saying that if you remove some of these numbers, we're actually up?
Well, let's look at the data. So the data itself is telling us that in 2024, every single quarter of 2024, the economy was actually growing. And every single quarter of 2023, the economy was actually growing. It's really this first quarter of 2025 that the economy has shrank. And granted, this is a negative 0.3. This is basically flat. And it suggests that consumers, that businesses are basically just waiting to see what's going to happen next. This really looks like it's something that has been happening much more recently in the past couple of months, as consumers have been stating that they're increasingly nervous, they're increasingly pessimistic about job prospects, about income growth. And businesses themselves have announced that they are uncertain about how much they will be able to sell in the future, given how much policy change has occurred just in the past 2 months.
So, big picture, why is GDP dropping, and what can we do about it?
Yeah, listen, the big thing is that consumers have slowed how much they're spending, right? So spending is still up, but they're slowing it down. Businesses have imported quite a bit, right? And that's to try to front run these tariff increases. So if you think about, right, tariffs coming into place or already in place for products from China, businesses have tried to get ahead of this by bringing a lot of those imports in and boosting their inventories. Right now, I mean, businesses are basically saying, they tried to do this front loading, but we're even seeing in other data shipments from China drop substantially, which suggests that businesses have already done a lot of this front loading and they're stopping to bring in, new goods, given the high tariff rates that are in place right now.
So oh, sorry, Leo, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying there's not much that we can do about it now, given the policies that are in place. I think given the data that we're seeing, we'll probably just have some empty shelves coming into June and July as businesses have not been able to bring in new goods.
Does this offer any more fuel to recession fears?
I think we are at a tipping point where we can go into a recession, but we are really at that margin where it's possible to still step back and continue to have economic growth. If we continue down this trajectory of tariff wars, of threatening Federal Reserve independence and creating economic uncertainty, then I do think that we tip into a recession at the later half of this year.
All right, Leo Feller, always great to have you, Leo. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
President Trump marked the 100th day of his second term with a campaign-style rally in Michigan last night. He used most of the speech to attack his opponents and then boast about his actions in office so far, even as the polls show that he is losing a lot of support. He also had a very public dispute yesterday with one of the tech titans who stood behind him at his inauguration. Ed O'Keefe covered the rally for us. He's in Detroit with the latest. Ed, good morning to you.
Gail, good morning. The president back out on the campaign trail sounding familiar themes, suggesting that his term so far has been a success, despite the fact that his approval ratings on the slide and some tough economic reality.
Hello, Michigan.
100 days in, President Trump back in campaign mode, rallying his supporters in a battleground state.
In 100 days, we have delivered the most profound change in Washington in nearly 100 years.
Recent CBS News polling shows immigration remains among the issues the president scores best on, so it's no surprise he talked it up.
You finally have a president who is defending our borders and our nation.
But in a striking moment, the American president used propaganda video shot by the El Salvadoran government to show how he's deported undocumented immigrants to that Central American nation.
How is going from a projected 4% growth to an actual -4? No, 0.5% growth, not 0.4% growth. Considered flat. It's because the diminished, like the shrinkage in the GDP is minor, and they're trying to navigate around that conversation to the best of their ability because that's what mainstream media does. They try to fucking normalize everything that you're experiencing so you don't like collapse and freak out and go, oh my God, we're in a recession. What the fuck is going on? Yes. Donald Trump is so bad at his job, though, that Donald Trump is so bad at his job that it's becoming increasingly more difficult every waking moment to manage. It's really, really hard to do propaganda that like even tries to maintain a sense of normalcy around Donald Trump and his actions. If you remove the numbers, the economy is up. The brandonization of Trump continues. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's less shipments coming in. I see it every day since I work in logistics. It's bad. I do feel like one day I won't be asked to come into work. Yeah, that's what's coming.
President's milestone day came as consumer confidence plunged again in April amid concerns about his planned tariffs. But Trump came to Michigan with relief for automakers. They'll still face a 25% tariff on imported cars and parts, but not an additional tariff on other critical materials, including steel and aluminum. And in an interview, he defended his decision to impose 145% tariffs on China.
They were making from us $1 trillion a year. They were ripping us off like nobody's ever ripped us off.
The president argues his policies will end up benefiting auto workers like Scott Duty and Tabitha Noble, who were
What does the Brandonization of Trump mean exactly? So Donald Trump has always been like crazy, says insane stuff, and then will say, "Oh, I didn't mean it," whatever, right? He'll make incredible mistakes, and then he'll try to package it as like something that he did deliberately, and then he'll come across like he solved the issue that he created. All that stuff is normal. Brandonization is something a little bit different. It's becoming senile. I think that his more erratic behavior this time around shows a little bit of Brandonization, but last night he went full Brandon. When we were watching that ABC interview, I realized like he has gone full Brandon. It's not even half measures, no half Brandon, full Brandon with the MS-13 tattoo stuff. We'll get to that in a second. It basically bricked my brain. When I saw the tattoo stuff and him defending it and being like, no, the tattoos say MS1 and 3. It's obvious. Like that was a full Brandon moment. And it's been kind of scary to experience. The 5 are defending it. I think that they will try to defend it. Yeah, they'll try to defend it. And maybe Trump will come out and do plausible deniability later. But if he doubles down again and says, no, that's what the letters imply, it's full tilt, full Brandonian. We're doing full Brandon. Not half Brandon, full Brandon, real dark Brandon shit. It was like the Hamas beheading babies Brandon moment. Yeah. Yeah, it was his beheaded babies. The difference, however, it's even worse than that because like there was a collective interest in a lot of people that Hamas actually decapitated babies. Like they wanted to believe that because they wanted to be so vicious to the Palestinians. In this circumstance, there's a lot of people who want to be vicious to undocumented migrants, but like it's worse than a Photoshop. There was like a Photoshop, there was an AI image out there of like beheaded babies or whatever that people were posting. Maybe somehow in the most charitable way possible, I'm saying like that got to Brandon, right? But in this situation, it's like so clearly Donald Trump looking at a photo where they just did this crude, this is like very crude MS paint job on top of this dude's like actual knuckles. And it was just an overlay and no one was supposed to even think that it was anything but an overlay. And he unironically, I think, thinks it's an overlay. It's not an overlay. He thinks it's unironically tattoos. Huh? She's being groomed. Yeah.
Furloughed just before Trump took office. Right now, they're feeling the pinch.
What does that then cause you to have to worry about in terms of costs on a day-to-day basis?
Well, just daily living and, you know, your food went up, gas went up, our wages went down.
Utility bills have went up. Groceries have went sky high.
Both agree tariffs could eventually bring more jobs to the U.S., but there's currently uncertainty.
State of the economy right now, in your view, here in Michigan is?
Not very good. Unemployment's went up. Every day, somebody's closing their doors because nobody's going in to buy anything. They can't afford to stay open.
Even with consumer confidence levels dropping to its lowest level in 5 years since the beginning of the pandemic, the president pushed back in that interview over the idea that the economy is in tough shape. He admitted there could be a transition period, would be a transition period, but said everything is, quote, headed in the right direction. Tony?
Ed, while we have you, what more can you tell us about this White House disagreement with Amazon? It led to a call, apparently, from President Trump.
Yeah, it all started with a report that Amazon was going to start publishing on its site the cost of things and what exactly was costing you because of the tariffs. And that, of course, caused the White House to get quite upset. They called it a hostile and political act. Amazon later claimed this was only an idea for its Amazon Haul site for the lower cost items and that it was never actually implemented. Before coming here to Michigan, the president said he gave Jeff Bezos a call and that they were able to quickly sort out the issue.
This genre is so boring. Talking to Trump supporters and saying, do you feel stupid for voting for him? I disagree. I think it gives a little bit of catharsis. Like it's basically red meat for the libs, you know? It's just like, well, okay, what do you do now? It also shows that there might be some discontent amongst the Trump supporters in general. So that's not necessarily a bad thing either. I don't know. It's just deeply disturbing. I actually want to hear from people who say, no, I still love my president. That's what I think is the better, that's the funnier content for me. I want to hear a guy who's like, my entire career is over. Okay. You don't understand. I literally am a drop shipper and Donald Trump single-handedly ruined my career. I will never, in a million years, I will never be able to recover from this financially. And then they go, do you hate that you voted for him? And he's like, no, I love him. I think I deserve less. I am filth. I'm a filthy little piglet who lives in filth and shit and piss. I am not worthy. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear from motherfuckers who are like, I will vote for him again. I hope he is president in 2028.
Critics suggest that this is yet another example of corporate leaders bending to the president's will. Tony?
All right, Ed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
This is an ABC News.
Now, this right here is the juicy shit, okay? Come on, Asmongold isn't a dropshipper. Asmongold doesn't care. If tomorrow Trump fell out of fashion, he would also fucking start finding a way to you know, change his narrative on it. He just goes along with the wave, dude. He goes along with the meta. And the tide is shifting already. Look at this. We have fucking 41,000 people in here, partially because a lot of you are drama-obsessed perverts, but, you know, don't worry. The tide shift is coming. Just like I said, after October 7, 30% of this community left. What happened? They came back, okay? People inevitably arrive when history vindicates me over and over again. People inevitably go, okay, maybe I was wrong about this. Let me hear someone else's opinion. Maybe this guy that I thought was a fucking douchebag and wrong about everything and gay and lame is actually not so wrong about this stuff. Let me hear him out. Half of this community is people like that at some point realized maybe it wasn't the best idea to support Donald Trump. It'll be just like when Asman pretended to care during BLM and COVID. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit about, he doesn't have real political opinions. Like he's just going along with, he's chasing a meta.
Special from inside the White House.
When you stepped back in the Oval Office after you were reelected,
Right.
what went through your mind? Triumphant when you walked back?
Yes, there's a feeling of triumph.
President Donald J. Trump on his 100th day in office from the #1 issue, the
My
economy.
uncle posted this on
People are
Facebook.
worried.
Okay, I'm not
And some people
clicking
who
that.
voted for you saying, I didn't sign up for this. So how do you answer those concerns? Well, they did sign up for it, actually.
To immigration.
It is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at
I'm mostly trying to convince my lesbian femme studies PhD friend that you are socially acceptably misogynistic. I'm sorry. That's probably not going to work. Like, that's not going to happen, I don't think. I'll be honest with you. As you have probably an easier time convincing a Trump supporter who's like super reactionary to look into what I'm saying and agree with me than a person with convictions to that degree. Like they've literally studied it. Sam is cooking. H3 fan close to 10 years here. Kind of a wake up call for me. Yeah, of course. Come on, dude. What do you think? This is how he is. This is how he has kept his community as like one note, as an echo chamber. Insta lock. I don't think you're misogynistic. You're just that you're a man. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to say that I don't have moments, but we're all imperfect. Wait, so an educated person wouldn't like you? Is this a cell phone or were you joking? No, someone specifically educated with a PhD on gender studies that thinks I'm misogynistic will most likely, if they already have that opinion, they're not going to change that opinion. Especially because, like, the irony, of course, is that my goal isn't to get someone like that on board anyway. What do I always say? If you're trans and you hear me talk about trans people, that's not for you. That's for transphobic people. You know, if you're black and you hear me talk about black liberation, that's not for you. I'm talking to white people and non-black people who have anti-black tendencies, anti-black opinions. That's it. Not this account either. Make a new one. What is this? No, they were both right and agreed. He just didn't agree that you were a piece of shit because he doesn't know the details of what's been done that led to the CPS in human skulls and such. Wait. Come on. We have to. This is fascinating. Dude, Ethan Klein fans at this point are fucking fascinating. You know I know Sam personally, right? Like for years at this point. Ethan himself didn't actually fucking think that Sam was going to be as contentious. So you won't listen to Black Chatters? Got it? Yes. That was my point. Yeah. You didn't I don't think you understood the point that I was making. Oh, you joke. Okay. Imagine someone saying, I have moments of racism, I'm not perfect. You would not let this shit fly for anyone else. It's why my friends who like your political takes find you hard to watch. What? Imagine. Wait, what do you mean? No, there definitely can be an instance where I will be off base. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah. On every issue. Yes. I can come across as transphobic or racist in certain circumstances. Yes, that is not. I'm a human being. My friends who are women and myself sometimes. No, you thought you could catch me in this to be like, misogyny is an acceptable bigotry for you as opposed to all these other bigotries. No, I'm saying I'm not perfect. I'm imperfect. There will absolutely be instances where I get something wrong. What the fuck? Also, the fact that you're my friends who are women. I'm not a woman, but I have women friends. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, you are a woman. My bad. See, there's that misogyny again. I just assumed you weren't a woman. It was partially because I thought it was a silly argument. And I did not want to attribute a silly argument to a woman. All right. My food is here and I'm cracking my knuckles. It's time to get into it. It's time to dive in. Full interview. President Trump, first 100 days, the interview in the Oval Office. Remember, he basically said in this interview at a certain point, he brought up the fact that he chose this interviewer. He hand-selected this interviewer. So that makes it even funnier because when the interview doesn't go the way he thought it would go, okay, it becomes even funnier because he's like, what do you mean? I chose you. I didn't know anything about you, but I chose you. Chatter's low-key right, though. Not exactly easy to show your content to women. Okay. Fine. Like, yes, listen, there is one quality to me that I will never be able to change. I am a man. And not only a man, but a man that exhibits a lot of tendencies that maybe some people might consider, depending on their own perspective, their own lived experiences, somewhat toxic. Okay? I can't change that. That's who I am. And guess what? I'm not going to fucking change that. So if you have an issue with that, then yeah, take it up to a bisexual lighting infused bread tuber. Okay, there's plenty of them out there. Go listen to them then. Why the fuck are you here? Go listen to women. God damn. If you think someone like myself is exhibiting like, impossible to contend with levels of misogyny, then there are a million different content creators out there that I think would be better for you. Okay. I can't change your mind, because I think a part of that is not coming from a place of like real issues. Chat really talking like you insult women all day, every day. I know. Like, you're making it seem like a big part of my commentary revolves around saying women ain't shit. Like, as a bisexual woman, these chatters are just on one is so stupid. Yeah. I'm an AFAB Emmy person, and everyone I know that watches you is a woman or trans. The only women that shouldn't like you are rad femmes or woke of the day types. Yeah. That's basically it. Anyway, let's continue. I got to stop. I did talk to one woman whose opinion I do care about quite a bit, even though I jokingly say she's my enemy, Maya Higa, who revealed to me that she actually watches me and said that I get one guide far too much and I pause far too much when there's a video that we should be watching, and she gets annoyed and she's like, please unpause the video. So, in honor of Maya Higa, I am going to unpause this video and I'm going to try to not get one guide, okay? I know many of you want this to be an opportunity where you come in and say, well, I'm a woman and you ain't shit. You're actually a fucking misogynistic piece of shit or something along those lines. It's cool. I'm not going to entertain it right now. Maybe later, okay? And to all of the male followers that came in here because they thought that I was an enemy of women, okay? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Come back tomorrow.
The southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods.
To Elon Musk.
Did Doge go too far, too fast, too reckless?
And the concerns from many Americans about the impact of tariffs.
Everything's going to be just fine.
President Trump, the first 100 days, the interview in the Oval Office with ABC News anchor and senior national correspondent Terry Moran.
Earlier today, I sat down with President Trump in the Oval Office for an exclusive interview on his 100th day of his second term. It was a great opportunity to ask him some wide-ranging questions about the issues that most concern so many Americans. We talked about the economy and his tariffs. We talked about immigration and those deportations. And you can see here the White House has put up some posters that they say show some of the violent criminals that have so far been deported. We talked about a lot more as well. The president's answers were provocative, at times combative, and always he was strong in his convictions about his policies. But before we get to the interview, we begin to...
I think you're responding to what Trump is saying, I think, right?
Tonight, with a look inside the Oval Office.
I'm not going to get one
Donald
guide.
Trump
I'm not pausing.
has transformed.
Sometimes
Hello,
it's hard.
everybody. How are you? This is the Oval Office. This is the Resolute desk, which is really something very spectacular.
Oh my
There's
God.
nothing quite like it.
It's out of
And
focus.
they give you a choice of about 7 different desks, but this is the one I chose. Ronald Reagan had it. FDR had it. A few people had it, but I found it to be the most beautiful.
It is amazing.
This is an amazing space, and amazing maybe architecturally wonderful, but amazing for what it represents. It represents the U.S., and if properly used, a lot of good things can happen.
I see Ronald Reagan over there.
Yeah, and if
Ronald
improperly
Reagan,
used, Trump
being in
happens.
the Oval Office is very important. See Ronald Reagan here, and put him a little bit larger. It sort of seemed to fit very nicely.
A little bit
You
larger.
have, Democrats a little bit. You have
Franklin Roosevelt.
Franklin Roosevelt. So you look at that picture and people say, well, what's he doing up there? But look, he was a serious president, whether we like it or not. He was a four-termer.
Why wouldn't you like FDR?
Went through a war.
What the fuck?
You have Lincoln, you have Washington, but you look over here, that's Monroe, the Monroe Doctrine.
Why is he up there?
I think the Monroe Doctrine was pretty important. You know, that was his claim to fame. Over here, you have the original of
Chad,
him.
I say, why wouldn't Trump like FDR? Japanese internment camps is something that Trump would like. But even like Social Security and stuff, like, you're not supposed to say you hate those things. Those are popular things. People say positive things about FDR, even if they're Republican, usually, unless they're like crazy libertarians.
Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, and of course you have the Declaration of Independence.
What does it mean to you?
Well, it means exactly what it says. It's a declaration. It's a declaration of unity and love and respect, and it means a lot, and it's something very special to our country.
Lincoln's portrait up there. I'm not familiar with that one, but I think when I'm looking at that famous line in the second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity toward all.
Well, he was a great president. He went through a lot.
And the Oval Office is always changing between presidents. And
It changes,
that says
yeah,
something.
it does.
What does this say about how you feel about the country and the office?
Well, I think it says I love the country. I mean, I'm putting pictures of presidents up that have never been up, pictures that weren't largely used, and in many cases, you know, great men, in this case men, but great men.
Could
great
be women.
achievement.
And your every detail, it seems.
Yeah.
This is your office.
I'm a very detailed person. I'm a very clean person. I like cleanliness. I like to see the space be treated properly. I've added a lot to the space in terms of beautification, in terms of modernization.
It's a gallery of presidents.
It really is. It really is. So, and it's an honor to have you people with us.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this.
Thank you very much.
Here in the Oval Office, it's special. 100 days into your second term. So what's the one thing, just one thing, that you think is the most significant thing you've done so far in these 100 days?
Well, I think maybe the border is the most significant, because our country was really going bad. They were allowing people to come in from prisons, as you know, and you've heard me say it, but you've heard a lot of people say it. Prisons, mental institutions, gang members, murderers. We had many murders, 11,888, they think.
I'm sorry for repeating myself over and over again, but ironically, the faucet of misinformation that Trump presents makes it pretty impossible, makes it damn near impossible to combat. Like, everything he's saying here in front of a fucking journalist is wrong. Everything he just brought up is wrong. And what is he supposed to do? Like, the journalist is supposed to be like, wait, you're saying what? Like, they're coming in to do murders from insane asylums? Like, what? Where have you gotten this information? Is there any actionable intelligence that has arrived at your desk? You've been saying this since before you even got into office. Like, where did you get this information? Like, nothing.
Some murdered more than one person. So you had murderers coming in, you had everybody coming in, and not just South America, from all over the world. They were emptying their prisons into our country. And now it's totally closed down. And you've seen just yesterday, they announced 99.9%. Nobody thought that could happen. And it happened quickly, very quickly. And I think that's very significant. But we're doing other things.
Like nothing. Nothing on that. Partially because the journalist wants the interview to be conducted at all. And he knows that if he starts pushing back here on the off rip, he's not going to get anything.
Things that are very significant. Results will take a little bit longer because it's one of those, you know, it's complicated. It's many years of trading abuse. We've been abused by other countries for years and years. They laughed at us. They thought we were stupid people, and we're fixing it. And I think that's going to be very, very important. But
We have a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, I would really say that the border is so important. You know, just
And
can't
we'll get there.
let that
Immigration,
happen.
huge,
Yeah.
and we're going to get there. But I want to start with the economy, the number one issue for so many people, for just about everybody. It's one of the main reasons that you're back in this office. And now we have this trade war with China that Moody's and other analysts say is going to cost American families thousands of more dollars per year. And there is a lot of concern out there. People are worried, even some people who voted for you saying, I didn't sign up for this. So how do you answer those concerns?
Well, they did sign up for it, actually, and this is what I campaigned on. I said that we've been abused by other countries at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We were losing 3 to 5 billion.
Low-key. He's right. I'm sorry. He's 100% right. When Trump supporters say, oh, I didn't sign up for this, it's like, no, you did. You literally did. He said it like a lot. He said it nonstop. You can call him many things. You can call him a liar. But you can't say he's not fulfilling exactly what he promised. Now, there's also a goal there, supposedly, for why he's doing this, and that goal is never going to be accomplished. That part is a lie. But in the short term, the tariff stuff is absolutely prominently displayed in his campaign material. Prominently.
$1 billion a day on trade. We were losing $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion a year. Not sustainable. They were taking advantage of us like they've never. I could have left it that way, and at some point there would have been an implosion like nobody's ever seen. But I said, no, we have to fix it. I've wanted to do this for many years. You know, I had the best economy during my first term. We had a tremendous economy, tremendous success, and we did tremendous numbers of tariffs on. We took in a lot of money from tariffs, China in particular, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. We had no inflation, as you know. We had an incredible economy. We're given credit for a great economy. But I said, we have to fix this. Otherwise, it's just not self-sustaining.
But one of the things you ran on was you'd said you'd bring prices down on day one, and that it would happen fast, and that it would happen fast.
I have.
Most economists will tell you that tariffs will raise prices. So don't your tariffs cut against that promise you made to bring prices down?
No, because I had massive tariffs on China, if you remember, in my first term, and we had essentially no inflation, like around 1% inflation, which is like a perfect number.
Dog. That's crazy to compare. One, prices for the key things that Donald Trump put tariffs on did go up. And two, that wasn't universal tariffs at 145%. And on top of that, the counter tariffs, the retaliatory counter tariffs that we received from China led to the American government spending more money on subsidies to farmers than they even collected from the tariffs.
And then when Biden took over, it went through the roof. It went to probably the worst inflation we've ever had. I mean, we had an inflation nightmare. Now, if you look at what's happening now, we're only there for 100 days, as you say. And in 100 days, we took over. We had bad inflation for 4 years, for 2 years of, especially 2 years of his administration. I would say record-setting like we've never seen. They say 48 years, the worst in 48 years. I say it was much worse than that. Yeah. Right. So now if you look at what's happened, energy is down. Gasoline hit $1.98 in a few states during the last couple of days. It was $3.50 and $4 and $4.50. But gasoline is way down. When I took over, you remember the big thing with eggs. They hit me the first week. Eggs, 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 like it was my fault. I said, I didn't cause this problem. This problem was caused by Biden. What's the problem with eggs? And they said, they've doubled. And well, eggs are down 87% since I got involved.
A lot of that is
and
bird
by the way,
flu,
and there were
right?
plenty of eggs for Easter, which we just went through. There were plenty of eggs for Easter. They were saying you won't have enough eggs for Easter. My secretary did a fantastic job on eggs. Groceries are down. Everything's down.
Okay.
Interest rates are the same. Interest rates should be down, but we have a Federal Reserve that wants to be stubborn. They want to be
All
cute.
right, we'll get to that. You said something a couple weeks ago that struck me. You said concerning the tariffs, which economists say are going to raise prices, you said, quote, hang tough. Yeah. It won't be easy. You said that to the American people. Is that what Americans should expect, some hard times?
I've said
because
that
of
during
these
my
tariffs?
campaign. Look, we won a campaign by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by a lot. You know, we had a tremendous campaign. I said all of these things during my campaign. I said, you're going to have a transition period. We've been ripped off by every country all over the world. They're laughing at us. They thought we were stupid people, and we were. And I said, that's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen.
Hard times are ahead?
I don't think so. I think great times are ahead. Look, since I came in, gasoline is down, groceries are down, egg prices are down, many things are down, just about everything. You know, you don't have the drop in fuel and energy and oil like we did. I took it from maybe...
Covered this yesterday, but the price of crude oil has gone down, but the price of gas at the pump has not. And also on top of that, there's going to be some hard times in the recovery period. Would be correct if there was actually a recovery program, if he was also working on rebuilding a manufacturing base in the United States of America, rebuilding infrastructure, training the necessary labor force to be able to take on high precision manufacturing. You know, a competitive domestic manufacturing industry is a necessity. But because he's not doing that, and there's no plan to do that, and it's virtually impossible to do that within the capitalist framework that he has in mind, this trade protectionism is just idiotic. And all it will lead to all it will do is it'll lead to shortages, and it will lead to price increases and layoffs.
$3.20, maybe more than that, down into a much lower number. When you have that kind of a drop, you're not going to have inflation.
Not now, but it's the tariffs, right? We still have 145% tariffs on China. Your Treasury Secretary said we basically have an embargo on China.
Look, you're trying to say something's going to happen, Terry.
No, okay, well,
nothing's going to happen.
You know business.
Terry,
I want to ask you.
I do know business.
Yes,
and
so 145% tariffs on China, and that's good. Basically an embargo.
They deserve it.
It'll raise prices on everything from electronics to clothing to building houses.
You don't know that. You don't know whether or not China's going to eat it.
That's mathematics.
China probably will eat those tariffs, but at 145, they basically can't do much business with the United States. And they were making from us $1 trillion a year. They were ripping us off like nobody's ever ripped us off. And by the way, we have other countries that were just as bad. If you look at the European Union, it was terrible what they've done to us. Every country, almost every country in the world was ripping us off. They're not doing that anymore.
I want you to think about the boom that this country has had in small businesses, mom and pop Etsy stores, small businesses that became
they
big
haven't
businesses.
had a boom because of inflation.
Well,
the boom was
inflationary
boom. The people were wiped out with inflation. I mean, you read the news, you do the business
now
stuff, I assume.
Now, a lot of them built those businesses on the trading model.
Yeah, and they're going to make more money
They
now.
sourced their products overseas, and now they're looking at an extinction event.
I've been here.
It's disaster.
I'm sorry. I'm so jealous. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. Why does he get this level of why does he get this allowance? Why does he get to fucking destroy small businesses and restructure the economy, but not actually end up restructuring the economy? There's just no way that a Bernie Sanders style person, if they were to engage in like building a robust manufacturing base and then doing trade protectionism, there's just no world in which the media would not be calling for his head. Like, this is infinitely kinder. This is infinitely kinder than what he deserves. Like, what do you mean? Well, he doesn't even ask, like, what do you mean when you say we're getting ripped off? Do you mean, like, the trade scheme that America has designed for the rest of the globe? Is that what you mean? Is us getting ripped off? Is poorer countries basically trading on the dollar? So we just give them fucking IOUs and they get cheap labor as a consequence of that? Like affordable goods as a consequence of that? It's so fucking annoying.
For them. I've been here for 3 months. I've taken a trade deficit down to a number that's very, very starting to get really good. I just got here. We had a country that it was not sustainable. What Biden did to this country, between the open borders where criminals poured into our country, between every country in the world ripping us off on trade, it was not sustainable.
So your message to those small businesses who are saying we can't live a month, 2 months with these tariffs. Apple got a big deal. Is there something for them?
No, not only Apple. We've got $7 to $8 trillion being invested in our country in 2 months. Biden didn't have that over a year. I mean, if you look at Biden, nobody was really investing in this country. Everybody was ripping off our country. Apple's putting up $500 billion, but that's only one of many companies. Companies are flooding into our country right now.
So your answer to the concern about the tariffs is everything's going to be hunky-dory?
Everything's going to be just fine. It wouldn't have been if I didn't do this. I had a choice. I could leave it, have a nice, easy time, but I think ultimately you would have had an implosion. Our country had inflation that was worse than they've ever had it before. You don't mention that. Why don't you mention that? We had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. People say 48 years. Probably in the history of our country, we had the worst inflation. And people were dying over the inflation. You know that. Now the grocery prices are coming down. The energy prices are coming down. Gasoline's coming down. It's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, let's move on to immigration.
Coming up.
It is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods.
President Trump, the first 100 days continues.
Okay, let's move on to immigration. And as you said, it is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted, a staggering decline. But there are questions about your methods. And so I want to ask
about my message?
Methods.
Incredible take from ABC. Thank you for your impartiality, sir. Yeah, I mean, if I were to... Here. Crime is overwhelmingly committed by men who are natural-born U.S. citizens. Yeah, if I started killing every man who's a natural-born U.S. citizen with a state mandate, yeah, we would eviscerate crime. We would lower the likelihood of crime. If I started killing every child, every male child that is being born, yeah, we would eradicate crime, I guess. Does that seem like a good approach? I'm trying to win the girly pop nation back, by the way, with that argument. You guys like that? You like how I snuck that in? The rad femmes that are like... the rad femmes that say I'm not sufficiently pro-women, I think I'm bringing them back. I'm winning them over. How is that related to the question posed? It's because it's fucking idiotic. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Like, significantly less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that you are trying to tackle crime across the board by deporting undocumented migrants is fucking idiotic. Like, your reaction or your solution to a problem should be at least sufficient and not more dangerous and not stupid or more violent.
about your methods, how you're accomplishing
they seem to work.
Do you acknowledge that under our law, every single person who gets deported gets a hearing first to make their case?
Well, are we talking about people that are citizens of our country or not?
No, you're not deporting citizens at this point.
Well, let me ask you, did they get hearings when Biden allowed 21 million, because I think the number is 20 million people to flow into our country? You had 21 million people that came into our country through a stupid open border, and they were prisoners, and they were people that you don't want in many cases in our country, right? They came from all over the world. They came from the Congo. They came from South. They came from all over the world. We're talking about some of the roughest countries in the world they had here, including terrorists, by the way. Now,
but
did we give them a hearing when they came in?
Well, the law requires that every single person who is going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
do you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this. If you're going to have 21 million people, and if we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going to have to act fast. We can't. Do you think we can give 21 million trials? Let's say each trial takes 2 weeks. Is that what you want us to do?
Bro, this is not an argument, dude. Oh my God. Chatters, I need you to understand how dangerous it is that JD Vance and now Donald Trump are talking like this, where they're basically gearing up the public for, no due process. We just simply can't do it. Yeah, if you want to do immigration enforcement action on 21 million people, you have to do due process to 21 million people. There is no, I'm sorry, it's just too hard. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Then, okay, reconsider and do amnesty instead, like Ronald Reagan did. What the fuck do you mean? We simply can't do regular trials for 21 million people. Well, there's your answer then. Then you don't do that, dipshit. Also, immigration hearings aren't trials. They take like a day, if even. It doesn't matter. Even if they were like a day-long process, which you're not wrong, it is much faster. It's much more swift because like immigration courts are different than the judicial branch. It's basically a function of the executive. But like he doesn't even want to do that. That's what's so crazy about it. Like he doesn't even want to do the rubber stamp approach. Like it's fucking bullshit. He doesn't want the paper trail associated with a rubber stamp. God forbid a fucking immigration judge says no. I'm trying to think of a hyperbole to demonstrate how insane this is, but there isn't one. It's like if we stopped doing trials was my go-to. Yeah. Like the eradication, that's still 21 million days. Yeah, man. That's exactly. I guess we have the same point, kind of. Like what? I know. It would take a long time, which is why you have to make a different assessment. And the solution can't be, it would take too long of a time, so we have to literally eradicate due process. Because guess what? As this administration has shown already, when there's no due process, they send the wrong people over there. When there's no due process, you can be sent over there if you don't look sufficiently citizen-like. Also, yes, there's not one immigration judge, and there is not one case that the immigration judge takes every day. It doesn't matter. 21 million is a massive number. There's no world in which, if there was actually 21 million people that have to be deported from U.S. soil, that have done like egregious crimes or whatever, first of all, America would collapse. Like, can you imagine the world that Trump presents without any pushback whatsoever? I want you to close your eyes and think about that for a moment. That there are 21 million rapist, drug dealing murderers who are parasitic forces on U.S. soil, and they are always just doing hundreds of thousands of murders a week or a year. Like, that would be a psychotic, that would be fucking cyberpunk, dude. That would be video game Grand Theft Auto server, PvP unlocked. Like, think about it this way. There's a police force in every city in the United States of America, okay? There is a police department in every single fucking locality in the United States of America. Do you know how many cops are in the United States of America total? 891,289. Okay? Now imagine, there's a cop in every city. Like, you've seen a cop. You see cops all the time when you're driving. Now imagine that there are 20 times the number of, like, bloodthirsty rapist beheaders out there. They would be everywhere. What are you saying? Like, it's just like such a stupid fucking number to present. It makes no sense.
Law is the law, sir. The law is the law, and you're
the law
sworn
doesn't
to
say anything
uphold it.
about trials.
No, not trials, hearings. I said
These
hearings.
people came in, they're not citizens. They came in illegally. They came into our country illegally.
And
We
there's-
have to get them out.
There's a legal process for that.
I can't, sure, and we follow the legal process. I can't have a trial, a major trial
I'm not
for
saying
every
major.
person that came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. They're going to murder people. They already have murdered people in our country.
Right, so
we have to get them out,
They're
and we have to
bad
get them
guys,
out fast.
really bad guys. But in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
If people come into our country illegally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the Venezuelans.
They get whatever, my lord.
What does that mean? Don't let him move on from that. He's like, they get a process where we get him out. That's not what due process means. What the fuck? Like, that would be a banger response if he was joking. You know what I mean? If he was being purposely cruel and he was like, well, there's a process. It's called get him out of here. But this is a very specific constitutional protection that you are having an argument over. Don't let the president get away with saying, no more due process. Sorry, it's too hard.
Say.
Right. All right, let's talk about the Venezuelans. You deported more than 200 Venezuelans to that prison in El Salvador. You say they're violent, they're gang members, they're terrorists. Many of them don't have a criminal record at all.
Well,
but I want to.
I'm not so sure about that. If you take a look,
I want to read you something.
Excuse me. When you look at those people, they were violent people. They were violent people.
But many of them don't have a criminal record
Go
at this
ahead.
point.
I don't know.
I want
That's
to
what
read
you
you
say.
something. Oh, it's based on their lawyer, what their lawyers have said. Okay. Joe Rogan said this. Joe Rogan, one of the leading podcasters, Trump supporter, about the deportation of Venezuelans. He said, quote, rounding up gang members and shipping them to El Salvador with no due process, he said it was dangerous, and added, quote, we got to be careful that we don't become monsters while we're fighting monsters. Is Joe Rogan right?
Oh, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, we want to be careful, and we are careful. We're doing something that has to be done. We have a country that's very sick. Joe Biden, and it's not him because I don't even think he knew what the hell was happening, but the people around him are vicious people, and what they've done to the country is unbelievable. They've allowed 21 million people to pour into our country. Many of these people are criminals. They've allowed you mentioned Venezuela, the jails of Venezuela to be emptied into the United States. Do you know Venezuela crime is way down? Way, way down. You know why? because their criminals are now living happily in the United States of America, and we're getting them out. And I was elected to get them out, and we're getting them out.
Under the law.
And we're getting them out fast, and we're getting them out legally. Now,
E-Style, I agree with everything you said. Disagrees entirely. I wonder if Ethan's fan base recognizes that. Probably not. It is the same kind of narcissistic take where it's like, no, I agree with everything you're saying, except I don't agree with a single damn thing. And I'm going to keep lying. Like, just kidding. Don't agree at all.
Now, in some cases, we have judges. In some cases, they're radical left judges. What happened the other day where a judge was protecting a criminal was horrible. And I think she's got big problems, frankly. And there are a couple of them like that.
I want to talk about one
Wait
man.
a minute.
Yep.
We have to be treated fairly by judges. And we're not being treated fairly by all judges.
Oh, that's a subject. So you're saying that you don't like some of the rulings, some of the court orders?
I think the rulings will be overturned, yeah.
All right. Let me ask you about one man and one court order. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's the Salvadoran man who crossed into this country illegally, but who is under a protective order that he not be sent back to El Salvador. Your government sent him back to El Salvador and acknowledged in court that was a mistake. And now the Supreme Court has upheld an order that you must return him to facilitate his return to the United States. What are you doing to comply?
Well, the lawyer that said it was a mistake was here a long time, was not appointed by us, should not.
That's such a funny fucking way to counter this because he's saying like, no. The lawyer was too experienced. Like, I know he's trying to say it's a radical lefty lawyer, as in like Obama brought her in or something. Okay. But the irony is half of those people that he's talking about are immigration lawyers and immigration judges. So they are already pretty fucking reactionary. They're already pretty right-wing. They're very conservative. And even then it doesn't matter because like that's normal process. Like the problem with this lawyer, this immigration lawyer, was that she was following on the normal process because like in previous circumstances under the Trump administration, when you recognize that the federal government actually made an immigration an immigration enforcement action that was wrong, that was made erroneously, or there was like some kind of issue with the process, then they just admit that they're wrong and then they demand the return of the person. Like this has happened so many fucking times. So that lawyer probably wasn't being brave or bold. That lawyer was going, yeah, this is what we always do. I've been a fucking immigration lawyer for 40 years. This is what I've always done. The problem is now you have Donald Trump the second time taking on a much more insane stance on this stuff. So now they're punishing lawyers for doing their fucking previously also very conservative, very reactionary positions on immigrant enforcement. Jesus Hasan, keep your explanations brief. What? Okay, my bad. What?
Should not have said that. And just so you understand, the person that you're talking about, you know, you're making this person sound, this is a...
Bro hit me with the grok. Summarize what this guy is saying. That was amazing.
MS-13 gang member, a tough cookie, been in lots of skirmishes, beat the hell out of his wife, and the wife was petrified to even talk about him, okay? This is not an innocent, wonderful gentleman from Maryland.
Weird, because the wife is like actively petitioning the government to bring her husband back. So I don't know why you're presenting this as though it's a favor to the wife. I like that because the wife is also, despite being an American citizen, she's also fucking brown. So for Trump, it's like easy to avoid that. Like he's like, yeah, whatever. The wife doesn't know any better. You know, she's basically a Mexican herself. Like that's what's happening here. The wife is like, hey, can you please bring my husband back? This is crazy. And Trump is just like, yeah, he was beating her wife. He was beating his wife. Trump just launched his own state news website? Wait, what? Bro! Oh, this is funny. I like this. I like this. I like this. I like this. I like this for very nerdy reasons. This is, I think, basically trying to recreate Drudge Report. Famously, an old school right-wing publication that is now anti-Trump. So I think they made it look like Drudge Report on purpose as like a fuck you to Drudge Report. To be like, yeah, we'll make our own. Most successful first 100 days in presidential history. Oh, I love this. White House Wire. Speaker Johnson, 100 days, 100 stories. POTUS, in the coming weeks and months, we will pass the largest tax cut in American history. Trump launches his own Drudge Report. Drudge Report. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, what is happening, dude? Oh, God, look at Drudge Report, by the way. This is literally so... Who designed this? I don't know, like some dude in 1997. The most racist guy you know from 1997 designed this. And was like, I cooked. They have not changed the design of this website since it started. Yeah, GOCD shit. And it's funny because they used to be like, obviously they're like super right wing, but they became anti-Trump somewhere along the way. So that's why I think the Trump administration is recreating the Drudge Report, but within the White House. Anyway, let's keep going.
I'm not saying he's a good guy. It's about the rule of law. The order from the Supreme Court stands,
He came
sir.
into our country illegally.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate that.
I'm not the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't want to do this.
But the buck stops in this office.
No. I follow the law. You want me to follow the law? If I were the president that just wanted to do anything, I'd probably keep him right where he is.
Supreme Court says what the law is.
Listen, I was elected to take care of a problem. It was a unforced error that was made by a very incompetent man, a man that turned out to be incompetent, that you always said was wonderful, a great genius, right? And now you find out, all of the media now, they're saying what a mistake they made. A man who was grossly incompetent allowed us to have open borders where millions of people flowed in. I campaigned on that issue. I wouldn't say it was my #1 issue, but it was pretty close.
Right up there.
I campaigned on that issue. I've done an amazing job. I have closed borders. He said you couldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to do it. It would never happen. Well, it happened, and it happened very quickly. Wait a minute. When we have criminals, murderers, criminals in this country, we have to get them out, and we're doing it.
By law.
And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Well,
over that.
wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not
Don't
have the
do that.
letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop. So let me
That was Photoshop. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture. We'll
and you think
agree
it
to
was
disagree.
Photoshopped? Well,
Here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir. I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This.
Yesterday, when I watched this part of the broadcast, when I watched this part of the interview, I realized something was wrong. I realized that this is full Brandon. Like he went, we have Brandonized. We have Brandonification that has been implemented in the White House. It is truly terrifying. I think Donald Trump actually believes that this dude had the letter M, the letter S, the number 1 and the number 3 on his knuckles. Ivy League educated conservative response to this, by the way. Another example of Trump taken literally, not figuratively. Of course he knows the gang member didn't literally ink that on his fingers. They were added to translate the tattoos. Did you watch the full video? He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. Yes, I saw it. I'm confused as to how this is a point of contention. Well, Ivy League educated lawyer, debate perverts, obviously. No disrespect to your family members, but like, yeah, if they're lawyers, they are debate perverts, okay? What do I always say? Lawyers are debate perverts, and the highest level of debate pervertry, debate pedophilia, is when you become a Supreme Court justice. Okay? Lawyers are debate perverts. Judges are also debate perverts. Supreme Court of the United States justices are debate pedophiles. It's like the highest level of debate pervertry is debate pedophilia. Accountants are money perverts. Also, MS-13 is quite known for not using dog whistles. Yeah, if you guys have ever seen an MS-13 gang member, this part is so funny because MS-13 gang members do not hide their affiliation with the gang. I've never seen an MS-13 gang member that is just like, oh, I'm shy about my gang affiliation. They literally will tattoo their fucking eyelids, dude. They tattoo their eyeballs, okay? Like, you can tell. When someone is MS-13, I can't say this is the same thing for other gangs, but for MS-13, it's like kind of their thing where they just straight up will write the letter M, the letter S, and the numbers 1 and 3 pretty prominently on their bodies, sometimes their entire face. They will tattoo their scalps. They will tattoo their eyelids. They will tattoo their eyeballs. They tattoo everything, okay? It's not like there's dudes that just say MS-13 like right here. It's not like the guy that got deported, Lamau. Yeah, no, exactly not like the guy that got deported. The initial point of contention was that the tattoos that he had on his fingers were actually resembling. They were symbolic for the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3. Okay? That's what was the assertion. Now, that assertion did not actually meet the standard of scrutiny initially that it was used in the immigration court arguments for why he was MS-13. Like, they did not bring up his finger tattoos, his knuckle tattoos in the initial detainment, in the initial immigration hearings at all, which means they didn't think that those were MS-13 tattoos. And as a matter of fact, they so didn't think that those were MS-13 tattoos that they actually didn't even bring it up until like 2 weeks or 3 weeks of controversy. The Donald Trump administration just basically made up a whole bunch of shit and then decided post hoc that this was the one to land on. But it didn't even end there. And the reason why I think this is a really particularly insane situation is because Trump doesn't even just think that his tattoos are actually symbolic, like this is an average MS-13 gang member, by the way. I wonder what gang this guy belongs to. I simply cannot tell. Okay, not exactly shy guys. Okay, not exactly shy, especially because like People say MS-13 gang members are like heinous, like particularly heinous. They do like incredible crimes. And it is true to a certain degree. Maybe not to the same degree as like Trump talks about them, but like they do a lot of fucked up shit. Like if they're around a cop, like it's over anyway, okay? Yeah. Bro, he has multiple sclerosis. Microsoft fan. Yeah, that's what this is. That's probably what this is. You're right. In any case, that's not even the argument here for Trump, however. Trump is making kind of that argument, I guess, where he's saying MS-13 gang members, they don't hide. They don't hide that they're MS-13. See? He very clearly wrote the letter M, the letter S, the number 1 and number 3 on his tattoos. He thinks this shoddy Photoshop, or not even Photoshop, MS Paint job is literally real tattoos. He thinks this letter M, this letter S, this number 1 and number 3 on his knuckles is actual ink and not like something that a person, like a staffer, added on to the photo so that he could make a more convincing argument that like this is what the indication is. That is what this argument is. That's what Trump is saying right now. And obviously that's not the case. He doesn't have the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3 on his knuckles. Obviously that's not the case. Except Trump is not doing this other thing where he also claims that the dude also had the word marijuana, the word smile, the word cross, and the word skull also tattooed. He just thinks these letters are tattooed. Why doesn't he think these are also tattooed? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I say, wait, so Trump actually believes the shitty MS Paint markers added on are actual real tattoos? Does he also think he tattooed marijuana, smile, cross, and skull on his fingers? This is a severe cognitive issue. And it's funny because Tim Pool and everybody else basically kept saying, oh, you guys are R-worded for believing that. Holy fuck, liberals fall for this shit because their influencers are fucking R-worded. Trump appears to hold up an altered image of wrongfully deported man's hand. To which Austerity's Theft reposted this and said, hey, Tim, tell us more about those R-worded libs. It turns out Trump is an R-worded liberal. He's a libtard himself. How is the cross and skull supposed to mean 1 and 3? They were saying that the cross is supposed to imply 1 because it looks like a 1, even though it would probably imply 4. And they're saying that the skull has 3 holes, and that's why it's supposed to imply 3, except the skull has 4 holes because it has a mouth hole too. So I don't even know why. So it would be MS44, I guess. But it doesn't matter because they fucking made it up, chat. That's it. And here's the other thing. Yeah, psychotic numerology bullshit. They're reaching. They are reaching. Exactly. But even if that was the case, even if this dude had literally the tattoo of MS1 and 3, there has to be due process. You can't just decide post hoc. Wait, Tim deleted the tweet? No, he didn't. No, it's still there. You heard from Netanyahu since your secret meeting with him? Yeah, he told me you're gay. The only like good argument I saw was that he was trying to cover up the tats. You can see the shape 3 in the skull. I don't know. Oh, wait. So that's a separate argument. You're saying that he actually did have the M, the letter S, and the number 1 and the number 3 on his skull, on his knuckles, but then he tried to do a cover up by adding like a marijuana leaf and a smiley face. Okay, how does a smiley face turn into the S then? Yeah, this is the other argument I've heard. No, skull in Spanish starts with C, and C is the 3rd letter in the alphabet. Okay, Okay. Smiley face. What is that? How do you say that in Spanish? What letter does that start with? Why is S in English for smiley, but then skull is in Spanish? Sonrisa. Oh, it's also in. It also starts with smiley. Also starts with S. Okay, I'm believing it now. I'm on board. Carita de sonrisa. Smiley. This guy got me. Smiley face. Anyway, none of this matters because one, no due process. That's the point of contention. And two, Trump doesn't even make that argument. Trump makes a different argument. Okay? And the argument that Trump makes, the argument that Trump is making is that he already had the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3. I'm using my words very deliberately and very carefully here because this back and forth shows Trump seemingly thinking that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, our Maryland resident, had the letter M, the letter S, the number 1, and the number 3 tattooed on his knuckles. He makes this very clear in his pushback.
This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They
Take
weren't
a look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
he's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
All right. We'll take a look at that.
You do
We'll take
such
a
a
look.
disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
It's contested. Ukraine.
Coming up, the Russia-Ukraine war.
Don't
You
forget,
think he wants
this
peace?
is a-
You think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
And that historic meeting. President Trump, the first 100 days, continues.
I want to turn, I was just in Rome, and to that moving photograph of you and President Zelensky sitting in St. Peter's Basilica talking peace. It went around the world.
Sure.
Take us into that moment.
Well, look, the Ukraine is a very serious, very tough situation. And this is Biden's war. This is not my war, but I want to see if I can solve it, because probably close to 5,000 young soldiers a week are being killed, Russian and Ukrainian. We also spend a tremendous amount of money in Ukraine, and Europe should be spending much more than us. They're not. They're spending much less. It's been badly handled by the Biden administration. It's been badly handled all the way around, the way around.
That moment.
The moment was a moment of solace, in a sense, because tremendous numbers of people are dying. A lot of his people are dying. They're being killed. And I feel very badly about it. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. And it didn't happen for 4 years. It was never even a thought of it happening.
It does feel like something's happening after that meeting with Zelensky in St. Peter's. You posted this on social media. There was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas and cities and towns over the last few days. It makes me think that maybe...
Well, that was part of my post, but you're right. That was a part of a post.
And it says, it makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along.
Yeah, that's possible. Sure.
He might be...
He could be tapping me along a little bit. I would say that...
Damn, big concession here for the Pootie heads. Okay, big concession here for the Adolf Putler heads. Real Adolf Putler knowers, rise up. Trump is basically finally admitting that maybe he's being strung along by Adolf Putler. This is the worst interview he's done to date. The only one that I can think of that was more disastrous than this was like on his way out. He did that one Axios interview with the Australian guy where he would like just keep saying like, no one is dying of COVID, it's fake, but also China brought it to us because they wanted to kill us with a bioweapon. Also, don't get vaccinated, it's fine. Like, that one lives in my mind. The Jonathan Swan interview lives in my mind as like one of the most insane interviews that he had done at that point. This one is like coming close to his COVID era arc. I think during COVID, he was losing it a little bit. Like, he definitely was. I think it was also after he had gotten COVID. So he was just definitely not all there. But he, right here, mental decay has set in. Mental decay has fucking set in firmly within the first 100 days. He's lost it. He's lost the plot.
He would like to stop the war. I think that if it weren't for me, I think he'd want to take over the whole country personally. I always felt.
Do you have a Labubu? I do not. I will never be able to get a Labubu because Donald Trump put a tariff on Labubu exclusively. I do still like saying Labubu. I think it's very funny. It's a very funny word. Boo-boo lemon. Labubu. I'm afraid I'm going to have to fly out to Japan to get my Labubu fill. He wanted to think he didn't really believe the MS-13 thing and he was just doubling down. But he seems right now to have really believed Putin and trusted him. I can't think of reasons he could be lying. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because I don't like making assertions or I don't like making analysis off of like, this person is crazy or this world leader is stupid and demented. Trump makes that very difficult. Trump makes that incredibly difficult for me. Just like Vladimir Putin makes that very difficult because he does do insane shit all the time. But I think Trump especially with the MS-13 thing is like, how am I supposed to not tell you that he is experiencing significant mental decline? Has he come out since this interview and been like, no, I just implied that the knuckle tattoos meant MS-13. Like, has he done that yet? Because I'm expecting it. Like, I'm expecting someone to fucking be like, Mr. President, can you please explain to the American population that you don't actually think that the MS-1 and 3 are painted on this man's knuckles in the form of a tattoo, and you said it in jest. Please just do the thing that you do always. Like, haha, you were just saying it in jest. You don't understand art of the deal. He is feigning mental fatigue.
So when I left,
because if I am to believe that he genuinely got duped by that fucking MS-13 paint job, MS paint job, then maybe he does legitimately think that he's talking to Xi every night. Like, they found like a Chinese American staffer to talk to Trump. And he unironically thinks like, no, I talk to Xi every day. He's in the White House. He's in the White House. I see him. Much shorter since the last time I saw him. That's right. He's Chinese. He's right here. I'm going to bring him out. Bring out the leader. Just random fucking Chinese American staffer. What do you mean? I talk to him every day. He always tells me, Mr. President, you are so smart. We screwed you over. Bring out the Chinese.
There wasn't even a chance that this would happen.
Yeah, dude's not even Chinese. He's Japanese. He's like, I've been meaning to tell the president. I don't know how to communicate this to him. I'm Japanese and I'm not Xi Jinping. Come on, you know math. Don't lie to them now. You keep telling me you're Xi Jinping.
When Biden got involved, I won't say whether or not he handled it properly, but obviously it wasn't good because the war started. Putin went in, the war started. I believe that Putin wanted to get all of Ukraine once he went in. And I think part of the reason he went in, he saw what happened in Afghanistan, how incompetently Milley and all these guys handled that. It was one of the greatest embarrassments of of our lifetimes, but maybe in the history of our country. Okay. So Putin went in. I think Putin wanted all of Ukraine. Right. I think if I didn't win the election, he would have gotten all of Ukraine. I think he would have taken all of Ukraine. I think his first choice, never with me, he would have.
Glaze. Sorry. That's just glaze, big dog. Putin, he's so strong, he would have taken all of Ukraine. If it wasn't, he would have taken all of Ukraine. He was going to do it. He's going to do it any day now. That's what I'm stopping.
Never gone in with this.
When the work of a great leader is done, the people will think they have done it all by themselves. All of us in China are Xi. Thank you, Top Xi.
This group of losers, he went in, he saw what happened in Afghanistan. He said, wow, this is my chance. Because it was always the apple of his eye. I talked to him. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. I think he wanted the whole country.
You've said for months.
Because of me, I do believe that he's willing to stop the fighting. Don't forget.
You think he wants peace?
You
think Vladimir Putin wants peace?
I think he does, yes. I think
Still.
he does. I think because
even with the raining missiles
I think he really, his dream was to take over the whole country. I think because of me, he's not going to do that.
Do you trust him?
I think.
Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am
and
happy.
Then you start hitting me with fake questions. You start telling me that a guy whose hand is covered with a tattoo doesn't have the tattoo. You know.
All right.
I mean, you're being dishonest.
No, I'm not.
Let me
No, I
just
am
tell
not,
you, do I trust? I don't trust a lot of people, but I do think this. I think that let's say he respects me. And I believe because of me, he's not going to take over the whole. But his decision, his choice would be to take over all of Ukraine. Okay. It's a war that never should have happened. It did happen because of incompetent people.
Last question on this.
But it never should have happened.
If there's no peace deal, will the U.S. cut off military aid to Ukraine?
I don't want to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you whether or not I would or not. I want to leave that as a big fat secret because I don't want to ruin a negotiation. But
I'd be worried.
I will tell you, I was not happy when I saw Putin shooting missiles into a few towns and cities, and that was not something that I like seeing, and I thought it was inappropriate. But I think the whole war is inappropriate. Okay. Again, it's a war that shouldn't have happened. This is a war that if the election weren't rigged, and it was totally rigged, the 2020 election, if it weren't rigged, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have had the embarrassment of Afghanistan. You wouldn't have October 7th with Israel. You wouldn't have had any of the problems that you have right now.
I want to ask one question.
And you wouldn't have had inflation either.
All right. I want to ask one question about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. There's a lot of turmoil at the Pentagon right now. There's the signal chat with his wife on it where he's discussing that attack in Yemen. There's another signal chat discussing the attack on Yemen. There's a reporter accidentally involved. You said the other day that you had a talk with the secretary. Did you take him to the woodshed?
I had a talk with him, and whatever I said.
Now October 7th was Biden's fault. Fucking for real, bro. It's, you know what's really crazy about this? I forget which, I think it was JNS that wrote about me back in the day, the Jewish News Service, where the conversation that I had with AOC, where I was talking about how Trump's actions directly led to October 7. And they posted that, and like AOC agreed with me on this. And they posted that conversation as though this was an own, right? They were like, oh, how dare you fucking say truth, right? And what's interesting about it is that if the Democrats weren't such hypocritical monsters in general on the issue of Israel, where they also were like, please go ahead, do as much unlimited genocide as possible. We love that. You know, go ahead. It's amazing. We love that you're doing a live streamed baby murder session every day. They could point to that. They could point to the polarization on the issue of Israel. But they are not doing that. And the reason why they didn't do that was because they also like it. They also like what Israel was doing. They wanted Israel to do this. Yeah, here it is. Abraham Accords moving U.S. Embassy to blame for October 7 attack, AOC says. Representative Brad Schneider called AOC's statement both ignorant and abhorrent. Yeah. Here it is. Hasan Piker said that October 7th, the bloodiest day for Jews since the Holocaust, was a direct consequence of the Abraham Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump's administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem. Ocasio-Cortez agreed, saying 10,000%, Jewish Insider reported. He is just as responsible for October 7 as anyone else, Piker said. It directly happened as a direct consequence of him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights as Israeli territory, going against international law, and also conducting the Abraham Accords, completely sidestepping the Palestinians in the conversation. That is a major reason. I cooked. Once again, posting my W's. Thank you. And the funniest part about like pro-Israeli outlets in general is that they don't even try to say this argument is wrong. They just know that their audiences believe that this argument is wrong. What's the real reason for October 7? It's because, all Arabs and all Palestinians are anti-Semitic monsters that wanted to do mass rapes and they're barbaric, right? That's it. That is the real driving motivator in the minds of Israelis and in the minds of people who are pro-Israel, which is precisely the reason why they don't see any reason, just like the Free Press did not see any reason to go through my remarks and address them or correct the record on them. They just basically expect their viewership to go, how could he say this? It's true. There's no counter to my point because it's fucking correct. You see? But I think this conversation also demonstrates the depravity of the Democrats, like their morally repugnant behavior when trying to continue Israel's bloodshed instead of driving a partisan wedge on this issue. Part of the myth that is that opposing Israel on any front is inherently evil, so just posting this sort of thing as if it was a problem to say it is part of that. Exactly. But to the average person, they're not fucking hopped up on Zionist propaganda to that degree, which is why this division has taken place even in the Western world at this point, where there is this generational divide. They don't have that fucking propaganda baked into their consciousness. So they look at that and go, what? Why is this outlet even saying this is anti-Semitic? This is not anti-Semitic at all. The average person, like what a Hasbara rag, what a pro-Israel rag presents as anti-Semitic information is not going to come across as anti-Semitic information to the average person. That's it. And they just cannot figure that out because they're so lost in their own propaganda. They believe their own shit.
I probably wouldn't be inclined to tell you, but we had a good talk. He's a talented guy. He's young, he's smart, highly educated, and I think he's going to be a very good hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't
Pete
have 100% confidence in anything. Okay, anything. Do I have 100%? It's a stupid question. Look,
it's a pretty important position.
No. You don't have 100%. Only a liar would say I have 100% confidence. I don't have 100% confidence that we're going to finish this interview.
We will.
Let's go.
Coming up, President Trump on Elon Musk and Doge.
Did Doge go too far, too fast, too recklessly?
President Trump, the first 100 days, continues.
Elon Musk and Doge. Everyone knows that there's wasteful government spending. It's really important. But the cuts have had some serious consequences. There have been cuts to foreign aid programs that save lives and keep people alive overseas. There's been research at the National Institutes of Health on cancer, on Alzheimer's, that has had to be stopped. And the question I think people have is, did Doge go too...
Like, again, not to be one note, I know that people get bored whenever I fucking bring everything back to Israel. They're like, oh, you're so obsessed. But like, this administration is kind of obsessed with Israel, or at least using Israel as a way to undermine American civil liberties. But like, another question here is like, your administration has taken the initiative to revoke NIH grants from colleges that have had BDS movements, like boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the State of Israel movements. Don't you feel like this is ridiculous. Like there's no grant revocation for criticizing America, but there is a grant revocation for criticizing a foreign nation. How do you claim to be the most free speech principled president who is killing cancel culture while simultaneously taking the initiative to remove grants from colleges that are engaging in like cutting edge publicly funded research? You kind of are, man, not going to lie. Yeah, you only think that if you are oblivious to the ways in which this administration is utilizing Israel and criticisms of Israel as a way to listen to my words. Listen to my words. Do you feel like that's not important to address here? Do you think it's okay for the NIH to erroneously revoke grants from colleges that have had students demand to boycott, divest, and put sanctions on the state of Israel? There's no other country on this list. It's just Israel. They just use Israel as a way to do this. Do you feel like that's important to bring up when you're talking about cutting NIH grants? Do you think this is my obsessive nature? No, Trump is dumb as hell. Well, it's not just that Trump is dumb as hell, goofy chatter. The fucking interviewer is not dumb as hell, or at least is not supposed to be dumb as hell. The interviewer is supposed to ask this question because I think it's relevant.
Too far, too fast, too reckless.
No, I think Doge has been saved $150 billion. We saved, that's a lot of money. There's also a lot of things right now under investigation, which is going to increase that amount by a lot. That's a tremendous amount of money. There are some things where, when I heard about them, I put them back, as you know. There are things that I'm considering right now putting back, but overall we've saved hundreds of billions of dollars.
Well, the original promise was $2 trillion, went to $1 trillion, now to $150 billion, and heading south.
You don't know what it's going to be because we have things that are at a very high level that are being looked at right now. We also found tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse, as you know. We found a lot of fraud. There was a lot of fraud. Fraudulent things were taking place, and we ended that, and those people are going to be suffering because of it.
A legal note, fraud is a crime. There have been no referrals to the Justice Department on any of
Well, you don't know that, do you? How do you know that?
Have there been referrals to the, are there criminal referrals?
How would you know that there were no referrals? I think there were referrals.
They generally are. There's been no investigation from the Justice Department. How do you know that? I'm asking you, sir.
No, you're not asking me. You made a statement. You're not
now I'm asking you.
That was a statement that you made. There have
I'm
been.
asking you.
Have there been? Yes, there have.
So there have been referrals for fraud from the work of
there have been. Take a look at some of these things that took place. Billions of dollars were given to people for no reason whatsoever. Of course there have been.
I want to bring up what is truly one of, to a lot of people, one of the biggest achievements of your first term. That is Operation Warp Speed. You got that COVID vaccine up and going and distributed, and a lot of people took it, and a lot of people feel their lives have been saved by it. Now we have this measles outbreak, biggest in a decade in Texas, and it's because people aren't getting their children vaccinated. Do you recommend to parents that they get their children vaccinated for measles?
Well, I recommend the governors to make the decisions. You have a very talented governor of Texas, and he's making decisions, and those decisions are going to be made rapidly. This is a very much different thing than COVID in terms of rapidity and speed and other things. Measles have been with us a long time, and I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying that the governors are making the decision. It's a federalist decision.
The president is our leader in so many ways, and your voice counts so much, and you can't tell moms and dads, it's a good thing to get a measles vaccine.
Do I recommend it?
Yes,
yes I do. I recommend it, yeah.
Got it. That was
do
my
I mandate
question.
it? No.
No, I didn't
But
ask.
I do recommend it, yes.
Good. Do you think you're...
And I have recommended it.
Do you think the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has a history of, at the very least, vaccine skepticism, do you think Kennedy recommends the measles vaccine?
He did. He recommended it. Yeah, he did.
You're satisfied with his
he
response on this?
recommended that they go out and get the vaccine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still ahead.
I'm asking the justification for going after people you don't like.
President Trump, the first 100 days continues.
I want to talk a little bit about presidential power, the powers that you have in the presidency temporarily that the American people have given you, right? You've revoked a lot of people's security clearances. You've revoked people's security details who are still threatened, with death threats. You've gone after law firms because they've employed people you don't like, or they have represented people you don't like.
Well, they obviously agreed because they paid me a lot of money.
Well, the reason they agreed is because you were threatening to destroy their business with your executive order that said you can't represent clients for the federal government. That's their bread and butter.
Boys. These are the biggest, most powerful lawyers. These are not people
you got a lot of leverage
as president.
As president, you've got all the cards.
They paid hundreds of millions of dollars because they felt, I guess, they probably felt they did something wrong.
It was for survival, sir.
No, it isn't.
You're crushing their business.
These firms are very powerful firms, and there's 15 of them. And these are firms that probably, look, you have to ask them. In fact, this is a separate story. You have to ask them, why did you all pay Trump hundreds of millions of dollars in services, etc.? Why did you do that? I don't know.
You don't think that
we have a clause in the thing that, while we admit no wrongdoing, but it's like one of those things. And now I'm friendly with those firms, but it's, these are the most powerful firms in the world. And they just signed whatever I put in front of them. I've never seen anything like it. I'm actually surprised myself in a certain way. But they obviously felt they probably did something wrong. I guess that's why they signed.
I guess the question out of that.
Sorry, I was talking to the groomer because Kaya sheds twice a year, and she sheds uncontrollably, and she started shedding again. So I was asking the groomer like what to do in that situation. I was like, what do I do? How do I deal with it? Like, should I get any tools or whatever? Yeah, there was a groomer in my house. He's gone now. Dr. Disrespect. She sheds a lot twice a year, but while she's shedding she sheds for like 2 months almost. Winter coat, summer coat. I don't know. Once in the spring and summer and once in the fall, winter. So all year, technically, yeah. So I was just trying to ask, like, what can I do? Should be 2 big blowouts a year for her coat. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. Has Kai ever interacted with cats? Yesterday, she did a little bit. She just treats them as prey. If you save her fluff, birds will use it to make nests in the spring and the summer. She needs a bit wider bed. Place bed there. She's struggling a little bit and get comfortable. Thank you, Chest Twitcher. I know. I know the approximate size of bed that makes her comfortable. She's pretty comfy, I think. She sleeps on it literally the entire day. We use a Furminator on our dog. Yeah, that's what I've heard. This interview actually paints kind of a sad picture. He's this curmudgeonly old man who should be on top of the world as a leader of the free world, and it sounds like he's muttering about how everyone's out to get him, and he's surrounded by sycophants who are saying, yes, sir, you are so right. Everyone's against you, you poor thing. I mean, that's kind of what happened with Biden, too, except he was like... that's kind of what happened with Biden, too, except he also was just like so totally and utterly brain broken that I think he just couldn't comprehend what was going on around him.
Is the concern that people have. Are you using your powers as president to get personal revenge?
No, I'll tell you what you're really not asking, and you should be asking. There has never been a president in this country, in the history, that was persecuted like I was persecuted by really crooked people, dishonest, horrible people, and it's been proven. So when you say I'm treating people rough, I'm not treating people rough. I was treated worse than any president in the history of our country. And, people figured, well, maybe that's it. Finally, we got, he's leaving town. There goes the helicopter. And then I came back. And I came back because I have tremendous support. When you win an election like I won it, and you will admit I won all 7 swing states, I won the popular vote, I won 2,750 districts compared to 500 districts. That's why the map is all red. And those people feel that I was treated unfairly.
But does that give you the right to go after your political opponents with the powers of this office?
I'm going after, all I'm doing, hey, Biden did something to me, and I did something to Biden. And you know why I did it? Because he's grossly incompetent. That's not a man.
Trump needs to be stopped. Hasan, do something. Trump on possible toy shortage. Maybe the children will have $2 instead of 30. Guys, it's not toys, it's figurines. But also, in any case, it's another one of those like weird, oh God, I hate finding myself in a unique position where I hate finding myself in this like weird predicament where on the one hand, he's like kind of doing degrowth. So I'm not even totally against it. But on the other hand, it's like he's right. He's just the worst person to make this point. You know what I mean? Where it's like, he's not wrong when he says this, but it's not like there is an alternative that he has designed anyway. And it's not just fucking toys. Does that make sense? It's not toys. We're not talking about just toys. We're talking about like every single thing that comes out of China that is used in the process of manufacturing. God, I hate it. I hate it. I hate him so much. He makes me so mad. The way he operates makes me so mad. One, he makes me mad because he causes a lot of harm. But two, he makes me mad because I'm jealous. I'm jealous that he gets to do this. And he doesn't actually get the same pushback that like a Bernie Sanders type would. A Bernie Sanders type would probably lead to a little bit of economic instability in the short term. Okay. But like the expectation is that any Democrat that wants to fix this system that is fundamentally flawed is going to go through the fucking ringer, and they're not going to have a base of support like Donald Trump has. A base of support that's just like held together by pure cult-like religious fervor towards their leader. And also, it won't matter because Trump can fuck this up. Trump can basically break everything with no actual, real, discernible solution. It makes me so jealous. And I think any leftist that tells you that this is not like unimaginably frustrating to think about with like a leftist Trump, right? Like an actual socialist Trump doing a similar thing. Any leftist that doesn't recognize that is lying to you or they're just delusional. Like there is definitely something to admire about what this fucking asshole is able to get away with. I hate it. I hate it so much. He has king power, and to use it as a central planner would fix this country inside 5 to 10 years. That's what yes. If there was a figure that was able to just be Trump, if Trump got beamed with the socialism dart, the socialism laser tomorrow, and restructured the American economy, nationalized the extraction industry, and created this central planning committee where they rebuilt this robust manufacturing base, like all this stuff. And he was still the same like dipshit who just goes on TV and is like, I'm going to do this and it's going to suck for a little bit, but it's going to be good. 20 years down the line, you'll be singing my praises. Like that would unironically extend a lifeline to the American empire, to the project of America. But unfortunately, that's not happening. The exact opposite is happening, where we have a reactionary loser who is stupid and is isolated from obviously anyone with a semblance of intelligence, surrounded by sycophants, breaking everything with no solution to fix it. And we have a Democratic Party that is supposed to resist against this kind of thing and undermine this project, but they're too busy fucking trying to find the oldest person in Congress to put into a position of power. They're like, where is the oldest guy in office or gal in office? That's what they're too busy doing.
And that should be allowed to, be looking at things that are very confidential.
But what about
because
there's
he didn't?
71
Here's a
people you
man that
revoked
used
it.
an auto pen to sign very important documents. Now, who really is? Do you think he knew that they were using an auto pen? I mean, he used an auto pen to sign very, very important documents, and so those are really the questions you should be asking. What do you think of the auto pen? Who wielded the auto pen? Because whoever that person was, think of it, whoever the person that wielded the auto pen, he was really the president of the United States. Because
You are
I
the
don't
president,
think,
right.
I don't think that Biden knew anything about it.
Fair enough. But you are the president now, and
Yeah.
I'm asking the justification for going after people you don't like.
Yeah, he's like, what about all the shit that you've messed up? What about everything that you've been messing up? He's like, well, Biden had an auto pen. Okay.
No.
That
People
is
that
it.
I think are dishonest. It's not that I don't even know most of them. They're people that I
These
think
people
are
made you
dishonest.
angry.
No, it's not anger. These are people that I think are very dishonest. I don't think they're worthy of being able to go into top secret
I
information.
don't even know what the angle is here. Like, what is his obsession with the auto pen? Is he implying that, like, Biden was held together? Is that the conspiracy? Is it like Biden was held together by a group of people that were, like, making decisions at his behest? Is that what it is? Like, that's... I guess it's not, like, that crazy of a suspicion.
I think that's fine. And Biden did that with many of our people. But when you look at it, these are people that I don't think are worthy. That's my decision. It's not a question of anger.
Okay. I understand you just had a phone call with the new Canadian premier, and they just had this election.
Yeah.
You were a big issue in it, and Canadians, many of them, are really angry, furious about your talk about we're going to take over Canada, this is going to become the 51st
That's
state.
their prerogative.
And it kind of is of a piece. A lot of travel is down into the United States from around the world. It
We're doing
feels
great.
like there's been reputational
The country's
damage.
doing great.
Well,
prices are down.
not the tourism.
Gasoline's down. Energy's down. Tourism is going to be way up. Wait till you see the numbers. The tourism is way up.
Not now.
Now Canada, tourism's doing very well. We're doing very well. We're doing very well. Wait till you see the real numbers come out in 6 months.
Dude, what? Dude, that's crazy. Like, this is such a ridiculous lie. There are immediate numbers to very quickly just, show that he is lying. He's like, tourism is down like 30% by some countries. You don't need to look at 6 months from now. You can look at right now. People are legitimately scared about being detained by a fucking Gestapo officer and possibly even sent to CCOT or not be able to enter the country. Like, what? There are travel advisories from a bunch of other foreign nations, and to be fair, they're not even being hysterical. So many Australians will not go here anymore. Dude, I was thinking about that. Like, I want Boy Boy. I want Boy Boy and I didn't think to come here for the summer as they always do. But, like, also at the same time, like, they've been, they've been around. Okay. I feel like they're just gonna not be allowed into the country. Headache Papaglio link, please. This is so hard. So you don't notice the messages of substance. This is so hard, man. Can you check the logs? Fuck, man. This hurts my head. Headache Papaglio link, please. Please, Hasan. I need help with research. I give up. Yeah, okay, give up. What the fuck is Headache Papaglio?
From now, when you see the numbers.
But do you
they're gonna be
think, I'm going to
very
ask you,
good.
if I may, do you think the reputation of the United States has gone down under your presidency?
No, I think it's gone way up, and I think we're a respected country again. We were laughed at all over the world. We had a president that couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, couldn't walk down a flight of stairs, couldn't walk across a stage without falling. We had a president that was grossly incompetent. You knew it, I knew it, and everybody knew it, but you guys didn't want to write it because you're fake news.
All right. Thank you.
And by the way, ABC is one of the worst, I have to be honest with you.
Thank you for the opinion, but more importantly, thank you for having us here. I have one more question. It's a big one. It's a question that you know a lot of people have out there. What do you say to people who are concerned you are seizing too much power and becoming an authoritarian president like we haven't had before?
No, I would hate them to think that. I'm doing one thing. I'm making America great again. We have a country that was failing. We have a country that was laughed at all over the world. We had a leader that was grossly incompetent. He should have never been there. The election was rigged. He should have never been there. Our country suffered greatly, and now our country's coming back like nobody can believe. I have editorials just today where they're saying they've never seen anything like it. They love it. Our country's coming back, and we're respected again.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Terry, very much.
Once again, we want to thank President Trump for inviting us to the White House.
Oh, shut up. Oh, this was the double hat saga. He's back. He's back and being fucking gross again. Oh my God. Breaking news. President Trump praises Elon Musk, invites him to stay on for as long as he wants.
I love the double hat, by the way. He's the only one that can
I love the double hat.
do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, you know, they say I wear a lot of hats. And as you can see, it's true. Even my hat has a hat.
Oh.
You know, the American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help. You really have sacrificed a lot.
This guy's a great stain on the great nation of South Africa. Yeah.
Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to burn my cars, which is not great. You know, it could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly. But the vast majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And you know, you're invited to stay as long as you want. At some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars and his.
America deserves Elon, not gonna lie. It's the long arm of blowback. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, we do deserve Elon. We deserve Donald Trump as well.
Done an incredible job. $150 billion.
Americans don't deserve him, though. Well, some Americans do.
They said, "Oh, it could have been more." And a lot of stuff is being worked on. That number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon. You know,
thank you. And it's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for it's great to work with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Would be fine. Yes.
Secretary Rubio, can I ask you a question? You brought up El Salvador in your remarks. Have you been in touch with El Salvador about returning Abrego Garcia? Has a formal request from this administration been made?
Well, I would never tell you that. And you know who else I'll never tell? A judge. Because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge. So
No, actually, that's not true. No, that's kind of the whole point of this legal back and forth is that no, the judicial branch is allowed to make decisions like this. I don't know why they're still entertaining this idea that this is like immigrant enforcement, so it's not up to the judicial branch at all. Like they can't interfere in this process at all. They can, and they did, and you're refusing to follow through on a lot of the decisions that have come down so far. And what's really scary about it is like that is the heart of the separation of powers. Like that's checks and balances. This is an argument directly tackling checks and balances. The notion that an unelected judge is not supposed to be making these fucking decisions that the people democratically voted for is a psychotic take. It sounds normal and correct on its face because you're like, wait, I kind of understand where this is coming from. And a lot of Republicans will repeat it, but like that's literally what checks and balances are. There's no reason for there to be a judicial branch if the executive is not going to listen to decisions coming down from the judicial branch. Like that's the whole point. They're supposed to have persuasive power. It's not even supposed to be a question. No one is supposed to go, yeah, I don't agree with that, actually. I'm just going to follow through with whatever the fuck I want to do. That's not a constitutional democracy at that point. That is just a dictatorship. I find it very strange that these motherfuckers are actually entertaining this notion. No, it doesn't sound correct. Unseparated power never sounds correct. No, like on its face, they're able to make a convincing argument to very stupid people, okay? That's it. That's it. And for the record, I must be honest and once again repeat that there could be instances where there is a judicial roadblock presented against the Biden administration. For example, when he wanted to do something that was firmly within his power, something he had done before, which was to permanently extend student loan debt relief, like permanently extend the repayments forever, which is a part of the powers of the executive, okay? Because that's under the Department of Education. And the Supreme Court stopped that. In that circumstance, Biden had every power not to listen to the Supreme Court because it was literally within his powers, previously ordained powers of the executive. That would have been refusing to abide by the persuasive powers of the Supreme Court for a good reason. They would never do that, of course, and they never did do that, but it didn't matter because Trump is literally doing that for bad reason. Trump is doing that right now to erode due process in its entirety. That's fucking insane. Biden used a different authority on purpose. He never invoked the right authority from the Higher Education Act. Even the Jackson comparison, the Andrew Jackson comparison is like the federal government refusing to stop a state is different than the federal government directly refusing a court order given to the federal government. Do you understand? Because even in Jackson, there's like some differences in comparison to what Trump is doing right now. The federal government refusing to tell a state to stop doing violence, okay, is different than the federal government refusing a direct court order, a lawful and direct court order. In every single previous, in every single instance where we've gotten close to a constitutional crisis, it's never been a direct lawful order given by the courts that the federal government is supposed to implement and just refuses to do so. I mean, those are also fucked up situations. Don't get me wrong. I'm just simply stating that this is even worse than the previous ones.
We will conduct foreign policy appropriately if we need to, but I'll never discuss it. And no one will ever make us discuss it because that's how foreign policy works.
Mr. President, yesterday you told ABC News, Mr. President, you told ABC News yesterday that
some judges who see migrant cases at the southern border accept 100% of migrants. Unrealistic. Okay, that's not true. Yes, but the judicial branch shouldn't have power over everything, especially if it goes against the will of the people. I believe judicial branch needs reform. The will of the people? What the fuck are you talking about? The will of the people is malleable. The will of the people changed. Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agenda is now being seen as cruel and unusual. And it only took a fucking 100 days for people to go, okay, never mind. We don't like this anymore. So what happened to the will of the people now? Now they don't want it. Also, the will of the people, Roe v. Wade. What the fuck was that? Roe v. Wade was so popular as a super precedent. Polls are untrue. Oh, fuck. My bad. Polls are actually untrue. So the will of the people, we can't make an assessment on that. So what is the will of the people? Donald Trump is president. What he says goes. Is that what you're saying? You're not speaking with an American at this moment? Fuck this guy. Wait, really? Yeah, the will of the people is unknowable, but also the will of the people should not be undermined by some fucking judge. Anyway, this is part of the reason why I'm so jealous. Like, low key, not even low key, high key. Like, we need the Fedayeen. We need the fucking people that are this loyal to a guy that is unironically fucking them over. Okay, we need that. If you want to have a fully functioning, robust, radical, revolutionary socialist movement, you're gonna need the dumb fucks. Okay, the dumb fucks that will go out to bat no matter what you say or do. That's why I'm so goddamn jealous. That's why I'm so jealous of Trump. He can just break things for no real reason in a way that will never help the working poor. And you still got motherfuckers who are just like, nah, he's got me. He's got me. Okay. He's got my back. That's why I'm so jealous.
You could get Abrego Garcia back if you wanted to. Do you think President Bukele would turn you down if you made that request?
I really don't know. I know that he's been a great friend of ours.
Like stupid fuckers that will turn around and say, oh, based. Yeah, based. Over and over again. Even if Trump immediately reverses the previous decision, you go, yeah, based. And then he reverses the decision and go, yeah, based. Right after he reverses the decision. And then he goes back to the previous decision. You go, yeah, based. That's it. No notes, no thoughts, just yeah, based. Oh my God, what is this fucking tie, Pete Hegseth? Get out of here.
Country. He's gotten a lot less money than this would take from us if we were going to build these jails and do what he's doing. And they run a very...
President
Christy Noam says, if Kilmar and Abrego Garcia return to the U.S., we'd immediately deport him again. Gross. Short history of the Palestinian left and its critics, Bill Belichick fans. I wanted to, in honor of the 50th anniversary of the liberation of Vietnam, there's a couple things I want to talk about. But before I move on to that, remember when I said, like, there are based ass dudes out there. Here's where they come from. Here's where they get their notes from. Okay, here is where they get their freaking notes from. Here's Greg Buttfeld and the Five talking about how Donald Trump actually didn't mean the knuckle tattoos were the knuckle tattoos.
What goes under that?
Give me your thoughts.
Well, let's simplify it. The letters and the numbers are labels that translate the symbols on his knuckles. The reporter tried to say that the labels were the tattoo, an intentional deception to make you think he's a gang member.
Dude, that's what Donald Trump actually said. What do you mean? I didn't think that. I thought he was doing that classic thing where he has plausible deniability. Where he just goes, oh, you guys are so dumb. Libtards are so dumb. There's plausible deniability. I didn't literally think that he had MS1 and 3 tattooed on his knuckles. I was just simply saying that they imply that it's MS1 and 3 on his knuckles. That's what I thought. I was giving Trump the benefit of the doubt. I was literally saying he's not that stupid. And it turns out, how is this photoshopped? It's a real tattoo? Stop. Stop. Don't do this. I can't. My brain can't handle it.
No, we know he's a gang member. Those numbers above aren't even the same typeface.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that stupid? That's so stupid. You're right, Greg Buttfeld. Who would be stupid enough to believe that? Who would be so dumb? Oh, that's right. The guy you fucking defend every day. That's right. That's the guy who's that stupid. Thank you. I agree. I didn't think so either. I thought he was just doing the disingenuous bullshit. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Let me put it this way. Can you put us back in boxes for now, all of us in boxes? Okay, people at home, we're not really in boxes.
Trump might think you are, though, given his mental acuity. Trump might literally think you're in an actual box, as a matter of fact, it turns out. Because if you are also recognizing that anyone who believes that the MS1 and 3 are real tattoos and not simply showcasing what those tattoos are supposed to imply, anyone who thinks that is stupid, if you believe that, then, you know, I guess you think Trump is stupid.
It's just a production thing. That label was added on as a translated. What the newscaster tried to do was make it sound like, oh my God, the whole thing was doctored. No, it wasn't. But the real song goes under that.
Should be returned to the United States. And the reason that people are talking about that exchange last night with Trump and Terry Moran about the tattoos is that we were all assured that no one was dumb enough to think that it was actually said MS-13, but it seems like Trump actually did think that.
This is not real. Breaking. Top Chinese officials say Trump has been calling them a dozen times every day to beg for a trade deal, and they put him on hold while playing audio of Obama speeches until he hangs up. That's not real. They would never do that. I mean, that's obviously a joke, but...
And there have been a number of experts on gang tattoos, like CBS. I'm looking at an article right now that they spoke to, who said that these experts did not say that the symbols the judge talked about, the marijuana leaf and the cross,
then they're
and the
wrong.
smiley. Then they're okay.
They're wrong.
Our gang expert is better than
prosecuted these cases.
That's fine. Either way, public opinion has shifted on this issue. In terms of the kids, the problem with those cases are that those mothers did not get to talk to their lawyers. One of them who had the 2-year-old, this is not the 4-year-old who had cancer, who was reported with a 2-year-old, had 2 minutes on the phone to talk to her husband to try to figure out what would happen to her American child. And so, yes, like any mother, they said, I will take my kid with me rather than leave them in a system where I don't know what's going to happen to them. I think we can all agree that you should be able to talk to your lawyer before you are deported, especially with your American citizen child. The New York Times has a really interesting deep dive piece out today on the El Salvadorian president, Bukele, and the prison. And what it exposes is that actually he was uncomfortable with the arrangement once he figured out that Donald Trump was sending people to his prison who had not been convicted of any crime. We know as well that there's reporting that up to 75% of the people that have been sent there have not been convicted of a crime. So think about this. The guy who refers to himself as the world's coolest dictator is uncomfortable with what we are doing to people. This isn't about deportations. This is about sending people to a foreign prison camp without getting a hearing. And
her side part deep as ASL, it's true. That's why she's my goat. That's why she's my queen. Come on, you guys. You don't know Jessica Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov? This is your first time? Jessica Tarkov of the Tarkov Cinematic Universe?
Without being convicted.
I mean, she's still a lib at the end of the day, but...
Of anything. And that's why Americans' public opinion on the immigration policy has shifted.
The conviction is...
How is she still allowed to do this on Fox? Because it makes it more fun. If they have, like, sycophantic losers constantly agreeing with one another, then it's boring as shit. Oh. Yeah, this... Oh, here is Dave Portnoy backing out, by the way. Got to point that out. Conservatives freaking the fuck out a little bit over Big Boy, Big Daddy, not being the sane unleash the markets guy that they thought was going to happen. What's that old expression? Says Dave Porkboy, don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Well, it applies here. The stock market is a direct reflection of Trump's first 100 days in office. Doesn't mean it won't get better, and we don't need to be patient, but this is his market, not Biden's. He's a panic can. He's a panic can. That's what it is. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. I didn't take over until January 20th. Tariffs will soon start kicking in, and companies are starting to move into the USA in record numbers. Our country will boom, but we have to get rid of the Biden overhang. This will take a while. It has nothing to do with tariffs, only that he left us with bad numbers. But when the boom begins, it will be like no other. Be patient. Damn, dude, your Portnoy's great. Yes. Dave, you know better than this. The economy isn't a battleship. It doesn't turn on a dime. Dude, all of the economy knowers, by the way, that were constantly saying, like, it was actually Brandon. It was actually fucking Brandon who was responsible for the inflation. It was Brandon who was responsible for the inflation. Nothing Trump did ever actually played a role in the inflation that we experienced under Brandon, are now turning around and being like, the president has no power over inflation. What the fuck? Are you stupid? It'll be his last day of the presidency, and he'll still be screaming about Biden ruining his presidency. Friend of the show? Yeah, classic. This is the Trump stock market because the polls against Biden are so good that investors are projecting that I will win, and that will drive the market up. Everything else is terrible. Watch the Middle East, and record-setting inflation has already taken its toll. Make America great again. Classic. I didn't do nothing. The market rallied 2.3% from bottom today to close green. Now everyone is saying thank you, Biden, for today's rally, law. What is this? Recently surfaced 9/11 evidence includes video of Capitol and airplane sketch. What are they doing? Important questions are being raised about 9/11 as evidence surfaces in a lawsuit against the Saudi government filed by families. This is like old school shit. Why the fuck is 60 Minutes doing this? Loner Box is Israel's dumbest propagandist. This is the White House press pool now. Oh yeah, they got the guy who watermarked his own child porn in the White House press pool. That's right. That's Dom Lucre, the guy who had to be personally to have his account personally reinstated by Elon Musk after showing one of the most notorious pieces of child porn that's out there. The one that actually got Duggar, landed him in prison for simply having in his hard drives. Dom Lucre has that child porn in his hard drives as well. And not only does he have it in his hard drives, he actually watermarked it, posted it on his Twitter account, and then he was subsequently banned, okay? And it became a big news story. Elon Musk unbanned him personally. Now he's in the White House. Amazing.
Give me an honor to be able to ask a question and provide some transparency for the American people. Speaking of, I wanted to reference the election integrity. A lot of people in America are questioning if there's any possibility that we could see further investigations for anyone that could have violated our election integrity rights. And more importantly, so is there any possibility for names such as Barack Hussein Obama, Hillary Rodham Clinton to ever just possibly get investigated for any of these, questions from the American people, any of the wrongdoings they might have done?
Well, it's refreshing.
What the actual fuck are you talking about, dude? Thank God I don't know what any of that means. Okay, well, now you do. That man you just saw in the White House had a very famous, like notorious, infamous CSAM on his hard drive that he had actually watermarked, that he uploaded to Twitter. Okay? Everything I'm saying is true. He posted child pornography on Twitter. And then when people were like, why are you posting child pornography on Twitter? He said, well, I want to show how bad it is. This is what the left wants to do to your children. Like something like that. And then he immediately got banned, right? Because you can't do that. It's like illegal. It's literally illegal. It's not. Not only did he post it, he watermarked it, dude. It's one of those things where, like, I can't even show it to you because it's illegal, okay? Like, it's not, like, simply, it's one of those things that's, like, even seeing it might be illegal. But in any case, the reason the suspension should be shown, along with the ability to appeal quickly and easily, there are so many layers of software, 20 plus million lines, that this shouldn't be much harder than it should be. I'm told that this account was suspended for posting child exploitation pictures associated with the criminal conviction of an Australian man in the Philippines. Only people on our CSE team have seen those pictures. For now, we will delete those posts and reinstate the account. Elon saw it and personally interfered. Why is it famous, CSAM? Is it well known? Yeah. From what I understand, it's like literally torturing a small baby. I think it's like it's a notorious piece of child sexual abuse material that like only the biggest freaks have. And obviously, because it's CSAM, it is illegal to have in your hard drive. It is illegal to seek it out. Okay? Which is why it's extra crazy, because he should have gone to prison. Yeah, an Australian man went to the Philippines and tortured a child for which he's serving a multi-decade sentence. Like, tortured a baby. Josh Duggar, from what I understand, actually had that alongside many other, an entire library full of. Why do I know that? Dog, why wouldn't I know this? I'm a fucking news commentator. It is my job to know this so that I can describe this situation that's unfolding to you, because I fucking read. That's my whole purpose in this life, is to literally explain to you things that are happening that you're like, that seems unconscionable. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know why I know all of this. I shouldn't, and it sucks that I do. This idiot thinks you do drama, not real news. I mean, sometimes I do have a penchant for drama, let's be real. Like when I saw this, the H3H3 subreddit flips so fast on Sam Cedar, you get whiplash. Sam calling in, finally, an adult to talk to. I'm so glad that Ethan is talking to him before Hasan. Now we can get in all his actual policy positions and have plenty of clips of Sam agreeing with them to use against Hasan. Chef's kiss. It's going to be beautiful. There were people who literally thought Ethan would be able to use Sam Cedar against me. Like, there were people who were saying, oh, wouldn't it be great if Ethan Sam Cedars Hasan? And now, officially, they have jumped ship. Okay? I don't care. Then why are you on the podcast? Sam Cedar, bruh. I take back everything I said about him being reasonable and willing to listen. What a scumbag. Everything I heard about him appears to be a lie, because what the fuck is this behavior? I think this is just Stan behavior, right? Like they have no, like they have no real political opinions. They've just like completely fucking lost their minds. They think like if someone is against, they think that if someone is against daddy, like not everyone, but anyone and everyone at this point, like Ethan could like argue with, I don't know, like Ethan could argue with Kamala Harris being like, no, we wanted to continue doing the genocide. And they'd be like, Kamala Harris is wrong. She didn't want to do the genocide, actually. I don't know. But there's also some positives, I guess, where apparently some people were also realizing, please, nobody go and bother Sam. We don't need more of a reason for everybody to hate us over here. Let's celebrate that they had a good convo. Ethan is not being introspective at all. It's disappointing, but I'm glad this conversation happened. Sam explained that most Zionists are not Jews, which is true. Sam Cedar wasn't here to talk about Hasan, and he didn't want to speak for Hasan, so I feel like it made sense. What about Palestine? I think poll Sam mentioned was a pretty important point. From what I understand, if most Israelis don't care about the Palestinian people, then the war will continue. Ethan is so pressed about Hasan, but nobody else is. That's why Sam didn't want to have that conversation. I truly don't understand what's wrong with this clip. I'm going to be honest, chat. I'm even more terrified for Friday Now, Lamau. I feel like Ethan, all lives matter in this situation. Why can't he talk about the Palestinian pain without mentioning Israelis and American Jews? I think for us who don't have a clear understanding of what Zionism means, anytime Ethan defends the Israeli people, it comes off as Zionism. I think I still don't fully understand the definition, to be honest. Sam said they don't care, not they want them to die. And guess who caused that? Sam is saying Israelis are very complacent with the death of Palestinians. That's not saying they're evil and want their blood. I'm saying that if they die, they die, and that they've really dehumanized. The problem with the Hasan clip is that you didn't build a concise bridge between Hasan himself conflating Zionism with Judaism and all Israeli people. And that's what Sam thinks you're doing instead. Yeah, that is a problem with the Hasan clip, because I've never done that, because I don't believe that, and I've done the exact opposite of that, and Sam knows that. So that's precisely why he didn't step on that fucking landmine. Not because he's like, in my pocket or something, but because when adults that are knowledgeable on issues like this, when they encounter someone who is not so knowledgeable on an issue like this, that's hopped up on fucking just the fuck Hasan juice, like the unlimited amount of fuck Hasan juice, they have a very different reaction. This should have been a breaking point for so many people. This should have been a breaking point for a lot of people to go, wait, maybe we're in a fucking hug box. Maybe we've lost our minds. Instead, there's also apparently this. Sam is Hasan's token Jew. Token Jew energy. I guess really is his token. I wouldn't be surprised if Sam is Hasan's token Jew. Sam's the token. I get it now. Why is the token Jew law? I swear Sam is actually Hasan's main tokenized Jew. That's so gross, dude. How do these people not realize that this is like actual anti-Semitism? Ethan Klein is creating actual anti-Semitism in his own fucking community. What I don't understand is why people in this community are this invested. Like people in Ethan's community should not be this invested in this issue. They should be there to be entertained and also to learn, right? This is supposed to be a learning moment. And what I genuinely can't comprehend is why there's like not even a little bit of introspection. Like I understand why Ethan wouldn't engage in introspection. He's dug his heels in, but you're an anonymous person who's just a member of the pod. So these guys that are saying stuff like this, it makes sense. Like this is a little bit of introspection from some in the paid membership side. And I'm glad that like this worked. This is part of the reason why I wanted to talk to Ethan, because I don't think he's going to be charitable to me at all after a year of being insanely uncharitable and smearing me to his audience. The only method out of this is just to basically fucking double down. But what's incredibly frustrating about it is like Sam Cedar is, by Ethan's own admission, designed as a person, like brought into the community as a person that Ethan respects, that Ethan actually appreciates the opinion of. That's part of the reason why I wanted Ethan to talk to Sam initially, in private, by the way. Not like in public. I said, you can do it in private, you can do it in public, but I really think you should talk to him. And the reason why I had said that is because I thought Sam could have like a normal, polite conversation that would cause Ethan to engage in introspection. When I initially suggested this, I thought he still had the capacity to self-reflect. Ethan is a nice guy. I am sure talking is on the table. First of all, we are going to have a conversation on Friday, but if you think that it's on his end, especially not going to be a desperate knife fight to try to directly smear me to my face as I try to explain away the context of all the clips that he is like lined up with him going, la, 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 I can't hear you. I don't know what to tell you. Just like I called that he wrongly assumed that Sam would agree with him and that he could basically farm some clips off of that to use on this Friday conversation that he was supposed to have with me. And it didn't happen in the way that he thought it was going to. It didn't go down like that. I'm telling you right now, he's going to most likely not try to find reconciliation. I don't know why you're humoring him, bro. It's going to be a cynical attack. I know what I'm doing, because even amongst the cynical attacks, there will be an opportunity for me to break through to at least some people. You know what I mean? These are not actually all going to be like, not everyone in Ethan's audience. They're just stands. A lot of these people are just fucking stands. There's Destiny orbiters and whatever, but like most of these people are just stands. Okay. I think that some of them will recognize the disparity between how I've been presented versus who I actually am. Okay? That's it. That's what I believe. Just as I always tell you, if to tell your friends, like, if they have these, if they've been baited by clips, if they think that I'm like this fucking asshole, this bad person or whatever, all it takes is for them to spend some time in here and just like have a crumb of charity. Okay? If they have a crumb of charitability and they just spend a little bit of time in here, they will realize that they've mostly been fucking duped by clips. I don't think these guys are as invested in Zionism as Ethan is, or at least functionally defending Zionism as Ethan is. Okay? The real remaining H3 stands are HR reps and accountants in their 30s. They recognize Ethan's wrongdoings. Yes. There are definitely people still in there that are just like repeating stuff because they're not very knowledgeable. Okay? Like, you also forget that, like, when you have a giant community, like, there's constantly a lot of people. There's constantly a lot of new people coming in. So there's probably people that have been watching since like for the last 5 months or so. You know what I mean? That just like came in randomly, accidentally, and we're like, oh, I guess we fucking hate this Hasan guy. I don't really know anything, but he seems really evil. Because the reality of the matter is, like, Ethan doesn't do the same thing that like the free press does, right? Half the time when right-wing outlets present what I'm saying, or outlets that are pro-Israel are presenting what I'm saying, they just show the full context. And when they show the full context, that makes it really fucking hard to disparage if you are maybe in the margins on this issue, or maybe even sympathetic to the Palestinian side. It requires a lot of disingenuous clipping and context removal to basically, a lot of disingenuous clipping and context removal to basically present me as like this bad person, especially if you're like even remotely sympathetic to the Palestinian plight. I can make a convincing case for that. That's what I do. This is my job because it's the truth. I'm new. I'm a Jew, and I thought you were a bad guy from News/H3, and I'm 100% on your side. See, there are plenty of people like this. It says following since 2022. Get out of here. You are not new. You duped me. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker's been following since 2022. I'm new here. And as a Jew, I thought you were a bad guy. Actually, maybe he might be new. I don't know. Because he says, what did Destiny do? I'm out of the loop. Maybe he is just like, he just followed a long time ago, but never actually followed. I don't know. Or never actually tuned in. I rarely go on Twitch and didn't really follow anyone. Yeah, that makes sense. I disagree. I feel like this demographic must be young as fuck. Dude, if you think a young demographic is not tuning in to, if you think a young demographic is tuning into Ethan's frequency of being like, well, Palestinians have brought about this death on themselves from Israel, you are out of your fucking mind. No, I think that the remaining like actual Ethan fans are, that other chatter was correct. They're like 30-year-old women that work at HR and stuff that just like genuinely love Ethan and want what's best for him and see this as like a situation where this person is unjustly maligned by everyone in an anti-Semitic fashion, and it is all egged on by me, the singular force, the brain breaker. I have hypnotized everyone. I am paying all for all of these articles, like all of this stuff, and they just go along. They go along with everything he says. Only people who watch E are mostly millennials. I was one of them, so I know exactly. Yeah. They also, yes, you're right about this. They also want to think he's still progressive and pro-Palestine, so they don't have to feel bad about it liking his show. That is a part of this too, I think. No. His demographics are actually majority 25 to 37 years old, and he feeds their quarter qualm that sets them apart from their 3 years younger coworkers. Yeah. Yeah, I looked into one of those people starting email campaigns against you, and it was like a 33-year-old lesbian art therapist. September 26, 2022, he said his audience was 60% female, 40% male. No, I believe it. I do believe it. I think these people can be saved, is my point. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Ethan, you don't need AI. I've summarized the debate. This shit sucks. Why is Ethan bald? What's up with the nose? Yeah, the nose is whack. OP responded to me about this. I wouldn't exactly say he's in the clear. Jesus, chill with the nose. So, guys, you guys just upvote anti-Semitic comics over here while criticizing a discussion about anti-Semitism. Sam's got a big nose. I got a big nose too. Am I being racist against myself for drawing my PFP? And Ethan is also Jewish, or did you forget? Does Sam have a big nose? What the fuck? That's crazy. Like, this is the type of shit. This is literally the type of shit that, like, I think this is not, like, I don't think this person was doing this intentionally. I don't think this person was, like, being intentionally anti-Semitic or something, okay? But, see, that's charity on my behalf. And, you know, in a role reversal type situation, I promise you that charity would not be extended to me, okay? This also happened in America after 9/11. Not that it's right, but it happens. Check out their predictions. The point that needs to be made is that it's okay to debate and disagree. Friday should be about how Hasan and his community enable harassment. I appreciate Sam's perspective. There are a number of points I agree with him on, and some I agree with Ethan. I don't even blame Sam for deflecting on the clip of Hasan and giving him, in my opinion, too much grace. Is he giving me too much grace, or does he understand what I was saying? Instead of hyper focusing on like the worst possible interpretation. They agree that Israel is genocidal. They agree that as a country, U.S. should cut off support. They disagree, each with conclusive evidence that the Israeli population supports peace. Okay. There were other points too, but these were important ones. And if you 100% agree with Ethan, is Sam deserving of harassment? Absolutely not. And if you 100% agree with Sam, is Ethan deserving of harassment? Absolutely not. Well, I don't think Ethan is deserving of harassment either. I just want him to stop harassing me. And this is the problem with Hasan. He's completely comfortable with platforming bad empanada, characterizing Ethan as a genocide supporter, and ignoring the harassment and anti-Semitism in his community. Sam did not agree that advocating for Kamala was the correct thing to do either. Also, yeah, that was the other side of it. That was like such a fucking lie. That was such a ridiculous fucking lie, which was, I mean, there's so many different lies. Number one, What is this? As an Irish person, Americans need to stop endorsing the IRA. I've noticed recently since the Israel-Palestine war, people like Hasan and now Sam are trying to justify Hamas actions by comparing to groups like the IRA. Do they not realize that the IRA has been considered by the Irish government as an illegal and paramilitary group for most of its history? I know, right? Completely lost me when the IRA was brought into this the way after the first attempt failed. As far as I can tell, the IRA during the Troubles was a net negative for the cause of Irish unification. Sam using them as an example of positive political violence is also funny since they failed in their goal. Northern Ireland is still Northern. Oh my God. Oh my God. British people should be barred from speaking. I think they should just not be allowed. This person has to be British. These people are not Irish Republicans. We have fascists in Ireland too. No, I know. Trust me. I see the anti-immigration protests and stuff like that. And Conor McGregor obviously is another one. Lol, Sons of Ulster in the comments. Ethan also made people lose the plot by continuing using dog walker. Dog catcher is a perfect analogy because it's a person put in power by a government to round up dogs and often send them for execution. Yes. It's also an old school terminology that I unfortunately repeated that Felix Biederman had brought up. I was referencing Felix Biederman as I mentioned in the fucking in the clip. Like, you shouldn't elect someone with pro-Israel sympathies to the lowest position possible, lowest publicly appointed position possible, the position of dog catcher, because that person might inevitably use that fucking power, that fractional power that they have, to literally do some fucked up shit. This is not about being Jewish at all. Give Felix credit. I did in that clip. You literally hear me say, as Felix said. I try to bring Felix into it all the time because all the fucking time. Because, like, I want Ethan to yell at him because that would be like a gift for Felix. You know what I mean? Like, I want to give that to him as a gift. But Ethan, for some reason, never actually bites on that. Like Felix wants Ethan to yell at him so bad. Okay? He has talked about it so much at this point, both publicly and privately. And so I just keep slamming Felix Biederman into these conversations, and Ethan never attacks him. And I don't know why. Ethan always ignores Felix. And it's funny because, like, Felix has bad empanada level posting prowess. Do you think Ethan would ever talk to Felix? I mean, considering how he talked to Sam Cedar and what that looked like with, like, the gentlest of nudges, I think if he talked to Felix, he would melt. His brain would melt on the spot. Like, look at these motherfuckers. It was clear. That's why Hasan chose Sam as his own Candace Owens. He hates his own people. The Ethan debate effect is hitting hard on Stan. What effect? Where Ethan comes in calm and somehow the other person finds a way to start yelling and dodge all of Ethan's points. Destiny described Ethan as a drunken master when it comes to debates. Yeah, Destiny also described Ethan as an R-worded moron. That was before he decided to use him. That's the other super funny part about this whole process is that, like, Ethan has found himself aligned with people that have literally farmed him for tens of millions of views, like that Oreo guy, or all of the drama slop tubers used to fucking despise Ethan. They made videos about Ethan all the fucking time. They farmed him like they try to farm me, right? And yeah, Nicholas eat Oreo. Like, and what's hilarious about it is that, like, he is not even thinking that, like, these guys that literally were constantly coming after me are now on my side. There's nothing weird about this, right? Like, no, this is just normal, right? If he thinks you're an anti-Semite, I don't want to know what Felix is to him. Yeah, Felix is the Pope of anti-Semitism. Like, look, kneecap statement. Taking this opportunity to say this, our podcast proudly endorses all of the super weapons from every ace combat being tested on Israel every city. This is a joke. Felix Biederman is Jewish. Okay, but yeah, he says stuff like this because he hopes that one day, he says stuff like this because he hopes that one day all of these people that fucking make it their lives mission to constantly come after me and try to get me deplatformed will at least try, will focus their attention on him. It never happens. I don't know why. He has the jester's privilege. He has the poster's privilege. I do really, really, really badly want to see what that would look like, though. Like, I don't know. I don't know how that encounter would look. I need to see it happen. If Felix was still in Los Angeles, I would 100% have him sit by me and vape away as that conversation was taking place, just so he could get a feel of it. You know what I mean? Say Felix is worse than Bad Empanada. Felix is sometimes worse than Bad Empanada. Yeah, he's saying your take falsely is that Jews don't deserve jobs for ever having positive sentiment towards the Israeli state. When your take is that Zionists, regardless of religion or ethnicity, do not deserve a place in government, it's really disingenuous framing of the clip. Yeah, of course. And it wasn't even my take initially. It was Felix's take, as I mentioned in the clip. But I mean, I stand by it. As Ethan said, I double down on it. Yeah, I don't want any motherfucker to just use whatever fractional power they have to be like, yeah, we have to look. There is a reason why you'll have like a lieutenant governor's race in fucking Chicago, okay, get taken apart because the lieutenant governor at one point said like they think Palestine should be free. And if you think what I'm saying is wrong, that is a real thing that happened. That's a real thing that happened, I believe, in like 2018 or something, where there was a lieutenant governor's race in Illinois, in the state of Illinois. A dude from Chicago had actually, that was up for the gubernatorial race as a lieutenant governor. You and Ethan agree on this? Wait, what? Okay. Yeah, I guess that's... I think he and Uncle Sam have more they disagree on than they think. Wait, no. I think Uncle Sam is very aware of the disagreements. He was just being as nice as possible, and Ethan still fucked it up. Yeah, here. Israeli lobby forces progressive out of Illinois governor's race. Pressure from the Israel lobby has forced a promising progressive politician out of the 2018 Illinois governor's race. Only a week ago, there was much grassroots excitement around Carlos Ramirez Rosa, a member of Chicago City Council, was named as a running mate of Democratic gubernatorial hopeful State Senator Daniel Biss. Ramirez Rosa, who was a Bernie Sanders delegate during last year's Democratic Party convention, is a member of DSA. His selection was also a nod in the growing political role of Illinois' Latino population. Ramirez Rosa represents a diverse majority Latino ward in Chicago's northwest side. But that support, so basically what happened is DSA has seen a huge surge in membership. And just last month, the socialist grassroots organization overwhelmingly endorsed the BDS movement, the BDS campaign for Palestinian rights, boycott, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel. But that support for Palestinian rights has come up against the hard reality of Israel's lobby, continued grip on elite sections of the Democratic Party. While I was honored to be chosen as Senator Daniel Biss's gubernatorial running mate, it became clear over the past few days that while we share a total commitment to peace, security, and statehood for Israeli and Palestinian people, and both oppose pursuing BDS at the state level, the difference of opinion we have on the role of the BDS movement plays at the federal level would make it impossible to continue moving forward as a ticket. Ramirez Rosa appears to be indicating that he does not contest the first-in-the-nation anti-BDS bill passed by Illinois in 2015, but does oppose pending federal legislation, the Anti-Israel Boycott Act, which, by the way, was what Bernie Sanders and Dianne Feinstein was against. What's crazy is he was also fucking not contesting the anti-BDS bill in Illinois, which he should have been. Okay. And I'm sure if you were to ask him now, he probably had a different take on it. But like, why does that even exist to begin with? Yeah, that's because it doesn't matter. Regardless of fucking background, people that are like, no, unconditionally pro-Israel will use every fucking power they have to do insane shit like this. That is precisely the reason why AIPAC plays a major role in undermining American democracy and spending millions of fucking dollars. Hello? Ethan agrees with everything that sounds good on the surface level and disagrees on any action based on said principles. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are we actually talking about? What is this? Like, what? How is this in any way, shape, or form acceptable? Can you read my last message regarding what Ethan said about said yesterday about Mandela? Here's a quote from him in Talks of Palestine: "Choose peace rather." I know, Alexa. I already covered that. I already posted about it on my Instagram. I mean, on my Twitter as well. Yes, I have repeatedly talked about the whitewashing of Mandela's history, and weirdly enough, no one asked the question why Mandela went to prison to begin with, which is so fucking crazy. He went to prison because he went to Algeria and got arms training. Okay. And the reason why he did that was because he started a separate militant division within the ANC called MK. I'm not going to say the name because it's too hard for me to say. I fuck it up. Okay. And that armed militancy engaged in, militant actions, sometimes against civilians. And he went to jail. He went to prison. And they came to him twice. They came to him twice when he was in prison. And they said, hey, you want to get out of prison? You have to denounce violence and denounce socialism. Okay, those were the two demands that they made. The first time he said, how can we even have, how can you act like I'm in any position to negotiate with you when I'm imprisoned by you? Second time, he said, no, I'm not going to denounce violence. It's so fucking weird. Like, why are you lying about history? Why does no one ever fucking care? That's frustrating. That's what's so frustrating about this is that it doesn't make any sense that people just don't even turn around and say like, hey, I don't know if that's true. Like no one is even remotely intellectually curious as to why Nelson Mandela was in prison to begin with. What do you think happened? They were just like, oh yeah, you're a black, so you're going to jail. Is that what? I mean, that was part of it. Certainly. The guy that tells people stuff is haram is going off. What? I don't care about this shit. The thing is that the way that the West discusses political violence is trapped by just war approaches that make its moral legal appraisal dependent on racialized, colonial, gendered class power dynamics so that anti-colonial violence is simply seen as bad/unjust. This is because discourses on political violence are dominated by notions of just war that trace their roots to the medieval European warfare. It is state-centric and Eurocentric. They usually fully erase colonial experiences from their theoretical framework. These epistemologies of innocence, to quote Charles Mills, are very common in Western political philosophy. The West tells stories about itself where colonialism and racism are simply part of the landscape. There is no European agency in their deployment. Wait. What? Popular Resistance had a pretty balanced take on this from back in 2013. Nelson Mandela addressed a crowd of about 50,000 people from a balcony. Mandela's utilitarianism and the struggle for liberation. Thus, we can study Kant's perpetual peace while comfortably ignoring that he never envisioned any racialized society as worthy of such peace, or study Locke's social contract without learning that he did not believe it applied to savages in Africa. Just war is the same. When is war just? Oh my God. Don't ever hear what Kant had to say about black people or how he thought black people were created. Oh my God. Worst mistake of my life. He thought that black babies turned black when getting out of the black mother's vagina. Like they were white in the womb inside of the body of a black woman. And then while they were getting pushed out, they would just like turn black. Their skin would turn black. Can't believe that black people are so talkative that they must be driven apart from each other with thrashings. Grog, is this true? Just war is the same. When is war just? When it fights off aggression. But aggression here by design excludes the aggression of the colonizer over the colonized. Thus, Ukrainian resistance is awe-inspiring, but Palestinian resistance is terrorist. This is so regardless of the actual conduct of said resistance. When Amnesty documented 19 instances of Ukrainian troops being stationed nearby civilians in ways that violated the international human law, it was shunned to such an unprecedented degree that it issued a literal apology. When unarmed Palestinians in Gaza marched towards the Israeli border in peaceful protest demanding an end to the siege, they were gunned down with live fire. In one day, the IDF killed 16 people and injured 1,000. And these aren't baby injuries. These are like shooting off people's kneecaps, okay? When people say wounded, I think a lot of people think like, oh, they got a boo-boo. Like, no, they got irreparable damage that will alter the trajectory of their lives in perpetuity, okay? We're talking legs off, like completely fucking crippled, maimed. Anyway, political violence understood through the war, by the way, which Ethan also justified when talking to Sam, but I think Sam was Sam was so overwhelmed, I think, by Ethan's insanity that he did not address that as much, and he just kind of moved on from it. But Ethan justified the IDF action. He said that the Palestinians were actually trying to break the Gaza boundary and that they were trying to attack the fence. No. 16 murders in one day. In one day. The total number was like 200 plus. I don't think he believes what he told Sam.
So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace. And they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian protest or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they just they parade them around like, here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that
is it just 10,000 people? Also, the real question is, shouldn't you be a part of that 10,000 people? Because you seem like you want to claim as though you're a part of the 10,000 people. I just don't understand it, you know?
That they pretend, they try to convince everybody that this is this represents the Jewish majority, but it's not. Anyway,
it's
whatever.
It does not represent it.
I'm absolutely confident that JVP has never even once held themselves up as representing a majority of Jewish people. Their assertion is that simply non-Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews do in fact exist. Israelis chiming in to agree with Ethan, the Jewish community is in fact pro-genocide. Least genocidal H3H3 fan. JVP are fucking traitors. Liberalism have corroded their brains and destroyed their identity, even if they're even Jews. Anyways, Kahan was right. Like, I don't think Ethan Klein knows who the fuck Mayor Kahan is. Okay, he'd be like, what is that, an ice cream? That's the problem here. There are definitely members in his community that do and like that he is basically being played as a vector of misinformation, as an unlimited faucet that will create new pro-Israel populations from all the drama-loving girlies, all the tea girlies. Yes, mom showed the poop sock. I know, I got it. It's very funny when you send me when mom find the poop sock. Like, think about that. Motherfuckers named Kahanas Weeb are over here defending Ethan Klein. Like, that is crazy. That's a terrorist, dude. Like, what the fuck? That's more of a terrorist than Hamas, okay? Straight up. You pulled out that 10,000 number out of nowhere, pull up their website, they say how many members? 765,000 members and supporters. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people are in JVP. It wasn't the mom. It was some random fucking Gazan lady. Ethan Klein, pro-Palestinian ally, respecter of the deceased. Bro, what happened to this guy about a year ago? He was crying over the genocide in Palestine and saying it was wrong. People in his own audience called him a racist after he compared Free Palestine to the swastika and the Confederate battle flag. And he absolutely lost his mind. That's fun. I mean, that's literally that's an incredibly concise way to describe exactly what took place. In any case, it's Victory Day. And what do I mean by this? We are talking about violent resistance against colonial occupation, violent resistance against American colonial occupation, American imperialist occupation. The country I'm talking about is Vietnam. This is a video that I've been meaning to watch for some time now, and I think this is a perfect time to watch it. From Uncivilized, How Vietnam Teaches Palestine to Fight Invaders. Now, the reason why I think it's an interesting video is because you might notice some similar patterns here. I'm actually very interested in talking about the propaganda surrounding the Viet Cong in American news, because as you know, the North Vietnamese Liberation Front was comprised of numerous different entities, and it was broadly defined as Viet Cong by, Westerners. And what's interesting about it was that they, of course, were also, doing battle in southern Vietnam. Southern Vietnam was where the overwhelming majority of bombs were dropped by the United States of America, despite the fact that southern Vietnam was also de facto a puppet state for the United States of America, led by a psychotic freak. Okay? A psychotic freak that was very unpopular and was engaging in a mass torture regime. Now, today is Vietnamese Liberation Day, Reunification Day, whatever you want to call it. It is the day where the northern Vietnamese forces finally were able to push the American imperialists out of the country and unite the nation under the beautiful banner of communism, under the watchful eye of Uncle Ho Chi Minh, who I think he passed away like right before reunification, right? Am I wrong? I might be getting the dates wrong. When did Uncle Ho pass? September 2nd, 1969. He died of a heart attack in Hanoi at the age of 79. He was failing in health for some time. By the time of his death, he had already ceded control of the country and the war to his successors. All right. Let's continue.
About the story of Vietnam. There's something about the story of Vietnam.
He died the day it was liberated after he tried to do the stanky leg in celebration. Okay, shut up.
The story of a country that fought and defeated countless Goliaths.
Theirs is a people's army.
Going up against mighty armies, using guerrilla warfare and tunnels.
Your past, which is these tunnels,
is your present.
Is our present.
To fight for their liberation and achieving it.
You see the lotus? The lotus is in the mud, but the lotus is not dirty by the mud. Even though we have been so war-torn, we are not punished by it. Wow.
While our people are still fighting our own Goliath, we wanted to learn, how did the Vietnamese do it? And what happens once this Goliath is taken down?
This is different.
What does a national identity built on liberation and resistance look like when the country's at peace? And is Vietnam really at peace?
There's a new disturbance of the peace, and it's this.
We traveled to Hanoi in the north and Saigon in the south with our friend Nguyen.
Didn't expect this heavy shit this year.
To explore Vietnam's story of liberation and the story it's writing now.
Rolling? So we're in Hanoi, your hometown. We're calling Grabs, which is a motorcycle, basically taxi.
Yeah.
And when you called the guy, what did he say to you?
He say đồng chí, which means comrade.
Comrade, he called you comrade. I love that.
Comrade. I forgot that's how we address each other here.
You've been gone for too long.
I've been in Saigon for too long.
Party in the morning in Hanoi. I love it. All the aunties are doing Tai Chi in the morning and dancing. You gotta stay fit, just in case they have to fight colonialism again, you know? Just in case the French come back.
Hanoi is a city that's thousands of years old, that's lived through and expelled many occupiers, including...
I will say one thing, and I hope nobody gets mad at me for saying this, but the greatest invention, the greatest food invention of all time did come from the French occupation, the banh mi sandwich. I know it's fucked up, but you know, I'm the type of guy who looks at, I'm the type of guy who likes to look at the silver lining, and banh mi's are so fucking goated. It's hard not to recognize it. Like it is every time I bite into a banh mi sandwich, I think to myself, like, you know, it really fucked up for sure, but they made the most of it. You know, that is pretty incredible. Sorry, let's keep going.
Including the French.
Not even a top 10 food item of all time. Dude, my life changed after I had that fucking banh mi in Australia. Alexa has a banh mi place near their house, and it was so good. I still think about it. I think about it all the fucking time. I had never actually given enough close attention, the serious attention it deserves to this delicacy, okay? To this decadent experience. And it was so goddamn good. It was so fucking good. I still think about it to this day. Australian banh mi. Listen, I've never been to fucking Vietnam, okay? Give me a goddamn break. Give me a goddamn break. Australia, fairly close, okay? Australian Asian food is pretty goated. What are we talking about? There's hella Asians in Australia.
They arrived under the banner of a civilizing mission, but were really there to exploit the natural resources and labor of the country.
They worked from dawn till dusk, but they did not have enough to eat.
While French companies like Michelin Rubber made millions in profits from factories and plantations.
The French left their mark in ways that are still visible in Vietnam, whether through the architecture.
And you can tell it's quite French looking.
Yeah, it was clearly modeled after the Opera House in Paris.
In Paris, yeah.
Or through the missionaries that led the colonial incursion.
So Peter and Paul, and then you have the two Vietnamese priests on the other side.
Wow.
These are two Middle Eastern men.
Holy
but they look
smoke.
white. They look white. So this could be me.
Yeah. And then that's
and that's you. This is colonialism in a nutshell.
And then there's the ways the Vietnamese incorporated that French influence into their culture.
The banh mi.
Bang means pang in French.
Which is bread.
Bread.
And this one has egg.
Right, she said eggs. Meat, so pâté.
And pâté.
Pâté, right, which is French.
Very French.
Right. Okay. You take a bite.
You have
no,
the
so our culture, we have the guests have the first bite.
Okay.
Okay, you get
okay,
a
here
bite.
we go.
Yeah. Right. And you can begin to differentiate the different tastes, right?
Yeah. Very tasty.
Very tasty.
Very tasty, huh?
Telling stories like this wouldn't be possible without our supporters on Patreon. To help us continue doing this work, you can join as a paid member and get access to exclusive content and unseen footage from episodes like this. Now back to the video.
People just sit out and hang out here. It's much slower in terms of pace.
Yeah. When you go to any places, any cities, you can have a sense of what this place is about, what's an invitation of this place. And every city has a different whisper.
Thank you, Auntie. Come on.
Come on, go. The invitation of Hanoi, if you pay attention to the way people do things and set up, is come to us and appreciate our heritage, tradition, culture.
Hanoi is the political capital of Vietnam, home to the government today and the birthplace of the resistance that removed the French colonizers.
Uncle Ho is everywhere.
You know, Uncle, in many ways, to me, was a genius in that way, because he knew that the only way to get through the Western colonization is to be one of them. It's like we got to blend first before we ask for our own independence, right?
A hero of wartime resistance, Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh was a Vietnamese communist revolutionary who, after spending years abroad, returned to Vietnam when it was under momentary Japanese occupation during World War II. He founded the Viet Minh, a communist guerrilla force which drove out the Japanese and then went up against the remaining colonizers, the French.
I looked at him and said, President Ho, how can you possibly fight war against the modern French army? You have nothing. You've just told me what a poor country you are. The French have planes, tanks, napalm. How can you fight the French? And he said, oh, we have a lot of things that can match the French weapons. Tanks are no good in swamps.
They fought for 8 years before the Viet Minh defeated the French and ended almost 70 years of French colonial rule. Going up against mighty armies wasn't new to the Vietnamese. Besides the Japanese and the French, they'd gone up against the Chinese and later the Americans, coming out victorious. But the French had a particular brand of cruelty that's still visible in the city today.
And this building used to be a French prison.
Yes.
Still in Hanoi, I think called Hell on Earth.
Yeah. This place was viewed as a symbol of displaying power, right? But also for other people to see this is what happens when you rebel against the French.
The French.
So there is some public displaying element.
They staged public executions. The severed heads were photographed and printed on postcards, which soldiers sent home to sweethearts in Paris with kisses from Hanoi.
Like, obviously...
Dude, European colonial violence is so fucking insane. It's actually, like, this is such a common... It's such a common meta. It is such a goddamn common meta. Like, these motherfuckers had human zoos, bro. Like, in Belgium and shit. They had human zoos. And, like, not that long ago, for the record. Isn't that crazy? Like, we like to think about how, Western liberal democracy is so enlightened. And, like, the unimaginable barbarity, the unimaginable barbarism of European colonials is so fucking crazy. It's so fucked up. It's like, dude, that is so much more barbaric than like anything people claim any fucking anti-colonial resistance force has ever done. Anyway, sum the point.
After the war and everything, we can just throw this and
there are animal enslavement zoos which are barbaric. There's animal death camps going on right now, and you're supporting them. You're ignoring this reality. Why aren't you vegan yet? Yes, dude. I'm doing a chicken holocaust, okay, every day up in here. It's the same. I'm a speciesist, brother. I am a speciesist. And so are you. Vegans get in their own way because normally we haven't had like a lot of vegan chirps. We haven't had a lot of vegan chirps in this community in quite a while. Old heads remember Austinox is the OG vegan chirper, by the way. Vegans suck because they're objectively right. No. They are morally correct in terms of environmental concerns. They're perhaps correct in terms of I don't know, like animal welfare in general. But if you meet someone who just goes, "I'm a speciesist," I feel like it's the ultimate counter. You went to war with Bao? Oh my God, that was such a long time ago. Holy shit. Yeah, Bao. God, this really was a debate pervert community when you think about it. My point always been the same. As long as I can have the same macronutrients, ease of access, that also tastes good, I don't give a fuck. I'll eat whatever the hell they make in a lab. I don't have to eat chicken. I eat chicken every day. That should allow you to understand. I don't give a fuck. Like I don't eat that much beef anyway. I eat mostly chicken. And I'm perfectly willing to just never touch meat ever again. Never touch an animal product ever again. If there was a real alternative that has the same exact macros. You ever fuck with barbecue? I mean, I didn't say I'd never eat meat or beef. Yes, I fuck with barbecue. Especially Korean barbecue. Oh my God, my mouth is watering. Holy fuck. All right, let's just continue.
Turn it into another building.
Yeah.
But there was a choice by the government to keep this. And the question is for what?
This is fascinating for me because as a Palestinian, I see this. I'm still fighting my fight against colonialism now, right? And I see this and I'm like, wow, they liberated themselves from the French and the Japanese and the Chinese and the Americans, and this is a symbol of it because it was on hell on earth, right? Hell on earth, and it is for me. Wow, this is what post-liberation could look like, right? Yeah. We can have a museum one day that says.
Oh wow! Now I'm touched by what you said.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So now you haven't gone to the stage where you can put
a museum
up. You know, when people can commemorate something, that means they have moved on.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think the purpose, and I feel moved by it. Is that what we have is very fragile. And we want to remind ourselves that what we have is very fragile and it can change again. Yeah.
After the French were defeated by the Viet Minh, Vietnam was divided into two. North Vietnam, led by Ho Chi Minh, established a communist government with strong ties to the Soviet Union and China. And South Vietnam, led by an anti-communist Western Allied ruler, which was supported by the US. This division
I can't think of like another analog for something that had taken place, like a similar structure where another Asian country was divided similarly. I don't know. I mean, it's not like a one-to-one comparison, but you know.
Launched a second, more brutal war, this time with the US getting directly involved.
If the United States now were to throw in the towel and come home, and the communists took over South Vietnam, then all over Southeast Asia, all over the Pacific, in the Mideast, in Europe, in the world, the United States would suffer a blow.
The Western world calls it the Vietnam War, but to the Vietnamese, it's known as the resistance war against America to save the nation.
Can you ask him what was his personal feeling when they divided the country in half?
Miền Nam, miền Bắc
không bao giờ mình có thể chấp nhận.
Can never accept it.
Never accepted. No.
Không bao giờ. Bởi vì là một dân tộc.
Because it's one nation, one tribe. This is impossible, unthinkable, because if you have North and South, you're one country, but then you see each other as enemy.
This is Doan Nho. He's the Vietnamese composer behind one of the most famous wartime songs that's still popular to this day.
Would he sing it for us?
Yeah.
năm mây đen trên một chiếc xe tăng những năm bông.
Wow, I can't believe he's singing such an violent, anti-white song. That's unironically what people say when, like, South Africa's like sing "Kill de Boer" or whatever. For the record, this is a hate song. I can't believe it's like it's the same principle behind people being like, "Wow, I can't believe the Yemenis have a song about like the Saudis trying to ethnically cleanse them." Like that's literally the same shit. The only difference is Vietnam is now an established fucking country. So obviously, if you were to run around and say shit like that, even if you said something like that about North Korea right now, people will look at you like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Remember when that fucking freak Dan Saltman tried to do that with the Ia Cha song, the DPRK song that I played? And he tried to get me banned for fucking playing terrorism music because DPRK is a state sponsor of terror according to the American State Department. Like, yeah, there is an extent to how much you can push that note. Yeah, I can't believe that they have violent songs. I can't believe they have violent songs about their, liberation movement. Please do not look at the Pledge of Allegiance or any number of different songs that come from the Revolutionary War period. Do not look at that because that would also be fucking violent because that's what it is.
Hoa nở cùng một cội như năm ngón tay trên một bàn tay đã sung trần cả năm người như một vào linh sẽ tăng anh chưa anh sau cái đến ở ăn mỗi người một tí.
I'm unironically a return guy, but for fucking like communist agitprop. It makes me so sad what we have lost. God. Oh, look at the world now. How can you ever look at the world right now as it exists and be like, nah, it's so good. The world would have been better off if there was no USSR. See, we're doing so much better now. We're doing so much better without, growing socialism anywhere.
The whole saying here. This is even if you have to burn the entire Chuang Sơn range, which run from north to south.
Dude, people use clips like this to say you're promoting genocide and all kinds of stupid shit on Twitter. People are so stupid. Yeah, I know, whatever.
We must regain our independence for our country.
This is something that is, I think when you combine it with People's War, with the mythology of resistance, this is, to me, is a message of sacrifice. We sacrifice to at all costs to win our liberation from colonization.
One of the things that later on in my life I learned is when Nixon was writing, there was an exchange of messages from Nixon and Ho Chi Minh, and Nixon was asking the Vietnam to give up because otherwise there will be a lot more atrocities and casualties. And then Ho Chi Minh reply was, Nixon, you don't get it.
You don't get it.
It's not about how much we have to lose. We are willing to lose everything. And and I think that really speaks to the pain of the people also who have little to lose. Really, for Nixon, I imagine it was a very remote situation where you press a button. Your soul is not in the game, your skin is not in the game. Yeah, maybe your political power is in the game, but that is nothing compared to what we have to lose. Yeah, this is deep in our collective psyche.
Yeah,
and
as
I think as a country,
and especially as Hanoi.
Yeah. I mean, of course, right? If you lose Hanoi, this is it.
This is it.
Right. It is the central, compared to the metaphor of the central nervous system. This is the brain.
This is
the brain. Lose the brain. Imagine you lose DC.
North Vietnam wanted to reunify the country under communist rule, while South Vietnam, backed by the US, aimed to maintain its independence. In the South, the Viet Cong, a communist insurgency group supported by the North, launched a guerrilla warfare campaign. The war lasted nearly 20 years and became one of the most brutal of the 20th century.
I do genuinely believe that if China played the role of the USSR right now, I don't think that the Palestinians would be going through what they're going through. Maybe controversial opinion, but like for all of its faults, all of its failures, the USSR did play an active role as like a pole that the global South could look towards, a North Star that they could look towards away from American imperialism, Western imperialism. And that simply does not exist.
Wherever the Americans went, they burned and destroyed and killed.
U.S. troops massacred and raped civilians, dropped napalm and white phosphorus, which roasted the skin of victims, and used chemical agents like Agent Orange, which inflicted illness on those exposed. Millions of Vietnamese soldiers and civilians were killed or wounded. The war ended in 1975 when North Vietnamese troops captured Saigon, leading to the reunification of Vietnam.
Determined to protect every inch of the socialist country.
Yeah, since post the war, post the unification, so it's not just the army soldier, but also the workers and then people from different nations, different tribes and so on. Everybody, right? Yeah. This is important photos too. It's a classic, a young boy with a flute on a buffalo, right? And this is peace, simplicity.
Simplicity. This is what we fought for, the right to do this.
But I think the thing that now I'm questioning is it a peaceful time?
Are we in a peaceful time?
Yeah, that I don't know, right? On the surface, yes.
Yes, there's prosperity.
Right.
You're not colonized by a foreign power that's invading and occupying.
Correct.
But you are dealing with another ism that is very powerful.
Correct.
And that's capitalism. You're gonna be my
Grab driver.
My Grab driver.
In Saigon because I have a bike here. Five fingers. That's what we call it. And then they keep getting more. Right. The Hanoian are proud about the culture and the heritage and the history, 1,000 years old, right?
Yeah.
And Saigon is relatively...
much more influenced by outside forces.
Yeah.
It seems that Saigon's heart is made of money, and there's nothing that's not for sale.
Under the French, Saigon was known as the Paris of the Orient. It was the economic powerhouse and center of commerce and trade. This made it a much more cosmopolitan and diverse city, drawing in more foreigners and making it more westernized. And this continued during the war with the Americans.
Good morning, Vietnam!
It's the joy and the sorrow of the city too, because you need to throw away a lot of things if you want to be open to new things. I don't think Hanoi understand that.
Hanoi hasn't experienced that kind of loss.
Yeah, Hanoi experienced a different kind of loss.
Different kind of loss, but not like this.
Not like this.
Despite its appearance on the surface, sprawling beneath the city is its undeniable revolutionary history.
We're in the middle of a neighborhood. You can tell everybody's selling something else.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were here, you wouldn't expect to find a military base for the resistance against the Americans.
Yeah, and that's the whole point.
This is a very traditional Saigonese home.
Yeah.
But there's more that meets the eye. Where would the resistance fighters, the liberation fighters, stay?
We are not going to be very public about it. Okay. It's here. Right in the center of the living room. Look at this. And you can barely see, right? You can barely see that it's actually a little bit of a cover up.
Oh my God.
Look at this.
It's a tunnel.
It is a tunnel. And you can follow us to...
Oh my God, this is amazing.
And so this is what's happening in where you are.
Yeah. The levels to this are insane.
Yes, be careful. It's meant to be tiny.
I forget where I read this, but I remember reading something about how like the Vietnamese war fighters like implemented a lot of guerrilla techniques, specifically tunnel warfare, and so did the DPRK. And those techniques have literally been implemented by Iran and also by the Palestinian resistance as well. You wouldn't fit? Yeah, no. Yes, Vietnam is Hamas. They also have a Hamas tunnel.
Wow. Wow. Oh my God. This is amazing.
It's quite well equipped.
It really is. You have everything.
Oh, yeah,
and
here
so
it is.
people used to live here and basically spend their entire time here.
Yeah.
In the 1970s, PLO fighters trained in Vietnam. They translated works by the Vietnamese general Vo Nguyen Giap into Arabic to sharpen their strategy. Palestinian groups like Fatah and PFLP studied the Vietnamese revolution. They saw it as a blueprint for guerrilla warfare against militarily superior Israeli forces, just as Vietnam fought the U.S. Communist-led North Vietnam built ties to the Palestinian Liberation Organization in 1968, years before most countries did. In 1988, Vietnam formally recognized the state of Palestine. Dude, this is part of the reason why America did everything in its power to fucking beef up Israel, and Israel did everything in its power to destroy the secular revolutionary movements amongst the ranks of the Palestinian liberation groups, because they had a fucking network, dude. They had a network. They had a network of people that were organized. They had a network of people that were incredibly well read. Not to say that like people in the current militancy are not well read. They are, but they had a network of people that would span all the way to fucking the Japanese Red Army. As I've talked about before, I was trying to interview former Japanese Red Army people that like famously took over, because they do so. They would take over planes like crazy. That was the name of the game. These dudes would constantly take over planes. Back in the day, you could just like bring a gun to a plane. Shit was wild. But there was basically a major network built around socialist revolutionary militancy that created this underlying educational base for militancy against colonial superpowers all around the world. Uncool from an aviation perspective, yes. It's true.
Waiting for the news.
Waiting for the news, planning military operations. And I mean, look, I can basically almost touch both walls.
Yeah, we read this article when it first came out.
And most importantly,
Hamas is more Viet Cong than ISIS. Faced with Israel's technological and military superiority, Hamas's military wing, the Al-Qassam Brigade, has turned Gaza into a haven for guerrilla war. Yeah.
Uncle Ho.
Uncle Ho.
He's a big
Uncle
part
Ho.
of it. Like, you look at him and you have your morale boosted. And this is why many people were living for it.
Yeah.
This was the face of the liberation and the face of the raison d'être of the people.
Of the people. Wow. Incredible.
Holy fuck. The Al-Qassam Brigades, Hamas military wing, have released footage showing an operation to rescue Israeli hostages from a tunnel that was bombed by Israel a few days ago. This video could significantly shift Israeli public opinion regarding the fate of the hostages. No, I don't think it will, considering that this video came out 4 days ago and I have only just now seen it. This is from Rami Abdul, assistant professor of law and finance, chairman of Euromed, Human Rights Monitor. But yeah, I didn't even fucking see this, and I suspect that the reason why I didn't see this is because like they did not publicize this heavily. If Ethan brings up Destiny on Friday, you need to back out. Do you already know how you'll respond? He's not going to do that. I don't think he's going to do that because he's not going to fucking fully. He is not going to. He's not going to openly show that he is willing to collaborate with Destiny or Dan Saltman. I mean, he will entertain collaborating with Dan Saltman, but probably Boner Box. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I don't even have a problem with fucking Destiny or Dan Sullivan. It's just like I can't talk to them while I'm live on Twitch, and I'm not gonna fucking not do this live on Twitch.
Incredible that I was saying your past, which is these tunnels.
Yeah, I saw this video as well. This is a good video.
This is what people in Palestine are doing right now, living in tunnels, fighting colonization.
Wow. There's no conscription in North Vietnam.
Yeah, because I think he wants to do a oh no Sam Cedar, what a nightmare moment, which wouldn't work like that because I would instantly start shitting on him. The problem is I would get banned most likely, and that's, you know, I don't want to. And Twitch has openly stated that if such a thing were to happen, I would get banned, for the record. But he even said he wouldn't do it, and I have to trust his word. I have to take his word on it. There's not much I can do. Plus, he can destroy me. He can destroy me in the marketplace of ideas anyway. He can destroy me on his own in the marketplace of ideas. He's a brilliant debater. He took down Sam Cedar today. I'm genuinely, I'm terrified. I'm scared. He's smarter than me and hotter. He's got it all.
Soldiers are volunteers.
It's
and
on
behind
Friday,
the
chatters.
army, there's a whole nation at arms. This, then, is a people's war.
The US and southern Vietnamese forces were much better equipped, but the Viet Cong had an extensive network of tunnels running through the south. Some networks spanned 200 kilometers through enemy territory and were used to plan and launch attacks, transfer supplies, and provide shelter and communication to guerrilla fighters.
War against an elusive enemy.
The fact that the Viet Cong were embedded among civilians meant they were a harder enemy to fight.
Can you please answer my question comparing DPRK situation to Vietnam when it comes to idolatry or cult of personality? Uncle Ho pictures? What are they, some kind of monarchy? I really don't get why people cut through the Kim Il-sung smearing when they can't recognize that people like Uncle Ho deserve the veneration. Can you please answer my question comparing DPRK situation? Yeah, it's a really easy answer. One became a country that was like completely fucking shut off from the rest of the world. The other one actually won the war. That's the only problem. If Kim Il-sung had won and Korea was a unified nation state, they probably would resemble Vietnam right now. They'd probably be even more advanced than Vietnam at this moment. Like significantly more, actually. Brother, Kim Il-sung was the GOAT. What are you talking about? I'm not disparaging Kim Il-sung. I'm simply talking about the Kim family and you know, their way of governance. Vietnamese revolutionary smiling after being sentenced to 20 years of labor camp by the fascist South Vietnamese puppet regime in 1968. She replied to the judge, "Your regime won't last that long." And she was right. Happy Victory Day. She spent 6 years in a labor camp before the fascist U.S. puppet regime fell, and she was freed. That photo became known as the Smile of Victory and came to symbolize the many Vietnamese women who fought the U.S. empire and won. After the defeat of the genocidal U.S. imperialists, Vo Thi Tang, I don't know how to say her name, retired from the army and became the head of the Women's Union, served in the National Assembly, and also chaired the Vietnam-Cuba Friendship Association.
But that also led to the targeting.
Like this right here, what I'm doing right here, explaining or showing you the successful methods of guerrilla warfare. Okay, successful methods of guerrilla warfare, and the video making these comparisons to Palestinian guerrilla warfare, like Palestinian resistance against Israeli occupation. The reason why a lot of people feel some type of way about one and not the other or the reason why there's a lot more comfort in being able to openly talk about the North Vietnamese liberation forces and their success is because they won, and also because it was in the rearview mirror, which goes back to the same adage, which is, you know, liberals support every single civil rights movement except the current one. They support every single anti-war protest except the current one. And that's precisely what's happening here. So in a couple years down the line, if, you know, if Israel can't keep up this unlimited genocide that it has brought about the Palestinian population, and the Palestinian people truly get sovereignty, autonomy, inshallah, one day, okay, most liberals will go back and act as though they were not standing in opposition towards the resistance, and they will actively talk about how heroic these endeavors looked like. Because when you look at instances of violence and war, colonial occupation, as opposed to resistance against that colonial occupation, the unimaginable bloodshed caused by the resistance forces, no matter how traumatizing, no matter how bloody it may be. And October 7 truly is a horrifying incident, okay? But all of that is still nowhere near as horrifying or as bloody as what Israel has done after and what Israel has done before October 7. We're talking about 76 years of brutal occupation, okay? That's precisely the reason why when you talk about slavery as this, like, you know, this morally repugnant thing, this dark stain in American history, this dark stain in Western history, chattel slavery being what I'm talking about, nobody ever brings up the Nat Turner Rebellion as a serious threat, you know? Like, no one would take you seriously if you were to unironically make the argument that, like, the ANC's militancy, including, like, the church bombing that took place that killed 19 people, or the slave rebellions that took place all around the United States of America, like John Brown being a terrorist, if you were to hyper focus on, like, resistance in that regard and not the major wrong that was caused, the major harm that was committed by the practice of slavery, you would look like you're in defense of slavery. Same goes for how we venerate, and we should venerate, resistance against the Nazi regime. Civilian resistance against Nazi regime is hailed as heroic, understandably, because it was heroic. This is precisely the reason why I always say, like, look, I'm not talking about their domestic affairs. I'm not talking about their day-to-day existence, but in terms of, like, making the occupation and the genocide of the Palestinians costly, the Houthis are on the right side of history, okay? Just on that alone, they are on the correct side. They're on the morally correct side. Dare I say, maybe even on the legally correct side. In terms of cutting off supply lines into Israel, that is the appropriate measure to take. It's one of the least consequential, least violent ways of trying to deal with the problem.
And massacring of civilians.
Jamais, jamais, ils gagneront cette guerre. Jamais, jamais, nous subirons.
The tunnels remained and were an integral part of the Viet Cong.
I think it's still fair to say that the Confederacy and slavery is still defended. No, I'm talking about liberals. I'm not talking about fucking reactionary weirdos, by the way. So yes, you're right. In the South, John Brown is definitely still seen as an evil terrorist, and I totally understand that because they're fucking losers. Okay. They're stupid ass racist losers. Anyone that still tries to venerate the Confederate soldiers or the Confederacy or the generals or whatever is a giant loser. It's that simple. So yes, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about liberals. Like, liberals love talking about how the North didn't go far enough, right? Like they always fantasize about how hard they would have fucked over the Confederates if they had the power at the time or whatever. They talk about how they would participate in the Underground Railroad, right? They fantasize about this shit, but then, like, in the real world, there is horrifying settler colonial violence that is happening, that's unfolding right in front of their eyes, but they can't even take a fucking moral stance against it. And that blows my goddamn mind. Yeah, liberals who say Sherman didn't go hard enough have no issue being like Israel should go harder. And that's the problem. That is what I'm talking about. That inconsistency is precisely what I am talking about here when I say liberals that fantasize about being these like, rebellious revolutionary figures in the real world are very scared of any sort of disruptive anti-imperialist action. They want to constantly put a timeline. The white moderates, as Martin Luther King Jr. correctly pointed out in his letter from Birmingham jail, the white moderate wants to place a timeline on another man's emancipatory journey. The white liberal wants to tell you, here is how you're supposed to resist. Now is not the right time. This is not the right way. So that's precisely why when people say like, oh, how dare you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is not an emancipatory slogan. That's actually a slogan that means you want to kill all Jews. It's like, well, why am I supposed to listen to you in this regard? You clearly are not invested in the cause of Palestinian emancipation. You just simply aesthetically want to stand as though you are side by side with the Palestinians, but you are terrified of them. You secretly do think that they are barbaric and backwards and mass rapists and whatever the fuck. That's it.
Hong's eventual victory.
From the tunnel, there's a ladder, and it's supposed to take you to a bathroom.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll all die here.
Oh my God. Hey guys, what's up? And right next to it here is the bedroom of the house. Yeah. And it's like,
I showed somebody a video of Nelson Mandela talking about when violence is justified, and an H3 fan responded with a grok summary, still trying to debunk it. Oh my Lord.
Nobody know what's happening?
No one knows. And it's such a fundamental part, I think, of what we learn about Vietnam. Is this idea of people's war, of guerrilla warfare, but it does not work if the people don't support it.
Correct.
Because the resistance fighters didn't come from a foreign land. They're from the people. There are aunts, our uncles, our cousins, our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our fathers. So naturally, they stay with us. They live amongst.
Dude, vanguardist authoritarian tankies do a pretty good job of placing timelines on other people's emancipation/revolutions, though. No, who? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? Who are you talking about? Who is a vanguardist authoritarian tanky? You're just slapping on words. What the fuck? Where are these people? What are they saying? Please explain to me. Vanguardist authoritarian tankies, Kamala Harris. The most common critique of communists ever? What do you mean? No. Don't just do vague gesturing towards something that we all are on board with, because I clearly do not understand what you're saying. Use your words. Who are you talking about, and what are they doing in terms of like placing a timeline on other people's emancipation? Are you talking about, like, when you say tankies, are you saying like the Hungarian counter-revolution or something? Like, what are you referencing? Is it the USSR rolling tanks? Is that what we're talking about here? Like, what? I'm giving you help. I'm helping you. I'm helping you come up with a coherent worldview.
Is the ideology just an ideology of liberation, or is it actually communism?
Just think of it, like, people would not fight for
communism
ideology, but will fight for your brother and your sister.
Yeah.
People need the...
Chat, he's talking about... He's talking about former Minister of Defense of the Soviet Union, the great Marshal Georgy Zhukov, liberating Europe from fascism. Why would you put a timeline on that? That was really fucked up. He's saying, don't do that. Do not liberate the concentration camps. Marshal Zukov, do not liberate the concentration camps, please. There is a different timeline here of when the concentration camps must be liberated, and you are liberating them too fast, sir. Don't do it. Don't do it, sir. You're liberating them too fast. Too much winning, sir. Don't do it, Zukov. You must liberate slower. Dude, what is it? It's like the 101 anti-communist position of every non-communist revolutionary, Hasan. I don't know what you are. I'm more confused. Oh, are you saying you are LARPing as an anti-communist? Is that what you're saying?
The conviction of
Chatter mad they didn't take all of Germany, leaving the West to suffer. True. A real unification of Germany must have happened.
Political leader.
Yes.
Yes, with this direction of this person, we can make it. But it's not the reason we fight.
We fight. Interesting. Yeah. Communism in a way lends itself very strongly to Vietnam because it's already a very community-based, family-based structure.
Yeah.
The us is stronger than the me.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, people are not fighting for communism.
Yeah.
People are fighting for liberation.
Yeah.
They're fighting for freedom and self-determination together.
You see the lotus? This is our national flowers. One of the teaching of the Vietnamese Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh, very well-known teaching, is no mud, no lotus.
No mud, no lotus.
The Vietnamese wouldn't be who they are without their history of expelling mighty army after mighty army. But the traumas that come with resistance and liberation...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little disappointed in this video. I actually did think that they were gonna talk about the history and also all the cool things that the North Vietnamese forces did, or even like the espionage they engaged in South Vietnam. And most of it is just like, look at how beautiful it is. It's like almost he's flexing on the Palestinian guy. He's like, this is what you can have one day. I'm kidding. He's not doing that. But it's a good video, but I did think that it was going to be more like nerdy military shit.
Remain.
30th of April will be the reunification day. And people have been told by people of the previous generations who said that during that time in 1975, right? You begin to see that something is different in the city. And then on the very last day, you hear the helicopters and you don't know what was going on.
Yeah, wow. It was the sound of liberation.
Wow, it's the sound of something sinister is coming for the one living in the south.
As North Vietnamese forces approached Saigon, Vietnamese people in the south began trying to flee, while the US conducted the largest helicopter evacuation in history.
The city was suddenly choked with people, lorries and cars, all chasing one American evacuation convoy after the other.
They didn't know what was coming.
They didn't know what's going on.
But liberation was coming. Reunification was coming.
From the north perspective.
From the north perspective.
Yeah.
And for the south?
For the south, it's the destruction of everything they know.
So even reunification was a violent process.
Oh yeah.
Once Saigon was captured, the war was officially over. But what was left was a country devastated by war. It's estimated that 2/3 of the villages in the south had been destroyed, with millions of refugees both in the country and fleeing.
When we talk about the prison, the Hoa Lo prison in Hanoi, I was saying that it was a reminder of that peace was very fragile. Huh? I think this one more than anything, because prison is a sign of captivity and about breaking free.
Yeah.
This is different. This is about the magnitude of how far humanity can go in both directions.
Extreme violence to oppress and extreme violence to liberate.
Yeah. And you know, the weirdest thing is, growing up, I also heard of the American dream and I followed my American dream.
So there is this weird psychodynamics of there's a part of us learning that American was a bad guy, but we're not believing it because there's also there's an American dream. So there was that tiny conflict.
You know, you saying that, you have an American fighter bomber plane behind us.
Wow, it's massive.
It's massive. But at the same time, what's happening in Saigon is essentially the arrival of the American dream here.
Yeah.
With the hyper-capitalism that we're seeing around us.
Yeah.
I'll ask you this. Did America ever leave?
After almost 10 years of economic hardship and post-war Vietnam, the ruling Communist Party transitioned the country to a more capitalism-friendly economic model, and it transformed the country.
Look at the tower up here.
The poverty rate fell from over 70% in the 1980s to around 5% by 2020, lifting millions of people out of poverty. Today, Vietnam is one of the fastest...
Just got a Hasanabi YouTube notification. What did I post? What the fuck did I post now? Wait, really? I didn't post shit. I was excited. I thought the editors were cooking my reaction to the Sam Cedar "What a Fucking Nightmare" video, but I guess not. It's just a short. God damn it. The new short is really popping off.
Growing economies in Southeast Asia. And nowhere is that more apparent than in Saigon.
You can already see the kites being flown against the backdrop of a very booming metropolitan city. This is a place our friend comes almost every day. This is essentially used to be the jungle.
It's a jungle, yeah.
And then concrete.
And then now you see concretes are
just building up.
Nobody knows how many more years all this will be filled with skyriser. For now, we still have people playing kite.
After centuries of fighting invaders, the country has only been at peace for 50 years. And while invasion the way it once looked isn't on the horizon, there are new battles taking place. Battles for the essence of the country moving forward.
We are performing comedy for these guys. 3, 2, 1.
Yes. No! Vietnam wasn't free in one day. It took many centuries.
That's true.
No! I think they just flew us now.
I think so.
Do they have any tips for us? No! Keep running!
We look at these high rises and we ask ourselves, is it what we want to see? And if we cannot stop that from happening, then at least we can do our thing.
Yeah.
Right. I don't think my flying kite is revolutionary per se.
It is. You're the generations before you fought, so you could be the boy on the buffalo playing your flute. You are the boy playing with the kite now, and now there's a new disturbance of the peace. And it's this.
This is the disturbance of the peace.
Yes.
And this is the restoration of the peace.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you're right. This in itself is an act of defiance. I'm going to come to the park.
Yeah.
I'm going to slow down.
Yes.
Because hyper-capitalism is going to drive me to want to produce.
Yeah, and do
to
work.
Move and to do work.
And meet the deadline. We are protecting the peace that we know is already here.
Yeah.
And it's not like we are fighting against anybody, but the act of creating a time and a space for this kind of peace is, I find, is a continuation of what we already know.
Yeah. It's so beautiful.
It is so beautiful,
so
right?
Beautiful.
I'm like,
it's one of it. This is to me it's
so
very
moving.
magical. It's very magical.
So to have the magic and the enchantment return.
Yeah.
Or not lost.
Yeah.
This is the protector in me, right?
Yeah.
You know, Uncle Ho and friends has protected the country.
So
now we
you,
protect the essence of it.
And you protect the essence of it. I think along my journey from north to south, I learned a lot about what my future could be from your past and present, not just from your past.
Yeah.
I'm a Jew who used to feel like Israel was necessary and would defend them. Know many people who have fought in the IDF and moved here. Your broadcast has changed my mind over time to full anti-Zionism. When people ask why you repeat yourself about different things, it's sometimes needed to get through to someone. So honestly, thank you. I stopped watching for a while after October 7th, and slowly the wheels started to click into place. You watching The King right now, Legoat? You should look into the case of Brooke SB versus Elizabeth CC. Crazy. I just got whiplash from heartfelt recognition of having your mind changed to you watching Legoat not right now. Yeah, no, that is why I do it. That is why I do consistently repeat myself. That's why I repeat myself over and over again, because I know it's worth it. Because somewhere along the way, people will be like, you know what? This motherfucker keeps repeating himself, but like, I think he might be right. You know, but that wouldn't go anywhere if it wasn't for the open-mindedness of people like yourself, chatter. So it's great. One T Wolves, big dog. Okay, everybody calm down. Okay, this is okay. First of all, I didn't want to pull this card, but one, this is ageism, and two, it's elder abuse. If it happens, it's elder abuse. It really is. You can't whip around a 40-year-old man. Like that's actually fucked up. Okay. I'm saying it's messed up what people are doing, especially young blood in the NBA, young talent in the NBA that don't step aside and allow kings to thrive when they're in their peak. It's kind of messed up. There's no respect anymore. There is no respect for age any longer.
Because what I take with me is not just liberation, but it's how do you build a country post-liberation.
Yeah.
And I think this has been...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a learning journey. It's been a growing journey. It's been a healing journey because I feel the peace and I feel at ease. And I also feel some of its disturbances.
And my wish for you.
LeBron is almost a House Oversight Committee age. Okay, chill. Okay, he's not that old, bro. But if he wanted to, he could. I'm just saying he'd probably be the GOAT of the Oversight Committee.
Is to keep that imagination. Keep that space of possibilities. Right? Yeah. I think the ultimate act of colonization is a colonizing of the imagination.
You're absolutely right.
You don't know what's possible anymore.
Yeah, radical imagination.
Radical imagination.
Amazing. Brother.
And this is that.
It's that. Yeah.
This is the kind.
Love it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay.
Ready? 1.
This way, yeah.
2, 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Coming up this time.
Can you compliment me too? I've always hated Israel, but my grandpa called me a human clownfish today. I need support. That's awesome. That's such a cool thing. That's like a cool diss to get from grandpa. Respect. Dude, I found this is the funniest compilation anyone's ever put together. I have to show this to you.
Inbred hick.
Ethan lies that Hasan just calls Jews inbred. In reality, Hasan calls right-wingers inbred,
You think
regardless of their ethnicity. Like, this is just a compilation of me calling a bunch of random people inbred, a bunch of random right-wingers inbred in general.
Would get this level of clout and prominence if he was just another inbred hick fucking Republican senator from West Virginia? Of course not.
I feel like this inbred Nazi didn't just have some le fiery rhetoric against immigration.
And that's precisely why we brought in some of the worst inbred fucking tech CEOs you've ever goddamn seen, like Palmer Luckey.
Schizo monkey, or simply the fact that you describe people at odds with you as an inbred fucking right-winger. Well, considering your name is Schizo monkey, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you might be a fucking inbred right-winger. You got a toothless, inbred, racist, white supremacist piece of shit.
And then it's like, okay, then what's the point of this other than just like purely hating them for being immigrants and for being black?
That's it.
There is none.
Yeah. Yeah, and those motherfuckers speak like 4 languages too. That's the other part where they're like, oh, these are some dumb, uneducated, lazy cat eaters. And it's like, dude, you are literally inbred. You are so inbred. You look like the human version of one of those little fucking teacup poodles that we saw earlier. And you're over here talking about fucking how lesser than these people are. They're speaking fucking 4 goddamn languages. They're working hard. They just want to fucking survive. And you're over here lazy and angry as fuck. And I'm really glad that they showed up in massive numbers as counter protesters showed up in massive numbers, outweighing the psychopathic inbred fascists. If the goddamn I can't believe there's 5 minutes of me calling people inbred. Jesus Christ. I never realized how often you call people inbred. Yeah, I think I say that a lot. Oh my God. This is a anti-incest. This is an anti-incest broadcast. Sorry. Oh, dumbass, your favorite word too? No, I'm sure there's a longer compilation they could have made, but I think they just made it to, you know. Ooh, still shorter than Ethan's N-word compilation. It is a 5-minute inbred install video. A lot is an understatement. Ooh. You actually haven't been calling people inbred recently. I think subconsciously you've slowed down. Maybe. Don't worry, I'll bring it back. You have massively increased my ability to deliver insults. Thank you. You can tell a D-Stan made this because they're pro-incest. No, this is one of our boys that made this in defense of me calling everybody inbred. Yeah, if you're right-wing reactionary, I will most likely call you inbred because I feel like it's like one of those things that you can say that is like a catch-all terminology. It's offensive, it pisses people off, but it's also not like directed at any minority group. Like I don't think there is a I don't think that there is like a specific stereotype about any minority group that's like inbred, right? I don't know. Maybe there is. It's mostly just like said towards Hicks, Alabamans, and shit like that. Or British. Or Amish. I guess Amish would be the minority group. Yeah, royalty families. It's the anti-white racism for me. I'm sorry. What? Are you worried about how to handle Gila's weaponized white woman tears on Friday? Is she going to be on the debate? And also, I don't like, what do you mean? These are crazy questions, man. Rudy Giuliani married his cousin? Yeah, he is also. It's anti-white racism Reddit post coming soon. The Ethan N-word compilation comment made me go and look at it. Oh my God, how is he the one giving you shit? Oh my God, I know it's old, but I never looked. I've never looked. I still have not looked to this day. On the N-word compilation. I've never watched the Boston Marathon girl video. I don't want to see it. It's stuff like that. Dude, I'm going to tell you something, okay? I'm going to tell you something. And I need you guys to understand something about me. I don't like to look at things. It's going to come across laughable and silly, and you're not going to believe me. because I spend every fucking waking moment of every day looking at things that upset me, but I don't seek out things that upset me like that, okay? Like, I look at upsetting things on a daily basis when it's newsworthy and I need to do coverage over it. But I don't, like, in my free time go around being like, ooh, let me see how depraved people were. You know what I mean? It's the same reason as to why I don't. It's the same reason as to why I don't look at you know, like, hate videos or whatever. I was just like, ugh, who cares? There's enough. There's already so much hate out there that makes its way into my chat by way of fans. You and Unc popping off on ball TikTok?
Because Bill Belichick, the people call me anti-white.
Uh-huh.
No one's more anti-white than...
Oh, because of his Bill Belichick takes. I can totally imagine Belichick looking at Chris Hogan telling him to take the deal or you're going to be playing lacrosse again. He's signing white receivers because they're fundamentally undervalued because of their skin color and type of athleticism. Edelman and Welker was probably true. Amendola and Hogan were overpaid. His highest paid players are the black players too. So now that you say that, this is the best NFL take I've heard in my life. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. Love you guys. I am going to go hang out with my mom and my brother and chill. And I'll be live tomorrow as always. We got a lot more to do. A lot more news to cover. I'm going to hang out with Kaya too. Kaya is allowed on the bed tonight, even though, because she's not a smelly girl anymore, even though she is. What are you looking at? What are you looking at, cutie pie? Look at this. Hello. Hello. Look at that tail. Yeah, she's gonna shed everywhere on the bed, but she just got a shower. She got groomed today, so she's gonna be allowed on the bed. She doesn't like staying on the bed anyway. She gets too hot. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat likes. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken. just dreaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all.